Hello everyone, this is Lala, and today I'm finally getting around to ranking the Big Brother USA house guests in the game tier rankings, or the gameplay years tier rankings. So I am going to include every single player who has ever played Big Brother USA, and there's about like 300 people in this list, so that's going to be very draining. So I'm going to use the seven categories that I always use. So abysmal, bad, potential, mediocre, solid, good, and great to place all of them. Also, I'm going to state that some of the positions might not be accurate pertaining where I placed certain house guests on the season rankings. So let's just say if two people from one season or on the season rankings, I placed them at 6th and 7th. But on this list, the person who was at 6 is now 7th, or lower than the person who's at 7th on this list. That's because I changed the overall list a few times and tried to group a lot of the players who played similarly and had similar arcs pertaining to their gameplay on their season. So I tried to balance it out in that way. That's why it might not be as accurate compared to how I ranked certain people on prior lists. And also on this list, I am including the player or the people who returned as one person. So, for example, Janelle will only be on this list one time, despite her playing 4 times. So I'm going to create a balance based off how I feel about her 4 games and place her somewhere. Of course, there are going to be timestamps at the description where you can click so you can move across however you feel convenient. You can click below to follow my other channel and my social media, and let's just get right to it. So the first group of people are most of the people who are expelled slash quit within the first week, outside of one exception. So the first person on this list, and at dead last at 311th, is Jacob from Big Brother 9. Actually, he wasn't expelled or quit whatsoever. He was evicted, but it was in a very odd way. But he's the worst anyways. I don't have much to say about him. He decided to go after the sole people in power and to get people to target him, and then refused to defend himself when it came to a house meeting. He would have been safe if he did nothing but pointlessly stirred the pot, and it was all extremely self induced, since he wasn't even on Parker or Jen's radar before he did this. At 310th is Scott from Big Brother 4, and he is the start of the people who are expelled slash quit. He was able to get into a majority alliance, but it was mainly due to the Exes twist, and nothing he actually did. Despite that, he turned off the entire house with his instability, and his alliance wanted to send him home the first week, but Nathan didn't want to bite the bullet. He was becoming a huge target for the next week, and in addition to that, he was pulled from the show due to throwing stuff around the house and his instability. At 309th is Willie from Big Brother 14. He isn't on the level of a Scott or a Justin, since he at least made it through the first round before getting expelled. At the same time, we did get to see more of his gameplay because he was the first HOH and was abysmal. He initiated an alliance with Frank and immediately broke it. He let the coaches dictate his game, only to rant about it via a house meeting and making people feel uncomfortable. He tried to make the votes really close, and it led to a snowball where Frank called him out, where he switched his target, and his target ended up staying. Well, he didn't even have the willpower to try to fight when he was at the bottom of the house during the second week. At 308th is Megan from Big Brother 19. So she was on the outs immediately based on her poor social game, was targeting people who were in power, and she ended up quitting early because she couldn't handle the game and got involved in a lot of drama. Megan would have been the first boot had she not quit and not won the veto anyways, and I don't see her doing well in any season. Not only just because she quit early on, but because she doesn't really have much of the skills to really do well in Big Brother. At 307th is Luke from Big Brother 25. I don't have much to say about him. He was not in an alliance on a season that had two sides and alliances, had a really poor social game, and he was really not grasping the strategic element of the season. And worst of all, he ended up getting expelled before the first eviction even happened. He really didn't know what he was doing, and I have no faith in him in general. So here he is. At 306 is Justin from Big Brother 2.
Of course, he is here for similar reasons that Scott is here, as he was pulled from the game before the first week even ended. He was warned several times to stop threatening people and making the house unsafe, but was pulled for pulling a knife on Krista's neck. I put him a bit higher because he was in a better position than Scott was, despite him being associated with Chilltown, and his number might have caused Nicole to go home that week, and Chilltown is in a better position if that happens.
Okay, so the next group of people are house guests who, in general, had no power during the one season, but they were hot messes, and I don't think they would do well on any season. So the first person in this tier, or this subgroup, at 305th is Joey from Big Brother 16.
So she had absolutely no clue about the game, but she was safe for a lot of the week, so she could have been in a decent enough position had she just relaxed. She talked to the woman about making a girls' alliance, despite not having a relationship with most of these women, and admitted it to the guys, while also having a cringe campaign. It seemed like she admitted it to the guys because she thought honesty would cause them to endear her or cause her to be endeared to them, but it just made them target her even more. And obviously, she didn't really know how to communicate well enough to cause people to want to keep her. I don't see her doing well on any season, really.
At 304th is Paola from BB16.
She was on the block the entire time she was in the house, which was 2 weeks. She had very little relationships with people on a personal or strategic level outside of outsiders like Donnie and Jocasta, who were doing poorly their damn selves. She was horrendous in competitions, which was only exemplified, causing her to be nominated a lot due to Battle of the Block. She came off as shady to agreeing to throw the Battle of the Block, especially for a hated HOH, and ended up going home when she was the pawn. Paula had no idea about anything that was going on and thus poor on most seasons since she wasn't really liked either.
At 303rd is Pooch from Big Brother 24.
He was approached to be in the majority alliance, but was kicked out in like a day because they found him so annoying and unlikable. He spent too much time on the guys, to the point where the guys' alliance was even fake, and also to the point where he had no relationships with most of the women in the house. Outside of being one of the people who pushed for Taylor to go up in the first week, he decided to volunteer to go on the block on his own, where he was already a target, which he didn't even know about, and convinced himself that he was a pawn the entire week, even ignoring warnings that Joseph was giving him. I don't have faith in Pooch doing better in most seasons, so here he is.
At 302 is Mike from BB8.
I think he's one of the few people who made it through a few rounds who are this low on the list, as he was a third boot and would have lasted at least a bit longer without the infamous move he made. Mike was a part of an alliance called the Mr. and Mrs. Smith Alliance, but the only heavily loyal people to it were himself and Kale, and they were seen as a duo, which is a problem because they had no social capital in the house. Many of the house guests mentioned that he never spoke to them, which is a problem, so it was very easy for them to target him. And what makes it worse is that he wasn't even the initial target for the week, and actively made himself such. Just a really poor performance all around. He had no regrets about anything he did, so I don't think he would learn or grow from his experience if there was another opportunity.
At 301st is Holly from Big Brother 5.
Outside of the people who were polled, Holly is easily the worst player of the era, and I wouldn't be shocked when I eventually rank everyone in Big Brother US history that she's still the worst. She generally wanted to work with the woman and to make friends with everyone, but the woman completely shut her out and the men weren't interested in working with her. She could have been a number for the Four Horsemen, but Drew wanted her gone and Scott pushed for her to go because he was jealous of her relationship with Jace. There's a clear hole in her perception when they thought she was more cunning and smart than she was, but she was well-meaning and well-intended.
And just barely making it into the top 300 at 300th is Andrew from Big Brother 12.
He shocked me with how poor of a player he was, and I always thought he was a bad player from the beginning, so he was just a lot worse. Andrew continuously sketched people out from the very beginning, when people were speculating about who the saboteur was and had a hard time making a bond with his fellow house guests. Andrew was always a backup target for the people who were in power, which is not a good thing, and we saw this happen where he was the pawn of the week on Matt's HOH, but due to Brennan's veto win and Andrew losing his mind, he became the pawn that was sent home. He was better in competitions than what I remembered, but Andrew's just too paranoid and awkward to do well in Big Brother.
This next subcategory was very hard for me to try to figure out, But the overall title that I have are Misses who had some power or some allies. It's very general, but it is what it is. So the first person in this group at 299th is Jen from Big Brother 9.
Out of everyone in the season, she came in with the most advantages. She had her boyfriend as a player in the house with her, and it was a secret, so they were partnered with two other people, so it could have been an alliance there, but Jen completely mishandled the situation. In addition to that, she was a part of the power couple twist, where she could have used that to make deals with most of the house to protect herself, since she would keep them safe. So she spilled the beans, her own alliance did not protect her when they were given power, and most of the house just really disliked her. Everything that Jen did in the season was poor, and what makes it worse is that she was initially set up really well.
At 298th is Paloma from Big Brother 24.
She seemed like someone who could have ran the season for a bit, based on the 1 week that she was in the house. At the same time, Paloma was using alpha fuel early on, where she would have burnt out strategically eventually anyways, probably sooner than later, especially since people were already starting to get annoyed with her, and she built up way too much paranoia. Despite having some sway and relationships, she could not keep it together long enough where she decided to quit before the first eviction even happened because her mental health went downhill. Even if that didn't happen, she probably would have went home the first week due to the twist, but she would have been twist screwed instead, which would have actually kind of helped her case. All of that, in addition to her lack of accountability and self-reflection on anything, causes me to think she would continue to be burnt out on most seasons.
297th is Frenchie from Big Brother 23.
He ends up winning HOH the first week and makes a bunch of promises to the house guests, which he cannot keep up with, like not nominating all the people of color and women. Of course, he broke those and then started making a bunch of alliances, while also turning people off with his antics. While he would have been safe for like a week or two, had other people won the week 2 HOH instead of Kyland, he did get a bad HOH result, completely outed his alliance, and then spent the rest of the week plotting about the position he put himself into while doing absolutely nothing to stay. I don't really see Frenchie being able to do anything differently on another season, and he had little to no positive attributes as a player in general, so here he is.
At 296th is Caitlin from Big Brother 20.
Unlike the others, Caitlyn was in the majority alliance, which is why she's higher than the others, so she does have that ability to get in a solid alliance. Despite that, she sketched out her allies in her erratic behavior, like flipping her vote to boot an ally last minute, getting jealous due to two of her allies getting into a showmance, winning HOH when she was in the middle of the house due to her flipping her vote, and then being conned into targeting her ally, while expecting her other allies to want to continue working with her. Even the other side got tired of her, to the point where she was the first unanimous vote of the season. I don't see Caitlyn making it to jury on any season.
At 295 is Cody from Big Brother 19.
A part of me really wanted to put him at dead last, but he is still very close. Cody won the very first HOH and actively decided to create a hostile, divisive environment, but he was in the majority at that point. But his aloofness and targeting two people in their alliance ruined his game. He then started acting like him having to nominate a third of the house was why he was in this position, but he was bragging about that fact when he was still in power and still had his alliance, so he was only using that as a complaining point once he couldn't send home Paul. Cody was booted the very next week and then came back into the game, where he encouraged Jessica to make the horrendous move of not vetoing Ramses off the block. There are so many twists needed to get him to the jury, which tanked him even more on this list, and he only has competitions on his side. Cody is horrendous socially, isn't good strategically, doesn't have the ability to take accountability, and it means that he doesn't have the basic skills to improve on his faults.
At 294th is Devin from Big Brother 16.
Like Cody, he is also someone who had power for a short period of time in the house and was in a powerful alliance for a bit, so that is why he is higher than the others in this tier. He isn't as low because he didn't need a buyback, but Devin is still an awful player. He invited two people into his alliance without telling anyone about it, came off as intimidating to people, and didn't have very good social skills with people in and out of his alliance, as he continuously talked at people. He continuously changed plans while he was HOH, and then targeted an ally that people didn't want gone. And then he did absolutely nothing when he had no power, so he doesn't have the capability to fight or campaign for himself. He seemed more self-aware of his faults compared to Cody, so that is another reason why he is higher.
At 293rd is Audrey from Big Brother 17.
She fits the pattern of the people around her on this list. People who were able to get into a majority alliance, but it is extremely short lived, mainly of their own doing. She was active in the game, which was good, and was able to bring people in, but she planted way too many unnecessary seeds and caused too much dissension, where her game was blown up at the end of the first week. Luckily for her, the other side wanted to use her for a shield, but she did the same thing to them, and they had enough, so they booted her for being a liability. I also don't think Audrey can handle the game for a long time regarding her mental health. She wasn't good at competitions and didn't know how to pace herself, so I can't see her doing any better. And she didn't even campaign to save herself when she was on the block.
At 292nd is Isabella from Big Brother 21.
She continues the trend of people who are in majority alliances, but not only blows up the alliance, but goes home in a few weeks. Isabella was in the prime position as she had good relationships with people on both sides of the house, but she kept on repeating everything she knew to each side of the house, and they both got sick of her really quickly. In addition to that, she really had some horrible reads, and people really grew to dislike her personality. So she was an easy person to boot, even compared to Sam or Nick. Since she was also poor in competitions, though it says a lot that the person she tried to save ended up booting her the very next week. She seems more stable than the others around her on this list, but are below her, and she did acknowledge her flaws, so here she is, a bit higher than some of the others.
291st is Brent from Big Brother 23.
Right from the beginning of the season, he was struggling a lot socially, and a lot of people did want him out. Even Frenchie wanted him out, but Brent was able to convince him to do otherwise, which is the only other positive. He seemed to have a lack of self-awareness of what was really happening in the house and overestimated his position in the house, where he thought that he would have been fine with losing Frenchie and that the slaughterhouse was a real thing. Brent was not an impressive competitor in the few weeks he was in the house. He was atrocious socially throughout the season, and while he had a feeling Xavier was giving him crap, he didn't realize that everyone was giving him crap, and he could not adapt. He needed to do better in making other allies or ensuring the slaughterhouse stayed together, and he doesn't have the awareness of his flaws to do better.
At 290 is Keith from Big Brother 13.
He is another person that completely blew it, and it was mainly due to the active work he did. While it was good that he aligned with the newbies and wanted to stick together, he completely shut down any path with the veterans, even thinking them would have been better. In addition to that, Keith threw the veto when he was in danger to go home, and worst of all, he alienated and attacked Kalia and Shelly when those were the 2 votes that he needed to stay in the house, and it caused him to be booted out of the house. Keith was just way too paranoid, hyperactive, and should have relaxed, but the fact that he was in an alliance, the vote was close, and he realized his mistakes quickly is why he is higher than the others. I also forgot to mention that he threw the veto while he was on the block, knowing that he was the target. So, yeah.
At 289 is Jose from Big Brother 18.
I'm shocked he's on the higher end of this tier, but I guess it says more about the people below him. Jose immediately started talking about targeting the veterans and continued doing so when one of them was in power, and also telling this to the other veteran, and they won. Obviously, things got back to Nicole, and a lot of house guests just disliked him due to the way he talked to people, so it made him going very easy. At the same time, Jose did have a bunch of allies who were loyal to him, and he did show the capability of being a leader, though his reads were very off, and he was way too overconfident. Despite that, I don't actually see him learning from his flaws or improving if he were given another chance, so here he is.
And the last person from this group at 288th is Amy from Big Brother 3.
One of the main reasons why Emmy is down this low on the list is that she was evicted early and was able to come back, so she got a chance that most house guests didn't get. Her first eviction was because she was doing very poorly socially, had no strategy whatsoever, and was very emotionally driven, and she was 1 vote away from being the first boot as well. When she came back, she used her HOH for personal revenge reasons and became a perma-pawn for the rest of the season. She had no chance to win a jury vote, and she was still booted by Jason and Danielle, primarily because they simply liked Lisa more. Great character, but has no good trait for BB as a player. So there's another subgrouping that I'm creating here, and these are for the very passive early boots. The first person in this group at 287th is Carol from Big Brother 8.
It was clear from the beginning that Carol was not a good casting choice, and despite the edit trying to make it look like she wanted to be there, she really did not. She was nominated because she was one of the two people who did the poorest in the HOH competition, but she told several people that she did not want to be there and was looking forward to going home. Not only did I think that she didn't have the mental fortitude or motivation to do well in Big Brother, apparently she wasn't close to many of the people on the cast either, so she was struggling socially too, in addition to not really knowing what to do when it came to a strategic lens. I guess what makes her different than the others below her is that she wasn't actively doing things to make things worse for herself, but I don't really see her making it far almost season, so here she is.
At 286th is Ashlia from Big Brother 6.
She's primarily someone who has absolutely no drive whatsoever, as she apparently barely campaigned when she was on the block, didn't take the initiative to speak to the HOH, and she had the chance to return to the game, but quit before she was sequestered for a week, since she mentioned that her first episode seeing was the Michael eviction episode. While we never actually saw it, the house mentioned several times that she was annoying, snobbish, and they got rid of her despite not being a threat, because they just could not stand her, so she wasn't meshing well with the house guests.
At 285th is Kirsten from Big Brother 25.
There was a bit of unluckiness with people being nominated right off the jump due to the competitions, which she lost, and that caused her to do the most in her first 2 days of the house. At the same time, she still handled it pretty poorly, had a poor read on what happened in the house, even after she was evicted, and that she was safe for most of the week, despite everyone avoiding talking to her. She probably could do a bit better under different circumstances, but there was nothing there strategically. She wasn't good socially, and was a mixed bag regarding the competition, as she almost won the veto that week. There really isn't anything good about her, but there are some unlucky circumstances that didn't have me putting her lower.
At 284 is Travis from Big Brother 23.
So he's in the same ballpark as Kirsten, with some unlucky circumstances, causing him to be booted first, but it wasn't due to a twist with him. Frankie promised Travis safety on the first date, if I remember correctly, but that meant nothing because it's Frankie, who wanted to take out a white young guy, but couldn't take out the other ones for many reasons. Then the target was supposed to be Derek X, but he won the veto, which caused for Travis to go up. At the same time, Travis was not building relationships with most of the house guests, as he just clung onto Derek X. He was not thinking strategically whatsoever at all, and he didn't even campaign when he was on the block. He didn't care about the game, wasn't really good in any of the categories for the game, and I don't see him improving if he was on another season.
At 283rd is Amanda from Big Brother 4.
Another person who just had no drive. I don't get why some people called her a rat, and no one in the house trusted her, but she wasn't involved in any sort of alliances, and it didn't help that her ex was who her ex was, and it caused a lot of drama on the first day, where they needed an easy scapegoat. She was nominated, knew she was going to be nominated, so at least she had some good instinct there, but did absolutely no campaigning to stay in the house, and no one really cared. Maybe she would have been more comfortable if she was there on her own, but she would probably be a fish out of water in most seasons.
At 282nd is David from Big Brother 15.
I will say that there's a good chance that he isn't the first boot without the MVP twist, since while I don't think it's too unlikely or impossible for McRae to have nominated him on his own. But the thing is, the MVP twist and who was the MVP twist was known to everyone, so it kind of cancelled the unfairness of it. David alienated himself from most of the house during his time on the season, and that's a very easy way to find yourself booted early, as he mainly stuck with Jeremy, Aaron, Caitlyn, and Gina Marie, who essentially had no power. He didn't care to strategize whatsoever and didn't have the capability to do so, and while I could see him being a competitor on other seasons, everything else is just really poor, hence him being here.
At 281st is Laurie from Big Brother 3.
I feel like she would start a sub-tier of Abysmal players who had somewhat of a chance to stay, either due to being in a majority alliance at some point, or went home in a very close vote. Laurie fits the latter, and it was because she was able to make some relationships with people, and they also promised to vote to keep her. The tides did start to turn against her, since the house saw her as unpredictable and kind of irrational, and she thought the idea of strategy was disgusting. She thought that the idea of strategy was just awful, and she didn't want to take part in it. She most likely does poorly on most seasons,
So she is here in addition to the other reasons listed.
The final person in this group at 280th is Autumn from Big Brother 2.
One benefit for her pertaining to this list is that she was a part of the majority alliance, where people below her can't even say that. I don't think a whole lot of people were actively targeting her entering the second HOH, but it was clear that she was at the bottom of her alliance, and some people actively were targeting her. She was not a strategist whatsoever, and was seen as a weak liability to her allies and an annoyance to her non-allies, so they were all more than fine with her going when she was nominated. She also threatened to leave and quit several times, apparently, which is why she was partially nominated and why she was voted out. It was clear that she wasn't right for Big Brother at all.
So the next subcategory for the Abysmal tier are pretty much the remaining pre-jurors that are in this tier. So the first one in the subgroup at 279th is Joe from Big Brother 8.
I think he's one of the first, if not the first example of a superfan not doing well in the game, and you being a superfan doesn't mean that you're going to be good at the game. Joe immediately told the entire house that his ex Dustin gave him gonorrhea, aired their dirty laundry out, and got into a fight in front of the house within hours of the season starting. Joe spent most of the time in the season pointlessly stirring the pot for situations that had nothing to do with him when he already lacked ties in the house, with the exception of people like Danielle and Nick. Maybe if he calmed the hell down, you would do better, but I don't know if he has the capability and was an unadaptable train wreck in a short time in the house.
At 278th is Annie from Big Brother 12.
It seemed like she was someone who had some sort of potential to be a decent enough player, but it never came together well at all. Annie, also being the saboteur, did not help her whatsoever, since she had to move quicker than the other house guests in a very slow-moving house, and dynamic, and structure. She sided with Brenchel, who are people who are on the outs in the house and didn't do a good job at adapting. Annie's personality rubbed people the wrong way, and she freaked out when she was nominated. While I do think the twist had a part of her gameplay, I think she loses her top early on most seasons, and I don't think much would change if she were on other seasons.
At 277th is Michael from Big Brother 6.
Like Autumn, he is in this position above the others mainly because he was able to get in an alliance at the very minimum. In general, he didn't get to know many of the other house guests, isolated himself from the others, and the only way he could bond with some of the women was if he was flirting with them, which rubbed them the wrong way. There was no indication that he was very strategic at all, and reacted horribly when he was up, and when he was told about making the woman feel uncomfortable. He was sent home because the house claimed they needed sanity when they all acknowledged that he was not a threat.
At 276th is Amanda from Big Brother 9.
There's so much that I could say about Amanda, but I'm going to keep things short, since I have to briefly talk about everyone in this long era. Amanda and Alex had the first HOH, so they had the best chance at having the power structure around them. They decided to nominate two of their allies in Parker and Jen, and didn't get their other allies, Matt and Natalie, who had the veto, to take them off the block. Amanda didn't hide her alliance well at all, and she was annoying everyone in the house, so not only did the house turn against her, but it caused her allies to go home. She was booted right afterwards, and while they almost stayed, it had very little to do with anything she actively did. I don't see Amanda doing better in any other situation or circumstance.
At 275th is Jeremy from Big Brother 15.
I knew he was a bad player, but was shocking to see how poor of a player he was, since I didn't realize that many people within his alliance mentioned that he was the reason why they flipped from the moving company. Jeremy decided to agitate way too many people, and while he did have some allies, he was not in the majority at all, so it made him a very easy target. Jeremy also bragged about being a competition beast, didn't know when to tone it down, and thought he knew it all. It isn't shocking as soon as the power flipped, he was backdoored, and while he did try to change his tune, it was too transparent and way too late. He also doesn't seem as skilled or having a lot of potential to do better like many others in his archetype, which is why he's lower than most of them.
At 274th is Allison from Big Brother 9.
She was given a blessing in the game, and she didn't even realize it, as she was partnered with someone who was in a real-life relationship with someone else, and the person's partner was also a partner with someone else. This means that she could have had a four-person alliance with herself, Ryan, Parker, and Jen, but she actively made that not a possibility with her actions, and then threatening to reveal it, which caused the cats to get out of the bag. Allison did manage to stay without any of her own doing, or with it having nothing to do with anything she did, and tried to rebuild and worked on some friendships, but she still pissed people off, and her flip-floppiness on the second vote caused her to be a target for people who shouldn't. even targeted her. I also forgot about the lesbian lie that was never going to add anything positive to her game and was just really dumb. Just really messy, and while she showed more gaming potential than Amanda and Jen, she was equally sloppy and poor socially.
At 273rd is Mike from Big Brother 5.
I will say that out of everyone on this list, he was probably the best strategically, which doesn't say much, but it's something. He was way too hyper focused on Scott and Jace and offered nothing new when the entire house was already planning on targeting them. He was also starting to figure out what would become the eventual backdoor as well, so I think he could have worked some more strategies or come up with more strategies had he stayed longer. In general, he was a fish out of water on his season, making it hard to socialize with and bond with his cast, and I think that would be the case if he was on most casts.
At 272nd is JoJo from Big Brother 14.
I mentioned in the videos for BB14 that JoJo was definitely screwed over, especially with Willie getting DQ'd right before the nominations happened, where she would not have went home that week otherwise. Even before then, though, JoJo was not acclimating herself well to the house. There was a lot of talk about her being trashy, talkative, and irritating the hell out of the house, so she was not doing well socially. In addition to all of that, Brittany did not get along with her, and she was JoJo's coach, in addition to not being in any notable alliances and didn't have much strategy. JoJo didn't really listen to other people's advice, kept on saying I know to everything, and it was clear that she was out of her depth with Big Brother and the cast. I don't really see her improving much on any other season, or having the awareness to know where to improve, hence her being here. I guess her high ceiling would be to be a Gina Marie, but as we know, I don't think highly of Gina Marie as a player.
At 271st is Winston from Big Brother 20.
As the season started, it became clear that the preconceived notions people had of him as a player were incorrect. While he was in a solid alliance called the Level 6 Alliance, he was virtually in the bottom of the alliance as his paranoia annoyed the hell out of people, but he was also one of the top targets from the other side, as they all disliked him. Winston was supposed to be the pawn on his final week, but his expendability to his alliance caused him to go home. I also remember him outright rejecting the deal Swikey and Faisal offered him, and he lacked the smoothness and grace Brett had in a lot of situations just in general. I don't think he has what it takes to do well in Big Brother, as he is way too paranoid, poor socially, and not good strategically.
At 270th is Hassam from Big Brother 25.
While he is still on the lowest tier, I am shocked that he is not lower on this tier. Hissam really struggled socially from the beginning, as he spent most of his time in the gym by himself and was only brought into the Professor's Alliance because they needed him as a number. Because of his personality, people saw him as the leader of that side, and due to not wanting to work with the younger people, he was always a main target on his side of the house. He won way too many competitions. He won a veto, an HOH, and a veto consecutively, and his alliance did not like how he was trying to dictate things for them, which caused them to want him out. It was stupid that his alliance turned on him, though he wasn't blameless, and he was able to convince them, for the most part, to keep him, but he should not have been there to begin with. While he has some pluses, I don't know if he can really improve his huge social holes, even though he wasn't the worst strategically and he was very good competitively.
And the final person in this subgroup at 269th is Lawan from Big Brother 13.
Of course, Lawan is mainly known for volunteering to not just be nominated, but evicted, because he thought that he would get some superpowers when he returned. That is abysmal, and that alone would have gotten him on this tier, but he has a lot of other reasons as to why he's down on this tier. One of them is that he got into the Regulators Alliance, which was the worst alliance of all time, as they were all evicted right away, and even though he was one of the safer newbies, the fact that he was not immediately targeted, despite that, he wasn't in a good position at all. He did not acclimate himself with the other veterans, so they had no use for him, and the other newbies like Shelly, Adam, and Clea, who also had stronger relationships with other people, saw him as expendable. His options are either getting booted early or getting dragged to the end, and then with him choosing to be evicted and his plan failing to cost him to come back, it earned him a spot here.
So the final grouping in the Abysmal tier are the jurors, and there really aren't many jurors on this list, since usually if you make it to jury, you should be above an Abysmal player. So the first person in this grouping at 268 is Indy from Big Brother 24.
It says a lot that I have a juror that is this low on the list, even over some really bad pre-jurors that I will definitely get to. Ultimately, Indy doesn't have any sense of skills that are needed for the game. While she was not awful socially, she was not good either, as she was seen as too all over the place, and she did have a language barrier that definitely hindered her throughout the season. She had no strategic insight whatsoever, as she thought that the show was going to be similar to Big Brother Brazil, which is a popularity vote by audience, and was pretty poor in competitions. She was not even in the main alliance of the house, and was on the outs of the Girls Girls alliance, but only got moved up in that alliance when some of the higher people in that alliance got booted, and they needed to hold on to any number that they could. She did try to make that alliance with Joseph and Kyle, but she mainly just followed Jasmine and Elsa throughout the game, who aren't good players, and went home in a week where the HOH did not want her gone. She has no respect in the house as a player, so there's no way she's winning a jury vote, and I don't really think she has any ability to improve as a player. So here she is.
The second person within this grouping at 267th is Ashley from Big Brother 14.
I think she's the first person who is a juror who showed up on this list, and it means that I think she's the worst player from this era who made it to the jury phase. In general, that most definitely is very fitting. Anyways, Ashley was kept out of the power structure pertaining to the gameplay dynamics of the season from the very beginning of the season, so she never really put much effort into getting involved in the game dynamics, making alliances with people, or forming many relationships with people. She did have that weird romance with Ian and the showmance with Frank, but neither of them took her seriously as an ally. Her closest allies were Will and seemingly Jen, but they had no power, and she was clueless about anything that happened in the house. You would think that she would be a goat that would strike to the end, but her association with Frank and people just having no use for her caused her to be booted as the first juror. I don't even think she knows where to start pertaining her flaws and where to start to cause her to improve as a player, which is an issue in itself.
At 266th is Samantha from Big Brother 20.
It says a lot that I have an endgamer this low, and from what I can see, there aren't many other endgamers who is anywhere this low. What makes Samantha different than the passive endgamers who does very little is that they are at least in their element playing the game. Samantha clearly had a huge dislike for playing the game, the show, and her mental health decreased exponentially to the point where she quit several times and isolated herself for weeks on end. And the few times she did get power, she based it solely on emotions, refusing to talk game with people, only did what she was told to do with votes, and despite being a goat, the people who were using her abandoned her well before the end game and didn't even take her to the end. There's no capacity to Samantha even wanting to learn from her flaws. She most likely does worse on most seasons with being booted early, and I truly think that she might be the worst endgamer in Big Brother history.
At 265th is Cameron from Big Brother 25.
From Big Brother 25. It really shouldn't be shocking as to why he's on this tier, but despite that, I will say that he did play a decent enough week 1. He was a part of the Riley side of the house and was in a pretty good position there until he got cold feet and sold them out for no real reason, which turned off the other side as well, so he kind of just ended up having no solid alliance. He was nominated during the next 2 weeks and was very close to going home, where the only reason why he stayed both rounds was due to nothing of his own doing. He won HOH the 4th week and did not use it to the best of his ability, as he targeted the people at the bottom and let Red talk him into making a poor move in not going after Izzy. He won the veto after being nominated the very next week, where he would have went home otherwise, used an HOH, or one HOH, and accidentally made the good move of booting Izzy when he wanted Flushagon the entire week, and he was booted the very next week. He was lucky that there was a returnee twist during the week that he was booted, and even then, he just won an HOH, allowed himself to be played by Matt and Jag, and was booted again to barely make it to the jury portion of the season. Cameron is great at competitions and overestimated his strategic abilities to the point of not listening to people, and he was atrocious socially, which was his huge issue. Due to all these huge flaws, I think this season was his highest ceiling, and he would do worse on most seasons.
And at 264th, and the final person in the Abysmal tier overall, is Jen from Big Brother 8.
It's not shocking that Jen is right above her real life friend in Ashley. Jen is also someone who made it to the jury portion of the season, which is why she's higher than most of the others on this tier, who are mainly pre-jurors. From the very beginning, Jen rubbed people the wrong way with her behavior, actions, and interactions with people, and it didn't seem like she even cared to see why people have a negative opinion on her, so she could fix it. Most of the house was actively targeting her, but then she was able to win the week 2 HOH, and she didn't use that to improve her position whatsoever. Luckily for Jen, she kept on winning her way to safety as she won vetoes in week 3 and 5 and made sure that Jamaica kept the veto in week 4 so she could be vetoed. At the same time, it is possible that she could have went home in those 3 weeks without those wins. The Donatos realized that they need her as a number, so they made a truce with her. But when they got a new alliance, Danielle backdoored her. Jen did not handle it well, and while she had a solid read here or there, she really needed to win out to get to where she was, had an abysmal social game, and didn't really have a solid alliance. And I don't know if the self-awareness is there for her to improve. So here she is.
So the first group of people in this tier are the ones who got booted roughly around the mid to late portion of the season. So mid-season could also mean a late pre-juror. So there's that. At 263rd, and the first person in this tier is Kesa from BB6, 7, and 22.
What is interesting about Kaiser is that a lot of people mention that he is a poor player due to his strategy, and I only somewhat agree with that. It is clear that he does not know when to tone it down and when to make a big move, and we saw that on his 2 seasons. But I mainly think his largest flaw in the game comes from his social games, where he is never able to bond with a significant amount of people, and being on the surface nice isn't enough to have a good social game. Him not speaking much caused him to be nominated the first week, and he was never able to form the necessary bonds with the majority of the House. And in All Stars, we saw that even more as he was more preoccupied with the quote-unquote sides dynamic that he and his allies were trying to recreate. In addition to that, a lot of the House guests saw him as arrogant, so that kind of tanked his social game even more. He was able to pull off the good move with his season 6 HOH, but I think it was mainly due to the twist of the duos that caused that to happen.
When you think about the growth that he had, or that he could have had due to having a 14-year gap between seasons, not only did he come back to do the same thing that got him booted early on his 2 other seasons, but he actively got worse and was more stubborn, socially awkward, and short-sighted with how he viewed things. And it's even worse because he was in his mid-20s when he played his prior seasons, where he's now a father, a husband, and an early 40-year-old. So clearly there's change and growth in him as a person, just not as a player. It just shows that no matter what dynamic or atmosphere he is in, he's just going to play very poorly and doesn't have what it takes to make it to Jerry.
At 262nd is Jessica from BB19.
Lord have mercy, I was so close to putting her in the Abysmal tier, and I might still be convinced. The only reason why I didn't is because she generally knows what moves need to be made, which is something that people in that tier don't have. The issue is, Jessica always screws up whenever she has power or needs to make a decision for a plethora of reasons. A lot of the house guests did not like her from the beginning, so she had a very poor social game, and it only got worse when she isolated herself with Cody. She continued to play the game extremely personally, when there are other options, there are actually options for her to stay, but she refused to listen to Josh. She handled her HOH horrendously, and is just in general way too much of a victim to play the way she needs to play or to see other perspectives that might help her as a game player. Due to that, I don't think she would do much better if she were on another season, and in general, it's just a flaw with her personality. Not really anything that she can do to improve as a player, if that makes sense.
At 261st is Jocasta from BB16.
She was someone who didn't have much room throughout the entire season due to the dynamics of the season, and it caused her to only have some relationships with some of the outsiders. I don't really recall Jocasta strategizing whatsoever in the season, and not even with Donnie, though they both trusted and distrusted the same people. Jocasta was nominated almost every single week due to the Battle of the Block twist, and it seemed like she would be similar to a Victoria pawn, but with Nicole winning HOH, mistakenly nominating her when she really didn't have the numbers, and the big alliance sticking together, Jocasta went home. She was not impressive socially, strategically, or competitively, so I just foresee her remaining bad on any season she is on.
And the final person in this grouping at 260th is Victoria from Big Brother 16.
Honestly, the only difference between herself and Jocasta is that Victoria made it to the end, so she is at least able to be a good goat in that element. Victoria was on the outs from the very beginning, overestimated her relationships throughout the entire season, and overestimated her position throughout the season, which is a really poor trait. Victoria really was not liked by the house guests, which is why she was on the outs, but Derek decided to use her for his own gain, and everyone saw her as unthreatening. So she was just used as a pawn the entire season. Victoria never took action during the season, was poor in competitions, was poor socially, and still have to be saved by a twist to get third, since she would have been fifth without the rewind twist. The self-awareness just isn't there for her to improve as a player or to even know what her flaws are. So here she is at relatively the bottom of this tier.
So we have the next tier, which is just a bunch of early boots, and I'm going to just list them off, hoping that we can get them over with sooner than later. At 259th is Cameron from Big Brother 19.
So from what I remembered of some of the comments that I've seen, some felt like I put him very low on my list, and maybe I wasn't the most fair. If the day one twist was like the others, I probably would have put him higher, but this day one was similar-ish to a normal eviction, and there were a lot more social elements to it. He just didn't seem like he could fit in and was out of his depth socially, so I don't have anything else. So here he is.
At 258th is Steven from Big Brother 10.
From what I recall, he was immediately on the outs in the house since he didn't feel like speaking to certain people, and the people he was close to were on their way out, like Brian, for example. When Jesse went HOH, he didn't even bother going into the HOH room, and it didn't seem like he had much strategy. I remember him complaining to get Libra on the block, and Keisha was one of the only people he was close to, or he was even somewhat aligned to, though they weren't technically aligned, and Angie left him out to dry. He then either whined about his situation or was very paranoid when he did campaign, and the social skills just wasn't there. I don't have a good feeling about his prospects if he were to return, and he didn't show anything positive, and in the social game, he struggled with that element and adapting in general.
At 257th is Monet from Big Brother 12.
A lot of people mentioned that she had no strategy in the house, so either she had absolutely no strategy, or that's how she came off, which isn't a good thing either way. She was close to Brittany and seemingly was close to Kathy, but she focused too much on the catty drama with Brenchel and didn't see the bigger picture. Of course, she was expendable to the house, despite supposedly having something with Enzer, or that was the plan, but when she was nominated, she completely spiraled and none of her plans worked. It just seemed like she didn't know how to adapt and was too emotional to handle the stress of the game. I don't think she knew where she went wrong, and I don't think she has the awareness to learn where she went wrong so she could improve as a player.
At 256th is Jace from Big Brother 17.
He was very loud in the house and rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, especially the people who were in power the first week. It did seem like many people prejudged him based on his appearance and one competition, but he didn't mesh well in the dynamics. But if he lasted throughout the week, I do see him becoming a part of the level 6, no, not level 6, the Sixth Sense Alliance. He wasn't aware of how he was coming off to people, even when he was being told it by people. His strategy wasn't the worst, but definitely needed some improvements, and he only did well in one comp. But it's just one competition. I don't see how he could be a good player, but I can see him doing a bit better in other circumstances. But him being a pre-juror in other seasons wouldn't be out of the realm, in my opinion.
At 255th is Riley from Big Brother 25.
She's a very weird one, since there are arguments for putting her in any of the three bottom tiers. But I do think her skill set, or lack thereof, is more fitting for her to be here. Riley was able to win the first HOH and had the easiest HOH ever, as she didn't even have to nominate anyone, but just saved two of the nominees. But she exposed her alliance to everyone in the house, not because she hung out with her alliance all the time in the HOH room, but because she literally told people on the other side who her alliance is. Due to this, she was a pretty big target, but I do think if some of the other professors went HOH, she would have been safe that week. Hissam really wanted her out, and Riley did have a path to make it through that week, since all of her allies would have vetoed her, and the other professors did want to keep her, as well as her allies, of course. I think she has social potential, and is decent enough competitively, but her strategic game is that poor, where I have no choice but to put her here.
At 254th is Tanya from Big Brother 3.
I do think she has some social skills where she's able to get along with the girls and was able to get into the majority alliance. I don't recall many people actively talking about targeting her, and she was supposed to be the pawn when Marcellus nominated her. Ultimately, Roddy campaigned to keep Josh safe, and she actively did work that caused more people to vote her out, due to her starting drama with Amy and Marcellus, and all of the house guests just not respecting her in general. In addition to all of that, she didn't campaign whatsoever and had no coherent strategy and was booted in a close vote.
At 253rd is Michelle from Big Brother 4.
In some ways, I do think she was screwed by the Exes twist, where I could see her easily fitting in with the majority alliance, since she had some ties with the girls and Nathan. At the same time, she wasn't a strategist whatsoever and was seen as extremely expendable to everyone else in the house. She was nominated as a pawn, and she just whined about it and didn't campaign whatsoever to stay in the house, only to be blindsided out of the house, kind of like Tanya. The awareness and ability just was not there for her, and I don't think the house guests respected her as a player at all.
At 252 is Red from Big Brother 25.
Honestly, I don't have a lot to say about him. I don't want to have a lot to say about him in general. He was on the outs for a lot of the first week, but was brought into the Professor's Alliance because they needed numbers. But despite him being loyal to them, they never trusted or wanted him to last long, which was dumb on their part. Red was close to Cameron, who was pretty much the pariah of the house, so neither side of the house really wanted to work with him, and he was pushed out of his own alliance. Red kept on ignoring all of the signals and signs of his poor positioning in the house, and he convinced Cameron not to backdoor Izzy, when it would have benefited the both of them game-wise. And then he was pawned out of the house on his last week, where he believed Cameron threw him under the bus just because Jared, of all people, told him so. There's nothing there strategically. He wasn't strong socially, though he wasn't awful, and won a competition throughout the season, so he wasn't really notable in that regard either. I don't think he has the capability of being a better player, and he played poorly here, so here he is.
At 251st is Ovi from Big Brother 21.
We are in a string of a bunch of early boots where there's really nowhere else to put them. He tried his very best to fit in with the cast he was put in, but it was impossible for the most part. They all pretty much bashed him relentlessly. I don't recall him having any sort of allies, and while he did have some ideas and had a power, he did not handle it well at all, which only just gave them more of a reason to boot him. Ovi was the replacement nominee by Christie going rogue, so there's an element of him being unlucky, but based on how the season was in that early portion, I don't see him lasting much longer, even if he was not nominated week 1. I could see maybe a few situations where he does well, but there's a lot of situations where I just see him doing just as poorly or around as poorly as he did here. And I don't have enough information to put him any higher, so yeah.
At 250th is Steve from Big Brother 20.
He was pretty unlucky from what I remembered of him in BB20, as Taylor was one of the only people who were eyeing him as a nominee or a target, and he ended up winning HOH. When Steve was nominated, he did have the votes to stay for most of the week, and despite not being in the Falte Alliance, they did want to work with him. Socially, he was close and aligned with Scotty, and kind of isolated himself with Scotty, and not having a relationship with people on the other side. Caitlyn going rogue is why he was booted, and while there's definitely some unluckiness there, I don't really see him doing well in this season anyways, especially with the side he chose. He was way too passive overall and will probably struggle on most seasons in general, so here.
At 249th is Jillian from Big Brother 19.
Again, she is similar to the people who I just spoke about, with being pretty passive during the 1 week she was in the game, and there being some unluckiness that caused her boot. Julian was aligned with outsiders, but she was not able to reintegrate after that. She was nominated against Megan as a pawn, and she would have stayed for sure had Megan not quit the game. She was nominated against Alex and would have stayed had Alex not won the veto. If another outsider was nominated, Julian stays, but because Christmas was nominated besides her, and she was in the alliance that Cody just flipped on, that alliance booted Jillian, not only to keep their alliance together, but to piss Cody off. While she was booted due to what other people did instead of what Jillian did, Jillian in general was just way too passive, didn't campaign, and had no idea what was actually happening in the house. Well, I also think she does poorly on most seasons, and even if she did survive this week, based on how the dynamic was in the season, I don't think she would have lasted much longer anyways, or really had much of a chance.
At 248 is Ramses from Big Brother 19.
He's similar to the other people I discussed over the last few spots, but the main difference is that Ramses was not a first boot and lasted a few rounds and weeks, unlike the others. Ramses was closer to people who were on the outs, like Megan, Jillian, and Alex, and when one of them quit, he never really adjusted. And when Jillian was booted, he didn't adjust at all either. He was not nominated that week, which is good, but Jillian ended up going home, and Ramses was on his own for the rest of his time in the season. He was given a punishment where he had to nominate himself during one of the next few weeks, and when he chose to be nominated, the House was mad that he tried to win the veto because they wanted Cody gone, but in general, it was just a very messy situation. When it seemed like he was getting close to Alina and Mark, though I don't think they were going to work with him anyways, Jessica won HOH and poorly used him as a pawn to get Josh out. But because he was not in the big alliance, Paul and Christmas got their votes flipped on him, and Ramses was too passive with how he handled his fate that week. I just don't see him doing well on most seasons due to his social and strategic limitations.
At 247th is Shannon from Big Brother 2.
She is such a weird one, since while she mainly alienated and provoked a lot of the house guests, only focusing on a select few people in the house and being on the outs due to her behavior, she was not the initial target when she went up against Wall, and she was only voted out because she told most of the other house guests to vote her out. Maybe Shannon would have calmed down if she was without Will, and she was second in a HOH that sent her out, so I could see her being good in competitions. At the same time, she victimized herself a lot with her actions and didn't have the fortitude to want to continue playing the game, and she put herself in the position where she was on the outs.
At 246th is Daniel from Big Brother 24.
Like I mentioned in the BB24 videos, there was a huge argument that can be made for him being in the Abysmal tier. Despite winning the very first HOH, he was not involved in any of the main alliances, but automatically assumed that he was, despite spending his entire HOH week with Nicole all alone. Nicole was able to make some inroads and told Daniel all about it, and when the leftovers was formed, he was kind of grouped with the other side of the house, where they did so much rely on him. Unfortunately for him, the leftovers remained in power, and while he was able to figure out who was in the alliance, he made a lot of dumb moves. He decided to use the veto, even though he was told that Nicole would go home, and then she ended up going home. The other side that he was grouped in with had very little relationships with him, so he ended up by himself very quickly, and he overestimated his position in the game, where he kind of felt like crapping on Taylor would integrate him more with the house, but it did the complete opposite. Daniel is a mess strategically and knows enough about the game, which is why he is in this tier and not in the Abysmal tier, but is awful socially, is okay competitively, and is too arrogant / lacks any self-awareness to acknowledge his faults to improve as a player.
At 245th is Scott from Big Brother 5.
He was able to get into an alliance that had some power early on in the season, and they were very loyal to him. So that's more than most of the early boots, or what most of the early boots can say for themselves. In addition to that, he was the pawn on this final week, but became the target when Jace, who was the target that won the veto that week. So he was sent home there. At the same time, he actively made his alliance weaker as he alienated and targeted Marvin, who was someone who wanted to work with them, and sent home Holly, who was someone who would have voted with them. In addition to that, he pissed off several people in the house with his actions and attitude, so he drew unnecessary attention on himself, in addition to being a compulsive liar.
At 244th is Brittany from Big Brother 16.
She is someone that I was disappointed in when I was rewatching this season, since I was expecting her to be in the potential tier beforehand. I do not remember how whiny and entitled she was during her time on the season, as she kept on mentioning that her being a mother is why she deserved being there, and acted like she was better than some of the others. She was nominated in the first week, but won Battle of the Block to save herself, and was the target by Devin because of her big mouth, and while some wanted to keep her, it wasn't seemingly enough, but she convinced Devin to keep her safe by mentioning their parenthood. The fact that she did this was good, but it related to her being a parent, which is the main talking point that she is used against the others, or for herself. She pissed off Cody, and once she was targeted the very next week, she really had. Sorry, it wasn't the next week, it was 2 weeks later. She really had nothing left with how she campaigned to stay in the house. Her social game is spotty at best, and while she could have been decent strategically, I think her pride is just too big for her to overcome, and that's a huge issue.
At 243rd is Bronte from Big Brother 18.
I think she's the final person on this list, pertaining to the really passive early boots who also had some unluckiness happening. Brodsky was in the group with the other newbies who wanted to target the veterans or the vet adjacent people, but they of course did not have the numbers to get what they wanted. From that point onwards, Bronte's game was pretty much done, as she was nominated in her final 2 weeks, and while she had her Spy Girls alliance, she didn't have any other relationships, unlike Natalie and Bridget. A lot of the house guests did not like her, which they did not capture on the episodes, and she didn't like them either, which is why her social game suffered severely. On her final week, she was the pawn against Tiffany, but the house flipped on her and she was booted. The social, strategic, and competitive game just wasn't there for Bronte, so here she is.
At 242 is Josh from Big Brother 3.
He was able to get a group of people to get into a solid alliance of 6 on the first night, and replacing people, Amy for Roddy and Jerry for Tanya, so props to him for that. At the same time, it became clear very quickly that his alliance didn't trust him very much. He didn't have much power, and the entire house saw through what he was trying to do. Luckily for him, he built some relationships where he was able to stay against Tanya, but he was kind of at other people's mercy the rest of the season, where people had varying opinions on him, and he was used as a number to split up the couples. He was sent home because someone who was his ally was trying to do damage control in a position where he shouldn't have went home, and actively ruined his chances of staying, where he had the vote at one point to stay.
And the final person in this tier at 241st is David from Big Brother 21 and 22.
On his first season, he was booted on the first day because he was banished and couldn't win a competition. I'm not going to talk about Camp Comeback since he wasn't a player at the time, but whatever people felt about his potential in that season completely went away during his second season. David did no research in between seasons about the show at all, and was lucky to have a pre-game alliance with Tyler via Ovi, but he sketched people out the entire season, had horrible read after horrible read, turned off the people that wanted to work with him, and was playing a completely different game than the others. He didn't really know how to communicate with people, and because he didn't like saying for sure answers and kind of like talking in riddles at times, it just made people dislike him and have less respect for him even more. Because he was a non-threat, he was one of the last non-committee people to be taken out. He was poor competitively, poor socially, and poor strategically, where I don't see it getting any better, since there isn't really any self-awareness or the care for him to want to do better in a game like Big Brother.
This next group of people are jurors who I believe have little to no potential. I initially called them chaotic and unreliable jurors, but I don't think that is the most accurate description for all of the people that I have in this category. So the first person in this group at 240th is Terrence from Big Brother 24.
He is someone who I feel like performed at his best potential showing on this season and would do worse on most other seasons. Terrence immediately struggled to make bonds with people, which is why he was nominated and was close to throwing in the towel that week. He really was not brought into any of the main alliances for the first few weeks of the season and was consistently pawned throughout the season since people saw him as expendable and he was going to be safe. When he did get strategically active in making allies and moves, they were never really good ones, like bonding with outsiders like Danielle and Nicole, who were kind of on their way out of the house, plotting to stay on the block against Monty and Joseph, where he would have went home in that case. Terrence was only able to win 8 or 8 because of the twist that week, and he did use it fine enough, though once he went back into the house after the twist was over, he really went back to the position that he was in before his HOH, and he was easily picked off. Terrence didn't know what was happening in the house. He was pretty poor socially, had no respect in the house, so no chance of winning a vote, and he was relatively meh in competitions.
At 239th is Matt from Big Brother 19.
Now we're getting to a decent enough line of people who made it to the jury portion of the season, but just had little to no redeeming qualities as a player. Matt actively did not play the game, and when he did decide to do something, it was for Paul's benefit, like keeping himself on the block despite winning the veto. while he was nominated. Matt ditched any alliance and relationships that he had in the beginning because of what Paul told him to do, when it would have been beneficial for him to maintain having a relationship with Elena, Mark, hell, even Jessica. And he didn't even have a good enough social game that many people expected, since he refused to speak to the Kevin, Jason, and Alex alliance, despite them being in the same cult. Matt wasn't strong at competitions, wasn't strong socially, and wasn't good at the strategic part of the game, and that was when he did try to play the game. There's also just the lack of care that is also a huge hole for him as a player, so I don't ever see him being an actual player or wanting to learn to be better.
At 238th is Raven from Big Brother 19.
Honestly, she had a lot of the same faults that Matt did. Delusional viewpoint about the game and how involved they really were in the strategizing of the game, as well as their positions in the house, and also not being very social and competitive at all. She abandoned connections to the people that she really needed for her own game, like Jessica, Mike, and Elena, just because Paul told her to, and she never took any action pertaining anything within the game. What makes it even worse is that she had a lot of pointless lies that she told to people about stuff that really didn't matter, but it made a lot of people dislike her, and whatever pity and likability she had due to her health condition in the beginning, that wore thin as the season continued on. She really was in her own world and lacked any sort of self awareness, so I don't see her improving as a player, and her best bet is being dragged to the end as a goat. But she couldn't even do that in this season.
At 237th is Kevin from Big Brother 19.
So that's three BB19 people out in a row. What is annoying about Kevin is that there are moments where it seems like he is starting to get into the game, but he would always give it up and just follow whatever Paul wanted with absolutely no hesitation. His entire game was about following Paul and the cult, though half of the cult didn't even like him, and he never even tried to improve those relationships, and while he could have made his own connections and agency within the game, he just gave it up completely, and a lot of the times he just didn't know what he was doing or what was happening. At the same time, he was completely horrendous at competitions, could not utilize any sort of strategy on his own, despite him realizing that things were off throughout the season, and he only made it as far as he did because he was dragged along, and no one respected him. I don't see any improvement as a player if he were to ever come back.
At 236th is Fessel from Big Brother 20.
It's interesting watching him on this season, especially after seeing him on the challenge over the last 4 years, where a lot has changed and a lot has stayed the same with him. Faisal knew very little about the game, but he was able to get into a Falte Hive alliance where they actually had a lot of power in the beginning since they won so many of the HOHs, but they consistently blew it due to the choices that they made and being tricked by the other side. Fisa is someone who needs to be led and isn't very perceptive on what is actually going on, while also struggling socially since he only deals with the people that he likes and doesn't speak to the people that he does not like. Ultimately, his entire alliance crumbled due to the several bad choices they made, and the final nail in their coffin for him was him deciding to target Scotty, who was the only one in his alliance outside of Haley because he didn't like their relationship and believed what the opposite side told him, only to be voted out the very next week. And it's weird that he never even questioned JC about his vote, despite JC disrespecting him time and time again, and also being close to the other side. Faisal just does not get strategy, has a lot of social issues, and only thrives in the competitive aspect. And he has stated that the show/game isn't for him. I don't think he has the ability to improve.
At 235th is Victor from Big Brother 18.
There's no way that someone who was evicted thrice in one season was ever going to be any higher than the bad tier. But even if you look at his three durations, none of them were good. He won immunity on day one, where he would have for sure been the first boot instead of Josiah, because people disliked him so much, and his strategy was so poor, so it wasn't shocking that he was booted second. He was able to skip 2 weeks and had the opportunity to come back, which I docked him for that, but Paul completely led his entire game, where he was led to make a final three with the Pauls, one of them being the person who backdoored him the first time, work with the other guys, and led to turn on Paul and Corey when it wasn't in his best interest to do so. He chose a side when he and Paul were in the middle of the house, and then was immediately turned on the very next week and went home as a mid juror via being a pawn that went home. He was lucky to get another chance to return, and people usually receive one chance to return, if they even receive that chance at all, so I'm docking him for that too. And he was able to get into an alliance with Nikori, where they all convinced him to take out Natalie, where it was not in his best interest. While Victor did improve socially in the season, and was a threat at the very end, there are a lot of issues here. His strategy is very poor, and the competitions was his only plus. While he might not be as bad on another season, I don't see him improving his falls, and I don't think he has a lot of transferable skills. So, yeah, this tier and this placement is perfectly fine for me.
At 234th is Frank from Big Brother 14 and Big Brother 18.
While the edit seemingly tried to cover it to the best of their ability, Frank's main issue is that his social game was abysmal, which is why most of the house was targeting him from the beginning. He decided to stick himself to Mike Boogie like glue, and the two of them would just bag in their negativity together while thinking that they are in a much better position than they were. Frank was close to going home in the first week, and it was really blowing up that caused him to stay. He was able to win several other HOHs over the course of the season, and some vetoes as well, where he showed how great of a competitor he was. The issue with Frank is that whenever he was not in power, via an HOH, he was nominated, and then had to veto himself. Outside of the first vote, he only survived the block because he was next to Janelle, and his eviction in the third week was cancelled, so he had the privilege of his eviction being stopped by outside of his control. For someone to get 7th place and was either nominated or a HOH is really bad. And Frank always took people's words to heart and by face value too much, when the people proved that they could not be trusted time and time beforehand. With all that in mind, it makes sense why he is here.
Frank returns for Big Brother 18, and it just confirms what I thought about him during Big Brother 14, though I do think his game here might have been better than his first season, due to him not having to rely on not winning competitions for at least a little bit, and he was actually able to be in a majority alliance for the first 2 weeks of the season. This is why he moved up a tier. Pretty much. Despite being positioned great during the first week or so, Frank's personality gets in the way, since he rubs people, pretty much everyone, the wrong way in his alliance, starts to overplay, which everyone sees through, and he starts quite a bit of drama and dissension. He was immune for a few weeks due to his team winning HOHs like Bridget and Polly, so I did dock him for that, and as soon as he was on the block, he was toast, and there wasn't much he could do. His journey here just reinforced his flaws from his first season, but I do give him credit for at least trying to improve, where many people don't even do that on their returnee seasons.
At 233rd is Zach from Big Brother 8.
It's interesting that a third place player and someone who's the biggest threat out of the final three ended up being not only being in the bad tier, but being so low on the list. But when you look at his game and skill set, it makes sense. Zach was in an alliance called Mr. and Mrs. Smith Alliance, and it was a horrible alliance, because not only were they completely transparent about their alliance, but they had no social and strategic code in the game. The alliance was exposed very quickly, and they were wiped out with the exception of Zach. His main flaw is that his social game was abysmal, where for weeks people went out of their way to walk out of conversations with him and to walk out of rooms with him and to avoid him as much as possible, and people legitimately disliked him. Even despite that, people were still actively targeting him throughout the season, and he was always a backup target. He was kind of just coasting, and then was brought in as a number by the Donatos, enabling them for several weeks, while also trying to play a bad rat game, and missed an opportunity in the final 5 to boot them, only to attempt to do so in the final 4, but it was too late. Zach was the least hated out of the 3, but damn near everyone else beats him, and they were rooting against him. In addition to that, Zach had an inflated sense of entitlement and ego when no one respected him in the house and he didn't really make any moves.
At 232nd is Howie from Big Brother 6 and 7.
It's crazy that I have the first returnee ranked this low, especially over 2 returnees that are 2-time pre-jurors at this point, which he has never been a pre-juror in either of his seasons. Anyways, Howie has moments in his 2 seasons where everyone liked and enjoyed his company, but this was mainly during the first half of Big Brother 6, and then people quickly got over his shtick. Fortunately for him, he was never seen as a threat and wasn't completely awful socially, so he was not in danger of being an early boot. But he was never a threat to win, and I don't see him winning any jury vote. And despite all of that, he made a lot of poor strategic moves. Of course,
There was his awful HOH, but he was very impulsive with his moves. His reads got worse as the seasons went on, got very overcompetent, was blabby with information, and alienated the people that were not in his alliance. So I don't have faith in him as a player at all, really.
At 231 is Brittany from Big Brother 23.
Honestly, I was not impressed with her whatsoever, and I did consider putting her in the Abysmal tier when rewatching the season. Brittany was on the outs from the very beginning, since she spent most of her time with Frenchie, Aza, and Derek F. during the first few weeks of the season, when none of them had any social capital. Due to this, she ended up being on the block quite a bit as a pawn, which caused her to whine and cry because of her entitlement while she didn't do anything to put herself in a good position. The house did not see her as a threat, so she was not going to be targeted, and while she did end up making a deal with Christian, she decided to send him home over Sarah Beth when it was better for her to keep him around, so she didn't even make good decisions during the few times she had the opportunity to have agency for herself. She never repaired her relationship with Kyland and ended up going home the next week. And while that was because of the coquette strategy, Brittany had no chance in winning, wasn't good in competitions, as she performed poorly outside of the one that she actually won. She wasn't good socially and sucked strategically. She doesn't seem like the type who has any incapability or enough to learn from her mistakes, so here she is.
And the final person in this group at 230th is Dana from Big Brother 4.
Honestly, I don't think her big fault in the game was her strategic thinking, as she was the first one who planned on floating between the two sides, but as things went on, she mainly flipped to the Stooges. The issue is, her social game was not good enough for her to float, and everyone saw through what she was doing strategically from the first week. Her alliance pushed for her to go home on G's HOH, and she was lucky it didn't happen. She wins HOH, and her mistake was not nominating Nathan next to Allison, and also getting involved in the romance drama with Allison and Justin. June warned her that the Stooges were not loyal, and we saw that when they tossed her to the Wolves immediately the next week. And the House mentioned that she made the game personal, and they just found her very annoying, so they didn't respect her.
So this next subset group of people are for the pre-jurors who are either in a decent position or had power for a little bit during the brief time in the season. So at 229th is Brayden from Big Brother 11.
The Athletes and the Brains Alliance saw him as a threat, and Braden had a good relationship with his side of the house. It seemed like he wasn't a target at the beginning, but once he was nominated, he completely blew it, as he snapped at Lydia and Kevin, which could have been votes to keep him in the house, and decided to be a racist, which caused even more people to turn away from him. Despite that, it was a tie vote to get him to go. Braden didn't show much about his strategic game, and he was too emotional, which caused him to not stay when he probably could have stayed, and he's still a first boot, who didn't seem like he had bigger potential.
At 228th is Cassie from BB13.
It has been discussed in the fandom that she got a very good edit on the show, since she was not doing well socially at all. Outside of the fact that she did not get along with most of the veterans, she also had conflicts with newbies like Kalia and Porsche, and this conflict caused her to be very tunnel visioned in the game. Cassie got herself into the worst alliance ever, called the Regulators Alliance, and while they almost got their way on the first vote, Keith's actions drove away 2 votes that she needed, and they needed. They really wasn't much strategically there from Cassie that showed that she could get herself out of tough jams, and she ended up whining and complaining about the position she was in, claiming that the women were jealous of her because she was a pretty female, which was not the case. I don't see Cassie doing better on other seasons, not only because she wasn't a fan of the show to begin with, but she has to realize that her poor play and personality is why she was in the position she was in. I don't see the potential of growth, so outside of what she did in the game, I feel like putting her here is a good spot for her.
At 227th is Howard from BB15.
His journey in the season was very unfortunate due to the blatant racism that happened in the season, which was of course going to affect him severely in the house. You can see the energy just shift and how it really affected him. Outside of that, Howard did make some mistakes in the game, like constantly lying about being in the moving company even after 2 of the members already exposed it. It was good that he was a part of the alliance and was making other relationships with other people, but he was given the opportunity to flip when it became clear that his alliance was done, but he refused to do so. Outside of that, and then lying about his alliance, he lost the trust of many people and never did much work to actively repair those relationships. He was not good at the competitions, wasn't a good or notable strategist, and had a hard time getting his thoughts across to people in the way that he intends them to get across, in addition to not being adaptable whatsoever.
At 226th is Kale from BB8.
She definitely had a tough run during her time on the season, but despite her archetype, Kale shocked people at first. She was able to win the first HOH, so it gave her the opportunity to build a structure around her that will carry her fall. Kale did try that, but she chose the wrong allies for the Mr. and Mrs. Robertson's alliance, and the alliance not only blew up, but they outright left her hanging with the second vote. But that was partially due to her pushing hard to boot Dick when no one wanted that. She made her entire alliance very obvious, which is why she was in the position to begin with, and Kale could not adapt. She was always the initial target or the backup target, but they decided to backdoor Nick and Mike, which spared her, but her position actually never changed. In her final week, Kale was truly the pawn, but due to several mistakes of the Donatos, she ended up being booted right before Jerry. I don't think she has the capability to adapt, have a good social strategic game, or to calm her emotions, as she was very emotional as well.
At 225th is Eric from BB6.
He is someone who has some of the traits to do well in Big Brother, the ability to win competitions, and the ability to make bonds with a decent amount of people. This would have caused him to be put higher, but the issue that this only works on about half of the house. He made it clear when he saw others as not worthy or he saw them as expendable, and didn't bother with some other people, which caused a huge divide in the house. He wanted to micromanage and control everything, and people who are not about that will handle it and obviously are going to retaliate against it, which is exactly what happened when Kaiser won HOH. In addition to that, he blew up his guys' alliance for little reason and created a cult alliance, and then wanted to preach honesty to people. If he was able to take accountability for some of his misfallings and have the ability to learn from it, I would put him higher, but he would do the same thing over and over again.
At 224th is Ronnie from BB11.
If anyone talks about a pre-jury flame-out on Big Brother, Ronnie is usually the one of the first people who come up. He was in a prime position throughout the first week, since he was able to start the Brains plus Bronze alliance, and the other side of the house trusted him to vote with them. Of course, he was going to piss off one side of the house, but he could have worked through that, since many people in his position has come out of that in a better position, and the other side were willing to overlook it. The main mistake that Ronnie made was that he won HOH, and you don't win HOH when you're in the middle. And then he started threatening people, making it clear that he was the rogue vote. But he continued lying about it, even when the other side were willing to move on from it. Ronnie's spot was blown up to the entire house, and while the Jesse side took him in, there was dissension in that side of the house, and Russell didn't like that his allies chose Ronnie over him, and the other side hasn't forgot about what Ronnie did, so he was the final pre-juror. Just too messy for his own doing, and while he has some positives, this is a good spot for him.
At 223rd is Izzy from BB25.
What's interesting about Izzy is that compared to a lot of people in this tier, she actually had a lot of power, though all of that was in virtue through Surrey. She was able to get into the Fields family, and she was able to get them to be loyal to her since she knew their secret and was in a lot of alliances with them, especially the Bye Bye Bitches and the Professor's alliance. The issue with Izzy is that her social game was poor, since she was a huge target from the other side of the house, and she made a lot of social faux pas with people who were actually on her side. She made the dumb choice to target Hassam, who would have protected her over the field, and I believe they had a final two together, turning on Red, who was also very loyal to the group and wouldn't have come after her. He actively prevented Cameron from going after her on Cameron's HOH, and alienating Corey, while being way too scatterbrained. While she was close to winning some competitions in the season, she couldn't pull off a win. She was pretty poor socially and was not good strategically, clearly. What's even worse is that she was never playing for herself to win, and actively ruined any sort of agency that she could have had for herself. So with that, as well as her lack of accountability in general, earned her this spot on this tier.
At 222nd is Jared from BB25.
I honestly thought that he was going to be lower than this, and there is an argument for him to be lower. Jared had all of the benefits to do well in this game. He had his mother in the house with him, who is a legend at social, strategic, reality shows, and the house did not know about this connection. The younger alliance wanted to work with him, and he had connections to the older alliance via his mother, so he could have just chilled on that and let it carry him through at least the first two-thirds of the season. The issue with Jared is that he wanted to have control to the point where he wouldn't listen to his mother at times. He told way too much information to people like Corey and Blue, which was eventually used against him. He also spread too many lies to the house guests, like unnecessarily meddling with Brett and Cameron, and spoke way too much, like telling Jag that he knew about Matt saving him when Jared was specifically told by his mother to not tell anyone. He came off as domineering at times, and while he was able to build a lot of relationships in the season, he could not maintain it as he actively ruined a lot of those relationships, and he heavily contributed to the downfall of his alliance. Jared was pretty good at competitions since he won a decent amount, but he cannot get over his messiness. While he did take accountability for his actions, which has me thinking maybe he would improve from his faults if he's on another season, I don't know if he would be physically able to actually execute the things that he needed to improve on, or he would need to improve on another season.
And the final person in this group at 221st is Nicole from BB24.
She's someone that I felt like had some promise, but ultimately was too messy, and I guess that's where I have a lot of people in this area on this specific tier. Nicole was tied to Daniel in the first week, which caused her to be a bit too isolated, as she was one of the few girls who was not attached to the Girls' Alliance and was not really in many alliances during that week, despite being in the powerful position of aligning with the HOH. But something changed in the second week, where she was approached to be a part of the post-pack alliance, though that was kind of random, and she did get closer to most of the women in the house, where her position did improve. The post-pack did start falling apart, with Monty and Kyle being on the out, but it did cause the dynamics in the house to shift, and Nicole was definitely a big part of that, though it was negative, as they felt like she was too aggressive, and a drama with Taylor did not help. Once the blindside happened, Nicole was stuck with Daniel and stuck out like a sore thumb, where she volunteered to go on the block, thinking that she was safe, and she ended up going home, though she was the target that week anyways. I do think Nicole is a bit too stubborn at times and isn't as flexible, but she did realize that there was another alliance and was decent enough in competitions and seemed to take some accountability for her actions, so I do think she could improve, but in general, from what she showed, here she is.
Now we are moving on to the group who are, in general, passive jurors, but they were still relatively poor players in the grand scheme of things, hence them being in this tier. The first person in this group at 220th is Jerry from Big Brother 3.
He was able to get into a solid alliance, but people started feeling weirded out by him, and that only exasperated once he not only used the veto, which was a huge no-no back then, but used race and sexuality as a rationale, which rubbed everyone the wrong way. Of course, most of the house mentioned that his time was limited after this, but he does end up staying a while. But I think that was mainly because the HOH rounds benefited him, and the only person who could have targeted him in Roddy made a deal with him. And he became a huge non-threat in the house. It was hard for Jerry to bond with people in the house due to their huge age and generation gap. In the round where he eventually goes, it was because Jason wanted to make a very easy move, and he kind of gave up once he was on the block. I think he would be an earlier boot on most seasons, and his strategic and social flaws are large ones.
At 219th is George from Big Brother 7.
He is the only person on this list who played a completely different game, where he was used to having to kiss up to America, and they were not allowed to strategize or anything in BB1. So when he came in All-Stars, he had to learn the game from scratch, and it did kind of put him as a target in the early weeks, since it would be an easy boot. After making it through that, he was not able to find people who wanted to work with him, and when he did get power on his HOH, he was all over the place with his moves. He really didn't know much about what was going on and was on his own island, where I do see him either being an earlier boot or someone who's dragged along, somewhat like how he was in this season.
At 218th is Kathy from Big Brother 12.
It seems like her spot in the game was going to be someone who's dragged to the end as a goat, but as we know, this didn't end up happening. At the same time, she was really targeted throughout the season and was always the alternate target. She was actually the main target at some point during Matt's HOH, and when Brennan won the veto, people were planning on booting her. Luckily for her, she remained calm on the block, while Andrew blew himself out of the house. Kathy didn't have any notable alliances whatsoever, and had relationships with some other women, but they all went early. Kathy was sent home to the Diamond
power of veto, and while she was screwed, she didn't have a chance to win, and I don't think she has the capability to do better at the game. She is also infamously poor in competitions, so that's another negative on her as well.
At 217th is Lydia from Big Brother 11.
I didn't know what I thought of Lydia as a player before this, but I was kind of shocked with how poor of a player I realized she was. Lydia was genuinely trying to get in good with Jesse, but he and his allies saw her as someone who was disingenuous, so it caused her to be targeted, but she would have been saved by the other side in the vote. Lydia ended up burning that other side by selling Brayden out, but she was a part of the Jesse group. After that, she was at the bottom of that alliance and caused a lot of dissension with Natalie, who was in a better position in that alliance. And it seemed like she tried to be a floater, a very bad one, whenever she was pissed off, so people saw through her game, and she almost went home by her own alliance during the fourth week. She was strategically messy, her position was poor throughout the entire season, and was really poor in competitions. And while she was kind of affected by the coup, it wasn't directly, and she didn't have a chance to win the game anyways.
At 216th is Jasmine from Big Brother 24.
Like Indy, she really was not a part of the main alliances during the early part of the season, as she was not in the post-pack alliance, and while she was a part of the girls' alliance, that was the fake alliance, or at least in the first week. She thought that she was in a much better position than she was, and she had to be convinced to take out Pooch over Taylor, which was better for her game. Of course, in the third week, Jasmine's game changed for the worse, as her closest ally in Amira was booted, and she was put in the bottom of the house for the rest of her time in the game. While Jasmine was a good liar, she was not aware of what was happening, and her initial good went away as she annoyed more and more of the house guests. People didn't really care for her injury anymore and thought that she was actively playing it up, and she was good in competitions overall, despite her one HOH win, and some might even say that was a fluke. Jasmine was kind of just sitting there until she was taken out in the early jury portion of the season. While she was more aware than some of her other allies, and she wasn't as catastrophic as Nicole and Daniel, or as threatening as they were, she was really out of the loop for pretty much the entire season, and while she was kind of the leader of her group after a while, I don't really see her evolving her gameplay at all, and she really didn't show a whole lot, so here she is.
At 215th is Alyssa from Big Brother 15.
It was clear that Alyssa was stunt casting because of her connection to Brenchel, and I don't know if the stunt casting was worth it for them by the end. Alyssa hiding her relationship with her sister and brother-in-law rubbed the house guests the wrong way, and in addition to that, her personality just rubbed people the wrong way, where she was a huge target during the first 2 weeks. If she did not win the MVP and the house realizing that they could weaponize it, she would have gone home in one of the first 2 evictions. After that, she did blend in with the house and was a part of the majority alliance, but she was at the bottom of the alliance, where she didn't do much to change her position in the game. Even during the weeks where she was safe, she was pissing off a lot of people due to her attitude, whining and complaining to production, and acting like she was privileged. It seemed like she woke up once Helen was evicted and was the first to make a move to target Miranda, but it was just too late. Alyssa could win some comps, but she wasn't the strongest in them, and wasn't good strategically or socially, where she would be an early boot on most seasons, in my opinion.
At 214th is Joe from Big Brother 14.
At 74th is Joe from Big Brother 14. I really don't want to discuss him much, since I just don't care overall. Apparently, he made several alliances with the people in the house, and while it's a good idea in theory, people of course caught on and compared notes, so he was put in a tough position in the beginning due to this. Even within his own team, Joe was an outsider, and I could imagine some of his antics were a part of it. Joe also talked way too much, was way too transparent with everything he did, so it made people distrust him, and he was not in the structure of the strategic or even social dynamics of the house. He was nominated a few times and was carried along as a goat of some sorts, but he ended up being booted in the double as a pawn who went home. He was poor strategically, poor socially, poor competitively, and people didn't respect him because they thought he was in the house to promote his cooking career.
And the final person in this group at 213th is Gina Marie from Big Brother 15.
It's clear that she was cast mainly for her personality and not for any gameplay potential or as a winner contender. Gina Marie did have an alliance with the Aaron and Caitlyn side of the house, but they were in the immediate minority, and it was mainly due to their own behavior, causing her to be blindsided with the first 2 votes. She did not handle this well at all, but people did not respect her or see her as a threat, so they left her alone and targeted her allies instead. But in the middle weeks of the season, she was left out of the alliance that Aaron was being pulled into and was thrown out there as an alternate target a few times. Gina Marie played personally whenever she was in power and was just a number when she was brought into the Exterminators Alliance. She could not explain her game at the end because she did not really know what she was doing, was poor strategically, and got into a lot of drama, so she wasn't good socially, and I only remember her doing well in physical competitions, so she's not even diverse in the type of competitions that she can win. I see her getting dragged along more often than not, and she isn't as self-destructive, which is why she is higher on this tier.
There's only a few categories left in the bad tier, and in this tier, I have the better pre-jurors on this list, but I don't really feel like they were good enough to show that they had any potential on other seasons, or I'm not too sure about it, so here they are. At 212, and the first person in this tier is Whitney from Big Brother 23.
I really don't have a whole lot to say about her, since she's a forgettable house guest in general, and didn't do much during her time in the season. It did seem like she got along with the majority of the house guests, though it was in a very shallow way, but she wasn't pissing people off, actively at least, and was laying low. She was brought into the slaughterhouse and did intend on being loyal to them, but the issue is that alliance was led by a nut of a house guest and it fell apart almost immediately, which had nothing to do with Whitney. The issue is she didn't pivot whatsoever, and it caused her to be on the outs, since everyone else that was not in the cookout was attached to someone in the cookout. Everyone but Whitney. It made her an easy target, and when she was on the block, she did nothing to stay. I do think Whitney had an idea about strategy and the game, but she was not able to make strong enough bonds with people, was extremely passive, and some people were rubbed the wrong way by her, and I don't really see her improving on most seasons. I know some people would feel like she should be on the potential tier since she's kind of similar to a lot of those pre-jury women who go but had some sort of promise, but I felt like she didn't have as much promise as many other women I put in that tier, and she would have an issue with executing whatever she wanted, and she never really did much to show that she had the extra potential to put her up there.
At 211th is Laura from Big Brother 11.
She was another one who disappointed me when rewatching the season, since many people act like she's this robbed goddess with potential, but I don't really see it like that. Laura bragged about how much she knew about the game, and she was struggling with bonding with people in the beginning, when she was almost nominated the first week. She kissed up to the Jesse side of the house, but was then very transparent with not actually being with them, and she was not very high up on the totem pole with the Jeff and Jordan side of the house either. Laura also vocalized how much she did not trust Ronnie right after he won HOH, and was a dead woman walking in her final week. I do think she knows the game and can be perceptive, but she talks too much, is too transparent, and people saw her as very fake, and I don't know if she has the ability to improve.
At 210th is Casey from Big Brother 11.
He is kind of similar to Laura, since apparently he kissed up to the Jesse side of the house to avoid being nominated, but did not maintain that relationship, or the relationships with the other side, and lied about who he was voting out, so he was on their bad side. Casey got closer to the Jeff and Jordan side of the house, and made it known how much he did not trust Ronnie, which he could focus on for the rest of his time in the house. Casey was close in many competitions, so he had that going for him, but it was also why he was backdoored, which he did not see coming, and no one really cared when it happened. Casey mentioned that his big issue is that he takes people for their word too much, and he wasn't doing great socially or strategically, so he's on the higher end of the bad tier.
At 209th is Swaggy from Big Brother 20.
A part of me thought that he was going to be in the potential tier before rewatching his season, but I just couldn't do it. He caused quite a stir with a few people right from the beginning, though I do think others pushed their perceptions onto him, even if he was not as loud as obnoxious in reality than he was in the diary room. Swaggy was the leader of the Falte side of the house and didn't realize that Tyler wasn't with him, and was very cagey about the people Swaggy was targeting, so that helped his downfall, and him kind of just breaking to others about what he was doing in general. In addition to that, he was not the best at making his allies feel secure with him, which helped Caitlyn flip, and there's a point where Haley and Rockstar even had their doubts about him on the feeds, and they didn't stop his backdoor from happening when they were told about it. Swaggy did have a loyal group of people, and I thought he could do better on another season, but he's still insistent on not changing his flaws and will continue being quote unquote swaggy instead of Christopher, so I can see him being a pre-juror more often than not.
At 208th is Dominique from Big Brother 19.
She is also someone who, like Swiggy, I did debate about putting in the potential tier, but I just couldn't do it, since I still think she's a bit too limited. Dominique was actually a part of the Babes and Bros alliance that Cody essentially created, and she was in a decent position within the house during the first week and a half of the season. There were notable issues though, like her creating issues between Mark and Elena, where they both wanted to work with her, not developing relationships with people not in her alliance, and focusing on trying to pitch herself a talk show instead of actually playing the game. Paul wanted to create his own cult and decided to not include her in it, where when the Outsiders won HOH, it was easy for her to be targeted. While she knew something was off, especially with Paul, she could not get her point across in the manner that she needed to. I don't really see her improving her skills or really learning anything, so I don't think she would do better on another season.
At 207th is Jace from Big Brother 5 and Big Brother 7.
He is someone who generally has a lot of good ideas or a lot of the right ideas, especially pertaining to strategy and what he should do to end up doing well, but he is never able to pull it off. In season 5, he attempted on having many relationships with people, but pissed too many people off with his antics, where he was only reliant on the Four Horsemen and Holly, where even that caused a lot of distrust within that group and him. His alliance voted out Holly because they thought she was manipulating him, and he was seen as a huge bully amongst everyone, where the Six Finger Plan formed to get him out of the house, and he was sold out by his own ally, Drew. And while he got better socially and strategically in All Stars, he was not a good enough game to play the Florida game, which he was trying to do, and he let his explosive personality ruin whatever momentum he was gaining. He is good at competitions, but the other stuff is why he will most likely always struggle to last long in Big Brother.
And the final person in this tier at 206th is Jason from Big Brother 17.
He is another person that I was expecting to put in the potential tier, but he just fell short. Jason was one of the winners of the first HOH competition, so it caused him to build his power structure and to give himself an advantage in the season. The issue is, the group that he got together was not strong at all, and he didn't encourage them to stick together, and he lost all power after the first week. He was nominated for every single week until he was eventually booted in the late pre-jury, spent most of his time smoking cigarettes to trash talk people, ignored half the house when it came to game talk, blabbed to everyone about the twin twist, believed Clay and Shelley even when they backstabbed him and his alliance time and time again. He got outplayed in his final week and really did very little to save himself. I don't see him improving or being a better player on another season, so here he is.
So we are at the second to last category of the bad tier, and this is a mix of passive people who made it to the jury portion, but they're also chaotic some way, which is kind of an oxymoron, but it makes sense once you really break this down. So at 205th is Jake from Big Brother 25.
I never in my wildest dreams ever thought that I was ever going to end up putting a winner on the bad tier. Even the lower tier winners that I've talked about in BBUS and BB Can ended up in the mediocre tier. Heck, I think that's even the case for Total Drama. But that was before Jag became a Big Brother house guest. It seemed like he was going to do well, since he made an 8-person alliance and he had a good idea with the Onion Alliance. But the execution of that Onion Alliance caused the foundation to be very poor, and he spent damn near all of his time with his alliance for the first 2 weeks of the season. Due to this, it caused him to be on the out when Rally's structure fell apart very quickly, and he was so stuck on the pre-game plan that he had with this huge alliance that he couldn't adapt to the dynamics at all. He was in a fake alliance, which wasn't known to him, with the Sweet side of the house, and they sent him home early, where, after coming back, he volunteered to go on the block for the alliance again, right after they voted him out, and they're intending on voting him out that week again, but he was spared due to nothing of his own doing. I dogged him, as well as other people who were evicted and then come back heavily for being booted pre-jury and then returning, where he only returned due to a twist that was only offered during that specific week of the season, where Matt saved him. And after that, he played poorly, as he was given poor read after poor read, and then things did turn around for him with the Izzy vote, though he had little to nothing to actively do with that. Jack was able to build alliances with Cameron and Boy Jane in the second half of the season, and had other relationships due to Matt's connections to those people, like Suri and Felicia, though he did build his own bonds with America and Corey. After this, Jag mainly just won competitions, so he was immune for all but one round throughout the jury portion, and him being allowed to play in back-to-back HOHs is bullshit. And he was ready to take Matt to the end, thinking that he would lose to him. Jag's social game was a mixed bag at best, and while Jag did get better strategically, he still was not good, had iffy jury management and a poker face, and his main strength was competitions. He had an issue with accountability throughout the season, and there are so many factors that caused him to even make it that far in the first place. And I still think that his inadaptability would cause him to do poorly on most seasons, in addition to all of the other stuff.
At 204th is Blue from Big Brother 25.
It was clear to me that Blue was someone who came into the game with the main goal of increasing her social media following, and with that in mind, it put some of her behavior and actions in the game into perspective. She got closer to the younger side of the house and ended up in the Riley Alliance, which was a good position to be in, if only it did not fall apart almost instantly. Due to that, she was at the bottom of the house, and a lot of people on the other side of the house did not like Blue, and a lot of people wanted to target her. I do think a showmatch with Jared helped her get over that early target, and it caused the Cerise side of the house to ease up on her, since she could be workable, and there were other threats that needed to be dealt with first. During this time, Blue was always trying to do certain things, like making pictures on who needed to go, planting seeds, and trying to get agency for herself, so she wasn't passive at all. The issue is, she might have played a better game had she been more passive, since her allies in Matt and Jag did not take her seriously and started actively losing trust with her due to what she was doing, and not even Jared did either, and due to her allegiances with both, it caused her to be put in a bad position, and it weakened. She got too obsessed with targeting America and Corey as it blinded her, and it was impressive to see her get closer to Suri and Felicia, but she was too blind about Matt and Jag's game, and all that bit her in the butt. Blue was not good in competitions from what I remembered. Outside of the one that she won, she was poor strategically and was all over the place socially. And I don't think she's a mediocre player or has a higher ceiling to have more potential. So she is on the higher end of the bad tier just due to her mess.
At 203rd is Derek F from Big Brother 23.
Alrighty, I don't know if this placement will shock some people or not, since he is known for being a really bad player. But he also made it to the final too, but I do think he benefited from there being so many poor players in this era, which may be more than normal compared to the other three eras, but I've had to look at those to see. Derek was not a part of the major or the alliances that were forming in the house at this point, since he clung heavily to Frenchie and Brittany, who were not doing well socially in the house. Luckily for him, there was the agreement of the cookout that became an alliance later on, where they agreed to not target one another. Due to this, he sat back for the first half of the season while not making a lot of meaningful relationships with people, hence him not getting involved in the main dynamics, but would then complain when Frenchie was sent home or when Brittany was consistently nominated. He was never going to be booted pre-jury, and no one was threatened by him. But his name came up a lot when he was nominated during the first week in jury, where a lot of the house guests wanted him booted, since he's an obvious goat. But he stayed due to the cookout. His alliance did have his back, but it was an outside factor that the other side cannot piece together for various reasons, which is why he stayed. And even after that, he continued picking fights with people in his alliance, made several emotional moves throughout the season, and then pissed off Asa enough at the end for claiming that he carried her there, which isn't true, and it caused her to actively choose to not take him to the final two because of it. He thought he was a mastermind, but had little to no idea of what was going on, was very emotional throughout the season, his social game was not all that, though it wasn't the absolute worst, and he was horrible in competitions. Despite that, I do think he would do better on another season, based on his postseason behavior and actually taking a lot of accountability, though that was mainly for his actions and not his actual gameplay, if that makes sense.
At 202 is Asa from Big Brother 23.
For some reason, people act like Asa is a much better player than Derek, and I just don't see it. She also did not get involved in the dynamics of the season, especially earlier on, since the alliances that were controlling the first part of the season she had nothing to do with, as she sat around isolating herself with Derek F. and Brittany, but complained when Brittany was always on the block. It even got to the point where she volunteered to go on the block several times throughout the first half of the season, since she was so annoyed with the strategy and social elements of the season, and things weren't going her way, and this was despite her being protected by the coquette. Asa had this entitlement about her, where she would get annoyed with her allies for being better positioned throughout the season, and felt entitled that certain HOHs should be given to her, and ultimately weren't given to her. I will say that she did spend some time building relationships with people as the season went on, though those relationships never turned into strategic relationships, but it did make her more respected for her transparency and being an empath, where she could win in a few circumstances. She did get more agency once she won HOH during the Final Five, though I don't know if she made the best decision with her HOH, made it through the Final Four due to nothing of her own doing, and actively changed her mind to want to take the one person she could not beat at the end, i.e. Xavier, over the person she could beat at the end due to Derek annoying her. On other seasons, I could see her being booted a lot earlier due to being on the out and a lack of active strategizing, and I don't see her playing any differently on another season. And in addition to that, she also was just really poor in competitions. I don't see her improving, hence her being at the top of this tier.
At 201st is Cowboy from Big Brother 5.
It's so crazy that I have a runner up who lost the season by one vote, lower than two pre-jurors, but the base of Cowboy's game and his skill set overall is just utterly hollow at best and awful to nothing at worst. He got in an alliance, which is a good thing, but he had absolutely no agency, power, or influence in that alliance whatsoever, while all the others kind of just ran the alliance. In addition to that, Cowboy had a poor social game with everyone else in the house, and no one respected him whatsoever, while he was also encouraging the herdsmen to make dumb moves, like targeting Marvin and booting Holly. After Scott and Jace were booted, Cowboy essentially did nothing and was carried to the end of the game and was pawned a few times because he was a non-threat. But I guess him being beside Adria and Natalie caused them to warm up to him, so he did get their votes to do that. But it wasn't due to anything he was actively trying to do. And the one chance he had to have any sort of agency in the game, he decided to boot Nokomis over Diane, who wasn't taking him to the final two, and it's clear that he just made Drew's move for him. This was clearly his highest ceiling, and it wasn't a high one, despite his placement.
At 200th is Jessica from Big Brother 21.
I don't think she's the worst of the worst, hence Jessica being on the higher end of the bad tier, but I don't think she's above being a bad player. She immediately did not jive well with the cast and only got along with a few of the women on the cast, but they are either basically just as powerless as she was, had other close ties that were closer than their tie to her, or they were booted very early in the season. Jessica kind of just observed everything that happened, and she did win HOH and veto in 1 week to take out Jack, but nothing about her actual position in the house changed. So she remained on the bottom and ignored what the dynamics were in the season, with them changing over and over again and trying to make herself fit into those consistently changing dynamics, since they never really included her in those alliances. There are a lot of social holes in Jessica's game that needs to be improved on, and I don't think she was really good strategically or competitively, so she's either booted early again or dragged along, but she didn't even get to be a goat in the season. She is following Big Brother heavily and she's involved in the community, so if there was a case of her returning season she comes back, maybe she could surprise me and do better, but in general, I kinda doubt it.
At 199th is Rockstar from Big Brother 20.
I'm kinda shocked that she isn't lower on this list, but I guess the others are just bigger screw ups. Rockstar was able to get into the Fate Alliance and was pretty well positioned within that alliance, though she had absolutely no game with anyone on the other side, or any relationship with them, and had a contentious relationship with Brett, so she didn't have much options. There were times where Rockstar came off like the smarter person in the alliance, but she was not an equipped leader or a natural leader, when maybe that would have been the case and they would have done better had she been the leader. She let her emotions get to her at various points in the season, and while she was screwed in the final week, her giving Tyler the veto answer when she could have saved herself otherwise that week is just catastrophic. At the same time, I see this season as her best case scenario, where I think she'll do worse in other seasons/scenarios. She is poor strategically, poor socially with the exception of the people she's close to, and is poor in competitions, so I can't put her on a higher tier. At 66th,
And the final person in this group at 198th is Scotty from Big Brother 20.
he is another person that I'm shocked is this high on this tier, but it's not because he's much better than the people lower than him on this tier. Scotty was kind of not in the Fate Alliance, and while he was a number for them, they didn't have the most trust with him, and he spent most of his first week with Steve, who went home that week. Scotty had to readjust and then got closer to the Fate side of the house, and while he did take out Winston and arguably had the best HOH from everyone on his side of the house in the entire season, his side of the house still did not trust him, especially with the swaggy vote mess while wearing his t-shirt. Scotty was very poor socially, as people on the other side did not want to speak to him at all, and his own side thought that he was too much. I do think he was the best person strategically on his alliance, but it doesn't say much, since he still failed to see the bigger picture at many points in the season, but he just wasn't chaotic. Faisal, his own ally, targeted him on his HOH, and Scotty virtually did nothing. He then came back into the game only to be booted 6 days later too, so I docked him for all of that too. Scotty's biggest issue in the game are his social skills, since he isn't horrible strategically and he's competent enough in competitions, but people are just too sketched up by him and he has an issue with taking accountability for his shortfalls, as we saw with his many explanations and excuses post season and in the years since, so I can't see him improving as a player.
So this is the final grouping in the bad tier, and this is a group of jurors who I feel like don't deserve to be in any of the higher tiers, so they're at the very top of the bad tier. And the first person in this tier at 197th is Devon from BB17, BB18, and BB22.
This is going to be a long one, since I never had to talk about one person who did 3 seasons in a single era before. So, in her first season, Devon gained immunity in the first week and was able to get into the majority alliance with the HOH at the time. With this in mind, she should have just been relaxing and cruising, right? Nope. She alienated Shelly, picked a fight with Clay, and tried to have him kicked out of the alliance, had some drama with Audrey, and got way too paranoid, to the point where she was immediately taken out the very next week with no resistance. And then she did not handle the twin situation or the vote situation well at all. Devon comes back for BB18, and she's the one veteran that the newbies on the other side actually trust, while she was in good with the other vets and the newbies who wanted to work with the vets. She was in the 8-person alliance, was in the Fatal 5, was approached to work with Zali and Nikori, and things were going well for her. Until she screwed it up. Turning on Tiffany due to her own paranoia, when she would have been loyal to her, was not a flex at all, though Tiffany's social game was on a decline with her without Devon, and continuing a beef with Frank was also not good for her, though he was always in a worse social position than she was. I don't think the Tiffany or Frank stuff was her actual downfall though, but it was her neglecting certain relationships, like neglecting her relationship with a very vengeful and needy Polly, and not being aware of why she was telling the information to who people like James and what his perspective on certain stuff would have been like. And when she wanted to go against Nicole, which people knew about for a few weeks at this point, she didn't have the numbers, but she still had a decent amount of allies, and the HOH didn't even want her gone that week. On BB22, Devon should have done well, since she was on a recent season, so they knew her. She had some outside of the game connections with some of the people in the cast that would have helped her, and she's not a threat or a target at all. She gets into an alliance called the Slick Six that isn't a real alliance, but it very well could have been real had she or Betty won in HOH, and the alliance still kept her safe for the first few weeks when people like Tyler and Enzo won HOHs. What also made it a fake alliance was that she was consistently telling people that she needed to, quote unquote, fact check when they just wanted her to take their word for certain information that they were relaying to her. She cannot vote out people because they are black, ignoring that most of the cast was white, and obviously they would feel uncomfortable with this. Completely ignore people who are trying to get her as a number, which she desperately needed in the season Nick did not encase her, and picked fights with some of the few people she actually had, like David and somewhat Kevin. She was perceptive in her first 2 seasons, but that skill set was completely gone in her third season, and it was very painful to watch, though Devon finally won a competition. She's a mess strategically, despite being perceptive, can't be social, but is just in general too distrusting to let her social game work for her, and is very poor competitively, causing her to be here, especially after having 3 chances.
At 196th is Zach from BB16.
I don't know how people feel about Zack as a player, but I saw very little that is good about him as a player when I rewatched the season. He was close to some of the people who ended up in the Palm Squad Alliance, and while I don't feel like he did much wrong with the Devon situation, he still found himself in a sticky situation, and his allies were considering booting him that week, which isn't good, and he stayed due to nothing of his own doing. Zack liked agitating people and doing things for TV time, which sketched everyone out, even his closest allies. I believe he created the Detonators Alliance, or maybe just named it, but he had no control over the alliance and was kind of hostile to a lot of people in the house, while also creating bad relationships with people like Christine. He also went home during the first week at jury. Actually, he almost went home during the first week at jury, and his allies were voting him out, but stayed true to a last minute flip that he had absolutely nothing to do with. Zack then ended up finally going home in a week where he should have been safe, but because he was so low on the totem pole and he talked way too much, it was easy for his allies to boot him. He was pretty poor strategically, wasn't notable in competitions from what I remember, and is actively poor socially, and I don't see him improving as a player, especially with everything he went through postseason, and I don't think he can really handle the game. If he toned it down, I might have moved him up another tier, but I think his run here is the best case scenario.
At 195th is Bridget from BB18.
When it comes to Bridget, many people don't really think about her as a player at all, which had me wondering how I would feel about her as a player before rewatching the season. Unfortunately, I didn't get much good from her after rewatching the season. She was a part of the Spy Girls, which is a good thing, and was loosely attached to the anti-vet newbies, but she wasn't close with the other side either, so she didn't have many people. Bridget had the chance to better her position in the game with winning an early HOH, but instead of going with her guts to target Nicole and Corey, she let Frank completely talk her into making poor nominations and letting him talk her out of vetoing Bronte, her closest ally, who he also secretly nominated, only for the latter to go home on her HOH. Bridget was on the outs for the rest of the season, where she was soon nominated with Frank and was consistently nominated until she was booted. She stayed over Frank and Devon due to nothing of her own doing. Bridget did help make the game-changing move of booting Zakia to weaken Polly, and also making amends with former enemy Michelle, but she had a poor HOH result in Corey, which caused her to not benefit from the move. I still think she suffers socially and strategically, but she's better in competitions than I remember, so her being at the relative top of this tier is fitting to me.
At 194th is Bailey from BB20 and BB22.
For her entire journey on Big Brother, and while I was watching her 2 seasons, I kept on debating about what tier I should put her in, whether in the bad tier or the potential tier, but her being at the top of the bad tier is very fitting now, looking back. In her first season, she was actually closer to the level 6 side of the house, before drifting more to the Fate side of the house, while not actually joining that side officially until a few weeks in. She actually had good relationships with both sides of the house, and was kind of playing in the middle, though I don't think she was intending on, or was even aware, or actively playing the middle, or else she would have leaned more into it. Things fell apart for Bailey once she won HOH, where she had to piss people off with the nominations and winning her spot in the house, and she arguably had the worst HOH-itis ever, as she treated everyone poorly, refused to listen to anyone or understand their perspectives, which would have actually given her some more insight, and was way too bossy, while also telling Rachel her power. Her HOH was a failure, and then she was backdoored the following week, where she handled that very poorly because of her for estimating some of her relationships. In her next season, she was calmer than she was in her first season, and it seemed like she was in a decent position as well, as people wanted her to be in the committee alliance, and she was close to the Janelle side of the house as well. Unfortunately, she was not put into the alliance because of her connection to Devon, and she also let Devon pull her away from working with Janelle and Kaiser. Once again, Bailey overestimated her relationships with people, which we saw with Christmas, so not only does she ignore others about them warning her about her real position in the house, but she took it really personally when Christmas nominated her. She really did nothing to stay that week, and her bragging about being a better juror sealed her fate. Ultimately, Bailey does not handle it well when things don't go her way. She overestimates her relationships as she's too trusting and just really doesn't understand the game. despite having some signs that she could do better if she grew as a player or became more knowledgeable. But I don't think she has that capability or the skill set to actually improve as a player and to have any sort of self-awareness.
At 193rd is Joshua from BB9.
He was someone that I was kind of ambivalent to pertaining my thoughts on him as a player, but then I rewatched the season, and I was less and less impressed with him as a player. It seemed like he, as well as Sharon, were close to James and Chelsea from the beginning, but they didn't have any numbers in the beginning. It seemed like he was close to Allison throughout the early weeks, but because of the vote flip mess in the second week, he decided to gun for her, where there was an entire other side of the house that needed to be handled first. After that, overplaying in the next week, trying to get Natalie to turn on Matt, and he and his alliance trying to backdoor Matt caused for his alliance to be at the bottom of the house for the remainder of the season. His deal with Ryan was a good idea, and maintaining it was good, but he was poor strategically, kind of inconsistent socially, and didn't really take much accountability for his game, always mentioning that he was provoked, so I don't even know if he has the ability to improve. And also, trying to replicate Evil Dick is never a good idea.
At 192nd is James from BB9.
From the very beginning, it seemed like James was kind of struggling to find his place, and while he had some allies, like Joshua and Sharon, he didn't really do much when he was in power. While splitting up Amanda, Alex, Natalie, and Matt was good, he didn't use this HOH to gain more allies. He was a part of the plot to backdoor Matt, and not having much social relationships bit him in the butt, causing him to be evicted. James was given the opportunity to be brought back in the house, which always docks people in my eyes, and it docked him. And he essentially went out from his return because he had to. James continuously broke his word to people and felt justified in doing so, but would never get why he was facing the repercussions of his moves while whining about people not owing him anything, and was whining about how people always treated him wrong and targeting him. James kept on losing allies, mainly due to his own gameplay, and the social game as well as strategic game was not good. Accountability is clearly not a thing that James showed once throughout the season, so I don't see how he can improve as a player.
At 191st is Brendan from BB12 and BB13.
I was curious about where I would end up with him as a player before rewatching his seasons, but after his BB experience concluded, it was clear to me that he's just a bad player overall. He isolated himself with Rachel from early on and didn't bond with many people throughout the season, but the few people he had connections with, in Andrew and Annie, were turned off by his relationship. Brendan was reliant on himself or his partner winning competitions, and he saved himself from being a week 3 boot by winning the veto. Brendan had this arrogant, confrontational attitude throughout the entire season and was more focused with getting back at people than being strategic. I thought there was some potential for him to be better if he was on another season, since he at least acknowledged that they needed more allies, and they had to be calm to attract more people to them. And he was a lot more calmer and adaptable when Rachel was gone. But that was clearly not true, since he came back in Big Brother 13 more arrogant, pompous, and entitled as well. He rubbed a lot of the newbies the wrong way, didn't bring in any additional allies, kept on ranting about floaters, only talking about the game in a competitive level, and found himself to be booted pre-jury, and was lucky to have even came back, knocking him some more. He stuck with his alliance when he came back, did nothing to improve, and was evicted as soon as he came back. Brendan is good at competitions, but is lacking in the strategy, adaptability, self-interest, and social game, so he is at around the top of this tier in my opinion.
And the final person in this tier overall at 190th is Rachel from BB12 and BB13.
I think she's the first winner to make it on this list, and it's very fitting. Rachel just is not a good Big Brother player, and I think based on her skills solely, she's a bad one. Maybe she would be different if she returns now, since it's been over a decade, but I doubt it. Her social game was atrocious on Big Brother 12, as most of the house disliked her. She pissed off the few people that liked her boyfriend, preventing them from working with her and Brendan, and she never even attempted to blend in socially with the other house guests. There was only one round out of 5 where she was not HOH or nominated, and that was week 3. She had to win HOH every week to make it as far as she did, and made personal nominations both times instead of creating a good structure around herself and Brendan, and then was evicted the first chance they got. In her next season, she really didn't improve much at all. Of course, there was many benefits that she had as a veteran, like the twist going in her favor, but she was able to make relationships with people like Porsche and had allies
in the other veterans, but she still rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, made a lot of personal choices when it comes to her moves, and once again had to rely on competitions, but not as much as Big Brother 12. If she does not have the competitions on her side, Rachel is booted early, and I don't have faith in a strategic or social game to carry her, especially without twists.
So there's not a lot of people in this tier, so we're just going to get through them quickly. The first group is really the day 1/day 2 boots. So at 189th is Jody from Big Brother 14.
I really had no choice but to put her here, as she was the first of the day 1 to 2 boots, which we will see many times in the new era, or in the next era, my bad. And she was out because she lost a physical competition and then chose favorites. We know nothing about her strategic ability, so I can't even rank her regarding that. And while I think she always struggles in the Big Brother 14 cast, I could see her doing better on other seasons.
At 188th is Glenn from Big Brother 18.
He suffered from the day 1 to day 2 twist, where they boot someone right at the beginning of the season, but it's usually not by the normal means. It caused for Glenn to be eliminated after losing 4 competitions essentially, which sealed his fate. There's no social or strategic elements to his elimination, which is why I put him in this tier, but based on him siding with the anti-vet newbies and being an overplayer, I don't think he would have done well on the season anyways, and I don't know if he has the skill sets to do better on other seasons.
So we have a decent group here where it's essentially just a bunch of passive boots who didn't really do anything to be bad, but obviously aren't good, hence them being in this tier, and they're just very unknown. So at 187th is Kemi from Big Brother 21.
Honestly, Kemi's only on this tier because I really don't have much information about her skill set as a player. She was making alliances with people, so I can't say she was underplaying, but she wasn't overplaying either, with making too many alliances, spreading too much information, and just making a bunch of awful moves. She was not well liked in the house, and while I do somewhat fault her for this, there was a lot of racist commentary that was made about her and was used as justification, so it came off more like it was racism more than her own personality. Due to the toxic atmosphere and her not doing a whole lot wrong, I could see her doing better in another situation, but it's also why she is low on this tier, because it's kind of a stretch as well.
At 186th is Cheryl from Big Brother 2.
I really don't have much to say about her whatsoever. She was the first person ever evicted in this version of Big Brother as we know it, and she is only on here because she did nothing to cause her boot, which even the house guests were aware of. At the same time, I don't know how she would do on other seasons, and as the game of Big Brother really got competitive and cutthroat, even as the season went on. I don't have enough to put her in the bad tier, but I can't put her anywhere else but in the lowest in this tier.
At 185th is Angie from Big Brother 10.
From what I remembered, a lot of the house guests actually liked her through the season, so I don't think she was horrible socially, as the only people who really disliked her were Keisha, Libra, and April. Unfortunately for her, they were the ones that were in power, and she didn't have a good poker face. At the same time, she also decided to align herself with the sinking ship with Brian, and while I give her credit for successfully pivoting in the second week, something that Steven failed to do, as she was able to get into an alliance with Memphis, Jesse, and Michelle, it showed that she can adapt, and I think she would do better on other seasons, especially those that aren't chaotic like Big Brother 10.
At 184th is Lori from Big Brother 5.
She is another one who I feel like will be on the lower end of this tier when it's all said and done. Lori made some mistakes, with taking the $10,000, making her an easy excuse of a target, and while she was on the block, she was very indecisive about whether she wanted to go home or not, where it got back to people that weren't her allies. At the same time, she was able to align with a decent amount of people, had a solid enough understanding of strategy, was pretty good socially from the few weeks she was there, and was good in the few competitions she competed in. Everyone saw that though, and she couldn't escape it once Karen was nominated beside her, but I could easily see her doing well in other seasons.
At 183rd is Natalie from Big Brother 5.
The thing with sibling or twin twist is that it severely handicaps how one person, the one who's usually not the main person the house is introduced to at the beginning, plays in the beginning, and it's even worse when you can only spend half of your time in the house, pretending to be someone else as well, and the other half of those first few weeks are sequestered in a hotel. When she ended up entering the game, the house guests had a hard time deciphering between herself and her sister, especially with who did what when they were playing as one. She ended up being known as the more fiery one, despite not winning the HOH and being worse in competitions.
At 182 is Sarah from Big Brother 6.
In many ways, Sarah is borderline average, but she didn't last long enough for me to put her in the mediocre tier. She is a solid enough or a mediocre social game, never teetering in one direction or the other, wasn't bad strategically, but also was not notable in that category, and was outright poor in competitions. At the same time, I think she would have done well if James was not being so sloppy, since that was why she was targeted and went home, but she also doesn't have many highs as a player overall. Apparently, she did get emotional and was very insecure from what was reported on the feed, and that partially played out as to why her run took place in the way that it did.
At 181st is Kara from Big Brother 14.
She is a weird one, since I believe her eviction is one of the few evictions in Big Brother history that has nothing to do with the actual evictee, meaning her. Due to the coaches' twist and the coaches making it clear who were their favorite players or the most valuable players, she was Dan's favorite player, and people wanted to weaken him by getting rid of her. There was a back and forth about who to keep between her and Frank the entire week, and she ended up going home due to Willie screwing up with his HOH with his behavior and failing to get Frank out. She mentioned that she was too passive as she was listening to Dan's advice when she wanted to do more campaigning, and people didn't really say anything bad about her. At the same time, she is kind of improving, so I don't know how she would do if she was a more active player. So with all that put together, I put her in this tier.
And the final person in this group at 180th is Will from Big Brother 14.
He is someone that is pretty easy to forget, but when you look at his journey on Big Brother 14, it's clear that he has some perceptive skills, as he was one of the few who clearly saw what the veterans were doing and wasn't blinded by any of them, to be honest. But for some reason, people saw him as Janelle's strongest player, and I believe it's because Joe and Ashley were just so weak, so people were always going to target him first. I don't remember him doing well or being notable in any competition, and I do think that he overestimated his abilities and position, which caused for him to be targeted, and he was also never in the majority alliance. And when Frank is winning safety every week or every other week, and that was the quote-to-quote other side of the house, Will had nowhere to hide. In general, he is mainly here because I didn't know where else to put him.
So this next group are early boots who showed some, emphasis on some, promise. So at 179th is Brian from Big Brother 10.
It's weird for me to put a first boot on here regarding this tier, but it was clear that Brian had some promise. Apparently, he only watched Big Brother 7 before joining Big Brother, and that season is such an anomaly. He clearly had a grasp for strategy with having some loyal allies and then having other side alliances and deals. His issue was he put 3 to 5 weeks of gameplay within a week and people caught onto it. Brian did seem to acknowledge his mistakes and was very self-aware regarding it, so I could see him improving on another season, and he also had pretty good social skills. I have no idea about how he would adapt in competitions or do in competitions since he never played one on the season.
At 178th is Nick from Big Brother 15.
I find him to be a pretty weird one, since there wasn't a whole lot there strategically for him, since he mentioned that he didn't care too much about the game and actively focused on his showmans, mentioning that he would leave for other people. Though he did kind of mention that he wanted to float, but he didn't really execute that. But the thing is, he actually was in a good position, since he was in the Mr. and Mrs. Robinson's alliance, but was the only person in that alliance who had any sort of social game, since a lot of people on the other side really liked him. I think he was very good socially, from the little we saw, and could have just focused on that, but he was too focused on the showmans, and then there was the AFP stuff that eventually got him out of the house. I think if he was on another season and just focused on the social game, and deciding to focus on the strategic elements of the game, I think he could do well.
At 177th is Parker from Big Brother 9.
He is one of the two main people who were affected by the pairs twist in Big Brother 9, but even despite that, I don't think he would have been a good or a great player. Production decided to pair him up with Jen, knowing that her boyfriend Ryan had an issue with interracial relationships, and he was a very chaotic player as previously discussed. It caused his own alliance to target him, as he was very close to Matt, Alex, and Amanda, and they mentioned how it sucked. At the same time, he was very confrontational, but people mentioned that they liked him, and he was one of the few Big Brother fans in that house. He would most likely do better on other seasons, but I don't see him being an upper tier player, but he was booted due to a twist, so here he is.
At 176th is Alex from Big Brother 9.
I talked about one person who was screwed over by the pairs twist, and Alex is the other one, so it's fitting that he's here right behind Parker. Like Parker, I don't think he would have been a good or a great player, even if he were a solo player. But I think he would have done much better if he was on his own or on a different season. The house guests in Big Brother 9 liked him a lot and felt bad about evicting him, and they also mentioned that they would have voted him back in the house over James if they knew that the mystery house guest was him. At the same time, he had some noticeable flaws, where he played very emotionally at times and made his alliance with Matt way too visible, in addition to just botching his HOH. All of that causes for him to be ranked around here on my list.
So the next group in this tier are late pre-jurors, and the first one in this group at 175th is Nick from Big Brother 8.
Ironic that I put the two Nicks back to back, and I think they actually have the opposite strengths and issues. I discussed the other one, but this Nick's main strength was his concept for a strategy. He had a good idea of building a solid alliance and having side pieces, so they could control the numbers. Unfortunately for him, there was the MVP twist, and while he was good with half of the house, he completely ignored the other half of the house, and they were the ones who ended up in power, or they had the votes. So I think there are some holes with his social game. He couldn't even lie well to Alyssa when she gave him the opportunity to save himself by saying that he wouldn't target her. I think he could do well in other seasons, and he wouldn't have even been up on the block that week without the MVP twist, so I have to take that into consideration.
At 174th is Amber from Big Brother 16.
She's a tough one for me to talk about since, due to the dynamics of the season, no woman really had a chance in that season. At the same time, she was able to get into the Bomb Squad alliance for 2 or 3 weeks, but she was brought in randomly by Devin without the approval of most of the alliance, so they didn't really want her in it to begin with. She did build some relationships with people, but there were a lot of others that disliked her, despite her not really doing what people accused her of doing. But it's a perception issue. Amber was by far the strongest competitor out of the women that season, and she was definitely catching on to the game as it happened, realizing what needed to be done, but she was backdoored brutally. Now, knowing that a lot of her social awkwardness was due to her being neurodivergent, which was undiagnosed at the time, I think people would understand her more in the future, and I do see her improving strategically and competitively on other seasons, since she is already picking up the game in a pretty good fashion.
At 173rd is Caitlin from Big Brother 15.
When you look at her journey, you would think that she should not be on this tier, as she was in the minority alliance the entire time she was on Big Brother. At the same time, I do think the MVP twist affected her alliance, especially on the second week where her ally was HOH, but it was a lot about their behavior that put her in this predicament. After her alliance blew up, she did decide to make relationships with people, and a lot of them did prefer her over her allies. Unfortunately for Caitlyn, she didn't make strong relationships with the right people, meaning Helen, Andy, and Miranda, who decided to evict her over Aaron. People tend to forget how good she was in competitions, and she had some sense of self-reflection compared to her allies, so here she is.
At 172nd is Tiffany from Big Brother 18.
When it comes to people who are hard to discuss, I think Tiffany is the toughest one to discuss for a few reasons. One is that her sister's reputation is such a hard one to overcome, and it doesn't help that her season was right after her sister's season, so there's no room for people to move on or to have time to move on, so Tiffany could have her own perception in the game. People assumed that she would be a mastermind before she even did anything, and the pre-gaming against Vanessa, if the latter was on the season, was just too much for Tiffany to overcome. Tiffany was well positioned at first, and while some of her downfall was due to outside factors, I do think that her social skills were pretty poor, and a lot of the house guests did dislike her without the influence of Frank or Davon, so it wasn't just the two of them planting poison against her. She seemed to be pretty competent strategically, from what I could see at least, pertaining to the dynamics of the house, and was willing to put her ego aside to make new allegiances and make moves, which she did several times, so I do respect her for that, and that's a skill set that a lot of people don't have. I think in another season, she could grow as a player and do quite a bit better, especially since Vanessa is not so fresh in people's mind anymore.
And the final person at 171st is Sam from Big Brother 21.
He is another person on this tier that is a pretty forgettable house guest when it comes to personality and gameplay. From what I remembered of him, He was not a part of the Grateful Alliance, but had decent relationships with a good amount of the people in the alliance, which is why he was kind of the ninth person in that alliance. At the same time, he never really caught on strategically, despite being in a decent enough position, and the closest people who he was with in that alliance were Nick and Isabella, two people on the bottom, so he can never be the Polly of the BB18 or Enzo of BB22 or JC in BB20, where they weren't in the alliance, but they're able to infiltrate.
So this next group are people who I feel like would do better on many other situations. So at 170th is Jeff from Big Brother 17.
There's not much camera time given to Jeff during the season, and I think he's arguably the most forgettable person in the entire season, which is why a lot of people in general don't talk about his game. Jeff kinda did end up with the James and Jason side of the house, but he did have good relationships with people on the other side, like Clay, Shelly, and Liz, so he could have easily found himself in the middle spot had he known more about the game in general. At the same time, he was a sloppy player since he did speak too much, came off like a car salesman in most of his conversations, and he kind of had issues with Austin, who was obviously a strong game player in the season. He was picking up on the game quickly and was pretty influential, which is why the Sixth Sense Alliance took him out when they did, and he was also able to gain more votes than he should have with his soft campaign during his final week, so he's very persuasive. I do think if he lasted longer or was on another season, he could do some serious damage, so I feel good about him. At
At 169th is Christian from Big Brother 23.
He does fall under certain pitfalls of certain pre-jurors and early jurors, winning way too many competitions where most of those wins were pointless, not being the most strategic, and needing to be led. He was one of Frenchie's top targets of the white men that needed to be booted, but he won the safety competition that prevented him from being nominated. He did get close to his teammates and started building relationships with people outside of the group, like with people like Tiffany and Brittany, which is a good thing. I do think that once he got into an official showmatch with Alyssa, his social game started to weaken and he focused more on that. But he was the only person out of the early boot who had a lot of good relationships with people, especially in the cookout. Christian won a bunch of competitions that he did not need to win. He misused his HO8 in targeting someone who was not coming after him and that he needed in the house, and was too focused on the Royal Flush Alliance to realize that he was becoming a huge target, where there was a good chance that T or someone from his team would have went home had he not won that HOH. I will say that he came very close to staying in his final week and showed some gameplay potential during that week, and he was the first person to campaign while on the block that season. Where I do think he would do a lot better if he was on another season, but he's just too naive and still an earlier boot, so here he is.
At 168th is Amira from Big Brother 24.
She is someone who seemed like she was going to run the game and was very impressive since she knew nothing about the show before being recruited a few months before the season started. Amira was in the Post-Pack Alliance and was able to form a Girls Alliance on the side that I forgot the name of, but she was involved in both groups. Amira was the one who convinced Jasmine to target Pooch over Taylor so they can weaken not just the boys, showing how powerful she was and the sway she had in the house, but also to limit Monty and Cal's options, where she did have good relationships with them, where she had a final two with Monty and she might have had one with Cal too, but I'm not too sure on that. The issue with Amir is that she was very visible with how powerful she was, and she wasn't stealthy in her moves, so people started seeing it and they caught on to her pretty quickly. And additionally, she would not speak to people that she wasn't aligned with, while not managing her allies the very best, so things just kind of fell apart for her. Then she was blindsided due to the formation of the Leftovers Alliance, though it could be argued that the Paris twist screwed her over somewhat that week, where I think Nicole would have went home that week if it was just normal individual week. But Amira's time was coming to an end soon afterwards once that alliance was made. I do think she would perform better on another season, as long as she learned to pace herself better.
At 167th is Rachel from Big Brother 20.
She's another one that I find confusing, not only because she herself is a very forgettable player and house guest, but she didn't do much of anything to be placed in the bottom two tiers. Rachel was in the level 6 alliance, which was the strategically superior alliance, but it was mainly due to the work that Tyler did, rather than anyone else. In the alliance, Rachel was another one of those people who were at the bottom of the alliance, and she didn't realize it until she was literally on her way out the door. Like, after being evicted. At the same time, she was one of the people in our alliance that did have better relationships with the other side, though she didn't do much with it and she wasn't working with any of them, and had a good enough head on her shoulders when it comes to strategy. I could see her doing better on other seasons, as she was a big fan of the show, and she has a good enough head on her shoulders, and she ended up going home due to her alliance having it out for her in a worst case scenario. But I don't know about that for sure, or I can't be too sure about it because she was very paranoid, and that was the main reason why her allies were so turned off by her.
At 166 is David from Big Brother 4.
Out of all the pre-jurors, I feel like he was the one who had a lot of untapped potential and was cut too soon, with little to no fault of his own. I think he's the highest ranked pre-juror from this era, and it says a lot, especially since there are 2 returning pre-jurors on this list and era as well. Of course, due to the twist, he was put in an alliance of 8, though I think he would have been in that majority alliance anyways. He had a tight trio with Erica and Jack, which made him more threatening compared to the other 2, and had solid relationships with the Stoogers enough, where they believed him, Jack, and Nathan, who he also had close relations to. Unfortunately for him, people saw through his erraticism and realized that he isn't as dumb as he wanted to portray, causing him to catch the stray from Nathan, Dana, Allison, and Justin's drama. Good in comps, strategically capable, and socially strong as well.
At 165th is Kristen from Big Brother 12.
She got a pretty bad edit on her season, mainly because she wasn't really present on the show until her last week in the season. Kristen obviously had her showmance with Hayden, but it seemed like a lot of the brigade members liked her, and she had a lot of connections with people on the other side. Apparently, what caused her downfall was that she was making deals with people that she couldn't really keep, and Andrew was just way too much of a loose cannon because he felt neglected by her. She was the only person who solely figured out the Brigade Alliance during the season and predicted the rest of the season to the house guests, so she's very perceptive. At the same time, I do think she gets too stubborn and emotional for her own liking, like how she reacted during the first day after Rachel won HOH.
And the final person in this group at 164th is Dominic from Big Brother 13.
If anyone hasn't noticed, he's a lot higher than all of his allies of the Regulators Alliance, and it's because he's the only one I feel like has some sort of potential or a promise or a ceiling. He was the only one who realized that you need to at least pretend to be in good with the veterans, and of course he was close to Danielle, which was a good move, since she was doing her best to protect him. He had a good head on his shoulders and was good in competitions, where he was also pretty good socially. During his final week, it seemed like there was a good chance he would stay in the game, but Danielle's messy gameplay caused the house to realize that he needs to go. I feel like if he was not handicapped due to the duo's twist and in another season or situation, I think he would do a lot better as a player.
So this last group in this tier are people who made it to the jury portion of the season, and I felt like they were close to being in the mediocre tier, but something in them was just missing. So at 163rd is Jesse from Big Brother 15.
It is very rare for me to put people in this tier that made the jury phase, and I only do it for people who are just all over the place or I can't feel right placing them in any other tier. With Jessie, she definitely fits the latter, but when it comes to what she did in the season, it kind of makes sense. Jessie knew that she was at the bottom of the Caitlyn and Aaron crew, so she rightfully flipped from them, which is something that a majority of house guests in her position don't do. Once she became the bottom of the Amanda and Andy crew, she attempted to make moves to dismantle that power structure so she could be in a better position. Jessie was actually a lot more self-interested than I realized over the years, and it's a very good and respectable trait. The issue with Jessie is that her social game was not strong, and many people were annoyed with her, so she did not have the influence to make any sort of moves. I could see her doing better in other environments that aren't as toxic, and the casts are more self-interested, but I could see her being an early boot on other seasons.
At 162nd is Candace from Big Brother 15.
So she follows Jessie in being a juror who I feel like is all over the place, to the point where I don't feel like I can put her in any other tier. Candace's main skill set is that she's extremely perceptive, as she picked up that there was a guys' alliance and told the right people about it, where they were fully able to stop that alliance and flip the house in their favor. Despite that, Candace was never able to get into a power position for a few reasons. One, she was not good at competitions, so she couldn't win power, and two, there's a lot of racism in the house, which would obviously affect her ability to do a lot. At the same time, a lot of people just didn't care for her in the game, and I don't know if that would change if she was in a more diverse cast. And you can tell that a part of her was checked out. And like Jessie, she was just always on the bottom of the house, so there's only so much she can do. But she was always willing to make a move against the power, so props to her.
And the final person in this tier overall at 161st is Sarah Beth from Big Brother 23.
I had no idea where to put Sarah Beth when I ranked her with the BB23 cast tier ranking. I don't think she was particularly a bad player, but I don't think she was mediocre either. So putting her in this tier with a few early jurors who are just all over the place made sense, which I've done with other early B jurors in prior eras. It seemed like Sarah Beth wanted to play an under the radar game, and she was successful at doing that for the first week or two. That did not work out eventually because she threw her allies with Claire and Tiffany under the bus to Kylan, which ruined those relationships, and she really wasn't close with her teammates Xavier, Alyssa, and Christian. Sarah Beth was essentially the French member of the Royal Flush Alliance, and there's a huge push to vote her out, but she stayed due to factors not of her own doing or control. She had no idea of the target that was on her, partially due to Tiffany's jealousy, but also due to her prior relationships, and she overtly relied on Kylan, who convinced her to take out Derek eggs in bad faith, and he obviously wasn't going to have her back due to the cookout. Obviously, the cookout was a huge hurdle blocking her potential in the season, but I also think she was more flawed than most of the other non-cookout jurors, so here she is, and I don't know if she would do better or worse based on what we saw here if she was on another season.
I believe this is the tier that has the most people in it, as I counted about 80 people so far. Anyways, the first people in this tier are disappointing returnees, where just looking at all their games, they are just less than stellar, but I don't feel comfortable putting them higher on this tier in any of the higher tiers or any of the lower tiers, so here they are. At 162nd is Mike Boogie from Big Brother 2, Big Brother 7, and Big Brother 14.
It's very clear that he played a bad game on Big Brother 2. No way around it. He became the first HOH because people liked him socially, and he made a good first impression. But that wore off by the end of his reign, where a lot of the house disliked him and voted the opposite of how he wanted to, as a sign to him that they aren't here for his strategy or personality. Getting into a showmatch with Krista gave him and his alliance an additional week, but his time was limited after that, and he had no self-preservation, where he rejected Hardy's deal. And when he was on the block, he whined about saving Kent in the first week, feeling like the latter should be obligated to keep him around, and didn't even bother campaigning to stay in the house. Luckily for him, he was able to watch the game evolve before he returned in Big Brother 7 and came in with a different mindset, where he is willing to lie, backstab, use his social skills, and laid under the radar when he needed to. Mike supported a lot of Will's moves, made his connections, won some competitions here and there, and played a very high-profile game, which the cast appreciated. While he did improve a lot, he did benefit by being the smallest target in the house and having Will guide him, but it's not because he wasn't playing a winning game for himself. I think Mike Boogie playing without Will was able to kind of neutralize him, especially with his All-Star season being aided by Will when he wasn't really equipped to be on the season to begin with. He really did not intend on being a player in Big Brother 14, and you definitely saw some of the cliquish, bro-ish mentality that we saw in Big Brother 2, as Frank kind of brought that side out of him even more. He did have some decent moves, showed that he wasn't awful strategically, but he really needed the guidance of a better player, and let his personality get in the way. Combining all of his seasons, I think he's a pretty middling player who can have some high highs but has a bit more lows and is relatively inconsistent overall.
At 161 is Nicole Anderson from Big Brother 21 and Big Brother 22.
In her first season, there was always a sense of doubt about whether she made it far on her own merit or if it was because everyone kind of just left her alone, as well as the house feeling bad for her due to being the quote unquote right victim. Nicole was on the outs during the first few weeks as she aligned with the people that were not long for the game, and it seemed like she would be on her way out early in the third week. But Nick and Isabella's unlikable personalities caused their own allies to save her. One, she didn't know she was staying, and with that in mind, she did nothing that caused her to stay that round. After that, she got closer to Cliff, and they stayed out of the fray for the next several weeks to let the bigger targets take one another out. She and Cliff aligned with Jackson and Holly, which single-handedly brought them all to the endgame, where she was in the final three with a showmance and lost to them. Nicole entered her second season, mentioning that she's going to follow her gut, which she did not do in her first season, which caused her to be a second boot, since she had no idea of the dynamics in the house, got it all wrong, was a social outcast, and just had a really bad run. Her poor social, strategic, and not strong competitive skills are why she's at the relatively bottom of this tier.
At 160th is Janelle from Big Brother 6, Big Brother 7, Big Brother 14, and Big Brother 22.
For someone who made it to third place twice, Janelle should be a lot higher and should be in a completely different tier altogether, but when you look at her 2 games, it is middling at best. Janelle's issues came from not having a good social game in both seasons, as the other house guests saw her as extremely snobbish and uptight, where it alienated her from a lot of the house guests. And the same thing happened in Big Brother 7 as well, though there are pre-game alliances and elements that came into place. She was able to eventually find an alliance, but it caused her to only want to work in the sides dynamic, which shows that she's very unadaptable, but she was able to do well in that dynamic. The difference in Big Brother 6 is that she didn't rely on competition to make it that far, or to make it far, where she absolutely needed to win competition for sure in order to make it far in Big Brother 7, or else she would have been an early boot. Janelle also played emotionally throughout the 2 seasons, and whatever strategic potential she had was thwarted due to it, where it was just due to personal revenge in Big Brother 6, and she was being manipulated by, well, in Big Brother 7. Despite that, she did perform well on 2 seasons, and very well could have won one of them, but the skill set is lacking, despite her placement on those seasons.
I will say that Janelle did improve as a player regarding giving up the notion that competitions were the only things that mattered. You need to kiss butts to the people in power at times, and you do need to float at times. Unfortunately for her, the improvements she made in the game and strategy did not matter, since her reputation preceded her and the house were full of non-fans, so her reputation could also be twisted as well. And the biggest issue for Janelle in Big Brother has always been social, and that element unfortunately did not improve.
What else is there to say about Janelle? She came into her fourth season with a big target on her back, despite pre-gaming, wanted to create an us versus them situation, ignored her instincts due to Kesar, and was very vocal about targeting Nicole, who had a lot of allies in this season. She continued to have a poor social game, and while she wasn't completely wrong strategically, she had no clout to execute what she wanted and needed to make happen. And the competitiveness in the competitions weren't there, yet again.
So the people in this tier are one-time players who I consider to be the bottom of the mediocre tier, where there are arguments that they could be placed in either the potential tier or in the bad tier, but they are very different than a lot of the people in the mediocre tier, as the people here are either just very passive, are followers, or just very ill-equipped as players and have little to no positives, and would probably do poorly on most seasons. At 157th is Julia from Big Brother 17.
I really don't have much to say about Julia, as she's in a similar predicament that Natalie was in during BB5. She came in as an extension of her sister, where she had to hide her identity for most of the pre-jury phase when she was there, so when she came in as her own player, that shadow was already on her. Unlike Natalie, who didn't have much time to prove herself on her own, Julia did have that time and was very unimpressive. She and Liz were very passive in general, but Julia really did very little as a player, and while she might have been a bit more social, she had no agency and she didn't contribute strategically, and she was a lot worse competitively than her sister. What Julia did do when she had her own agency was do bad things, like choosing Austin in a vital veto competition, ruining all the chances of the 3 of them making it through the week, and then telling everyone to vote her out when she was on the block. She just doesn't have what it takes to be a decent player, and is lucky that she isn't in the bad tier.
At 156th is Nicole from Big Brother 25.
It was a struggle to realize where I should put Miko, since I could easily put her in the bad tier, and I thought about putting her in the potential tier, but I don't think she has untapped potential, and I don't think she really played poorly. Obviously, her being a pre-juror is a slight against her, but people who lasted as long as she did, and placed where she placed, ends up being an early juror on most seasons. Nicole ended up being in 2 alliances that cross-contaminated. I guess not cross-contaminated, but they worked together essentially, like the Bye Bye Bitches and the Professor's Alliance. And she was not the leader of these alliances, so she was not getting a bunch of flack for it. Nicole intentionally played under the radar and seemed to have a bunch of solid enough reads. At the same time, she was too under the radar, to the point where her allies started distrusting her at various points in the season, and she rejected the other side, trying to make relationships with her at various points. It all led up to her being sent home as a pawn, and Nicole was just too passive and refused to have any agency in the game. She was very intentional with what she did in the game, and I could see her lasting a while again, but Nicole just needs to be more active in her relationships and strategy. Kind of mixed socially and strategically, and was met competitively, so she's at the bottom of this tier.
At 155th is Jack from Big Brother 4.
I think Jack did pretty well in fitting in with the Big Brother forecast, despite him being decades older than all of the others, which is something that many older Big Brother house guests cannot accomplish. He was able to find himself in the Alliance of Eight and was particularly close with Erica and David, but they did have less influence than the other side. At the same time, he did have a good social game, where he could have easily won had he made it to the end. I put him here because he was very close to going home both times he was on the block and ended up staying, and it was outside factors that saved him. He was too laser focused on Justin and the Stooges overall, and I think whenever he did get strategically active, he made things a lot worse for himself and Erica, and a lot of it wasn't shown on the episodes. I also could see some scenarios where he is an early boot in other seasons due to the aforementioned.
At 154th is Donnie from Big Brother 16.
He is someone that I struggled with, pertaining whether I should put him in the mediocre tier or the bad tier, and honestly, there are arguments for both. He was a target from the very first week, and the fact that he was able to become a mid-juror is kind of impressive in that element. At the same time, he did nothing to integrate himself with the house and to make important connections, as outside of Jocasta, he only started connecting with people who are on their way out of the house, which was essentially pointless. Donnie did have a good read on the house and wanted to make a move, but that means nothing when you are really poor socially, and it's by choice as well. He was good in the competitions, which would be a plus for him, but it also showed that he needed those competitions to make it far, or else he would have been an early boot. I do see him more often than not being an early boot on other seasons, so I have to put him on the lower end of the mediocre tier, despite some of his positives.
At 153rd is Elena from Big Brother 19.
Another person who I considered putting in one of the two lower tiers, but I don't think she played horribly, and I don't think she has any notable potential or was robbed, or me really being confused about her gameplay in any way. Elena got into what was the majority alliance at the time, which centered around Cody, and it was in her best interest for that alliance to stay together. Of course, she kissed up to Paul because he was a vet and seemed a lot more stable compared to Cody and Jessica. It was something that the rest of the house did, but unfortunately for her, they turned on herself and Mark because they were quote unquote close to Jessica and Cody, and she was essentially used to get Dominique out. Despite all of the evidence, Elena did her best to kiss up to the group that kicked her out, but it did her nothing and she was still an early jury boot. Obviously, Elena is just a middling player who doesn't have much faults or skills in general, so being at the bottom of this tier is fitting.
At 152nd is Alyssa S from Big Brother 24.
Watching her trajectory in this season was kind of interesting. In the first week of the season, she seemed like the right-hand woman of Paloma, where the two of them would run the season, as she gave her input in a lot, was in many alliances that gave them control, and she was well positioned. Things then turned around when her power structure fell apart because she told Kyle about her side alliances and the girls' alliance. And she did this because she was just rambling, so there's no real reason towards it. Alyssa never connected the dots that it was all her fault, and when things failed, Alyssa was on the outs and had no idea what was going on afterwards. People wanted to target her, but she was protected by Kyle, and she didn't make relationships with people like Turner and even Terrence, so I think her social skills saved her quite a bit. She really did nothing notable for most of the season, but the week one Alyssa kind of popped up again in her final week, where she was able to get Brittany on her side and made a lot of convincing arguments as to why she should stay. She was inconsistent at best strategically, outright poor when she was not being led by someone, and was poor in competitions, but I do think she has social potential, which saved her from being in the bad tier, and I really see her getting booted early on most season.
At 151st is Bowie Jane from Big Brother 25.
I don't have much to say about Boy Jane, despite her making it to the final three. She kind of had the indie syndrome of telling people that she did not want to talk game with people for the first few weeks of the season, which caused people to distance themselves from her. Unlike Indy, Boy Jane did have her alliances, and was in a good enough position, as she was in the Bye Bye Bitches and the Professor's alliance. For some reason, they did not trust her at all, so they kept her at an arm's length, and when the red blindside happened, Bori Jane realized that she needed to make new allies, so she did flip to the other side with the Izzy vote. She got closer to Matt and Jag while having a good enough relationship with Cameron, so her path to the end was easy. Once she got in that final three, she started playing for Matt and Jag and not really herself, as she let them convince her to boot Cameron when it was not in her best interest and really enabled them. Bowie won 3 HOHs in the season, if I remember correctly, so she had a lot of power and had a lot of chances to create her own agency, but she had no agency and absolutely no respect in the house. She wasn't good strategically, though is good at ditching sinking Titanics, was a mixed bag at best socially, and was good in competitions. The bottom of the mediocre tier fits her.
At 150th is Caleb from Big Brother 16.
I hate that he's even this high on the list, though he is on the lower end of the mediocre tier. Caleb was a part of the Bomb Squad Alliance because he was the first HOH and got close to Devin, and he was at the bottom of that alliance, to the point where he was not even included in the new version of the alliance, which would become the Detonators. Caleb would only be kept around because they knew that they could manipulate him to do whatever. So even if he was not in the alliance, Caleb was good at competitions and would never adapt them, so he became a subsidiary. So he made several different moves that were not in his best interest, never even tried to play self-interestedly, his social game was really poor, and he had very little awareness about anything in the game. I don't see him improving as a player due to his faults as a player, and I can honestly see him doing worse more often than not, which is why he is in.
At 149th is Rennie from Big Brother 10.
Honestly, I can't say that Rennie really played poorly, but I can't say that she played well. She did put a huge target on herself during the first day with being loud and arguing with Jesse publicly, but after all that took place and died down, people seemingly left her alone. Rennie really wasn't in any alliance during the first half of the season, as the house saw her as a floater that they might boot pre-jury to have a fun jury, but the Jesse flip put her in a majority alliance. She was with Dan, Memphis, and Keisha, but Rennie was always at the bottom of that alliance, and how she handled her HOH made everyone look at her worse as a player, and she showed her alliance that they are expendable, and she was the first person booted from her alliance. She can be intuitive, but not strategic, not really good at competitions, and is all over the place socially. On most seasons, she'd be an early boot or dragged to the end.
At 148th is Jerry from Big Brother 10.
I feel like he's not much different from Rennie as a player, since he was seen as a floater that most of the house mentioned that they could get rid of pre-jury to have a fun jury phase, but no one was actually going to follow through with it. He did have an alliance with Brian, who was using him, but let the entire house force him to break his word, so Jerry is seen as untrustworthy from the beginning. Once the jury phase started, he was lumped in with April, Ollie, and Michelle, but I don't think they saw him as a legit ally, and he was pawned for the rest of the season. One thing Jerry has in his corner is his ability to win competitions, which you wouldn't expect from someone his age, but it gave him some sort of agency in the main happenings of the season. I will say that his social game was extremely poor, as he was arguably the most volatile and immature person in the entire season, causing a lot of the cast to not respect him. He's an early boot or drag to the end on most seasons.
At 147th is Jennifer from Big Brother 6.
I think people forgot how rough her start was, where a bunch of people threw her under the bus and there was talk of backdooring her, especially with her trying to flirt with the guys and using Rachel's washroom without permission. Luckily, she made it through that and ended up distancing herself from Michael to go with what would become the friendship. No one saw her as a threat, and she was one of the people in the alliance that had the smallest target on their backs, since she at least somewhat spoke to the Souths. We did see her and April somewhat plot themselves here and there, but any self-interest went out the window when she won HOH, and ended up doing her allies dirty work, when she should have backdoored James, where she would have been good with the entire house. She willingly sacrificed herself for her group and went home for it. I can't say she's a bad player, as she's willing to make moves and can blend in, but nothing here really indicates that she's higher than mediocre.
At 146th is Adria from Big Brother 5.
She has the benefit over her sister Natalie for a few reasons. One of them is that the house was introduced to her first, so everything was associated with her. In addition to that, she was the one who ended up winning the HOH that ruined their games. Didn't tell the Alliance about the nominations ahead of time, brought some uncomfortable elements into the game, and then was whiny about the retaliation against it. I appreciate how hard she played. She was good in competitions, and we still don't know how she would have done if she played on her own from the beginning. Overall, she has some of the traits to do well, and isn't bad enough for me to rank her lower or in a lower tier. At 145th is Michelle from Big Brother 18.
I thought that she was going to be a bit higher or lower on the tier, but I think placing her in around the middle of this tier and the middle of this list is kind of fitting, since Michelle has quite a bit of good and bad traits. Michelle was one of the few newbies who was able to get into a good position with the veterans and got in that majority alliance, while not being a target for the other newbies. At the same time, she did just stick with her alliance for the first half of the season, and she didn't really build much relationships with people outside of that. So when that structure started falling apart in the middle of the season, with Devon being booted, Michelle struggled. She did get to work and got some votes so she could stay, but then she went back to being passive once she got with James and Natalie, which would eventually cause her boot, especially when she mismanaged her HOH from not targeting Nicole and Corey into targeting Victor and Paul. Michelle did have her moments where she was good strategically and can make things happen, as I do think she was one of the major reasons as to why Tiffany stayed in the third week. But she was more often than not way too emotional and complacent for me to put her in one of the three upper tiers.
At 144th is Annalise from Big Brother 21.
A part of me is shocked that she ended up being this high on the list, though she really isn't high on the list overall when you think about it, and especially when I eventually combine the 3 or 4 eras. The thing with Annalise is that she is someone who will rarely be booted pre-jury, as she's going to find a way to be a part of the majority alliance since she is quote unquote popular, a follower, and passive, so very little faults in that regard. Most people will not find it worth it for her to be targeted, and she will be someone who is a good supporting ally. She wasn't active in the strategy and honestly seemed confused a lot of the time, but she did have some vital relationships with people that didn't keep her on the outs. Things did not go well for her once the Sixth Alliance blew up, and she was initially the pawn in her final week, but she was too passive to campaign against Christie, which caused her to get the boot. She's just a prime example of a middle of the road player.
At 143rd is Zakia from Big Brother 18.
I put her on the same level and ability as Annalise pretty much, which is why they are back to back. Zakia is someone who is always going to be in the majority alliance, and I rarely ever see her getting booted pre-jury. She is not a leader and is a fine enough supporting ally for a more alpha person to bounce the ideas off of and to lead off of. The main issue with Zakia is that she is way too passive and comfortable in her position, where she is so stuck on her alliance to the point where she does not build relationships with people outside of her alliance. Once those dynamics shifted, Zakia really couldn't adapt, and while her downfall was mainly due to her association with certain allies who were very bad, mainly Devon and Polly, her passivity also made it very easy for others to boot her, especially since she lacked those relationships with people she wasn't working with. Zakia isn't emotional and keeps it together more, which are good traits, but there's just not enough that would have me higher on her as a player, outside of being a mid player, though I can see her doing better on other seasons, regarding ranking and placement.
At 142nd is Adam from Big Brother 13.
What I will say about Adam is that he knows how to pivot, especially when the other side is either losing or has lost power, so I think that's a skill I will give him that many others don't have. Adam was a superfan and was cast to essentially aid the vets, and while he could pivot, he more often than not always went back to the veterans, partially because he liked them more, or he was sloppy with trying to flip to the other side, so he came back. Adam won a few competitions, but I don't think he was reliant on them, or it's something that I will say he's particularly good at. At the same time, his social game was not as good as he thought it was. No one in the house respected him as a player, and he had a warped view on how people saw him, as though he was this huge player, when he just was not. I don't see him being an early boot on most seasons, but I don't ever really see him as being a threat to win.
At 141st is Ollie from Big Brother 10.
He was actually in a very good position in the first week, since he was aligned with Brian and Dan, while also being in good with the Coven woman, but he panicked when the latter called him out on his alliance, causing the house to boot Brian. It wouldn't have been bad enough, especially since an alliance of 8 was formed afterwards, which was very loose. But what happened was that he kind of just followed April through the rest of the season. Many of the house guests mentioned that he didn't speak game to them at all, and while he was an inoffensive house guest compared to his cast, I wouldn't say that his social game was really thriving. I only remember him doing well on the endurance HOH, so I can't even say that he would be good at competitions on a consistent basis. I don't ever really see him as an early boot on most seasons, and I could see him lasting long, but I don't really see any good skills of his, so he's relatively in the middle.
At 140th is Jen from Big Brother 14. I don't really have much to say about her. Jen was an expendable member of the Boogie team during the coach's phase of the game, though she was apparently closer to Janelle's players, who are also expendable and frozen out of the strategy. People kind of just didn't pay her any mind for over half of the season, and she was kind of aligned with Frank by necessity once the jury phase started, and was convinced to save Den. She was booted because Ian wanted to remain loyal to the Alliance, so she did fine enough as an outsider the entire season. Unlike Joe, she was more social and more respected, so I guess that's a positive for her. I don't remember her doing well in most of the competitions, and the strategy kinda just wasn't there, so she's just okay. In general, I can see her repeating this trajectory if she was on most other seasons.
And the final person in this group at 139 is Meg from Big Brother 17.
Is there even much to say about her as a player? She herself has said that she knew nothing about what was going on strategically throughout the season and was consistently left out of the loop. She did get in close with the Jason and James side of the house and stuck with them for the entire season, even though it was clear that they were on the losing side. Despite that, she was pretty well liked by the other side of the house, which is one of the reasons why they did avoid targeting her until there's no one else. But another factor is that she was such a huge non-threat. Meg was not good in competitions or strategy, and she was borderline horrible in competitions. Luckily, her social skills bumped her up to this tier, and I don't ever see her going due to this, but she just doesn't have what it takes to be anything but a bit below average player, and she never used her social game to her advantage, as much as she could have.
So this next subgroup of people are ones who either made a move or tried to make a move, but a lot is still missing pertaining their gameplay and their potential and skill set, hence them being here. So the first person in this group at 138th is Kent from Big Brother 2.
I'm actually shocked that Kent ended up being higher than Jack on this list, especially since Kent does have a worse social game. What's weird about him is that there are moments or some weeks where he does have a good social game, and a lot of the other house guests like him, and then there are other weeks where the house cannot stand him, and his social weaknesses eventually cause his position to get worse on his HOH and his subsequent boot the next week. I do think he had relatively good reads on the house guests on a game level, and did try to make many alliances, but all that ended up backfiring. At the same time, I don't see him doing any better if he was on any of the latter seasons. Rest in peace to him.
At 137th is Catherine from Big Brother 21.
She is someone who definitely reminded me a lot of Elena in the sense of kissing up to a group of people who did not want her, but I do think she has a bit more game sense and potential compared to Elena. Catherine was the initial target for a bit during the first week, and it was outside factors that caused the target to shift. She did have her allegiances to Jackson and Holly, which had some pre-game elements, and was also close to the likes of Jessica and somewhat Cliff and Nicole, but people just saw her as kind of annoying and untrustworthy, so she never really gained much traction. It seemed like she had the right reads at the time, and she was playing people against one another or that was her intention, but I do think she spent a lot more time fighting to get camera time, and that was where a lot of her focus during the season went into. Ultimately, the tide started to change mid-season, and she did almost go home at the end of the pre-jury, but things changed up, though it didn't really change up quick enough for her, as Tommy, the main one who wanted things to stay the same, won power to take her out. Due to her getting more familiar with Big Brother after her season, I could see her doing better if she was on another season, since she is learning a lot, so I see that as an upside for her.
At 136th is America from Big Brother 25.
She's someone who really wanted to be an iconic player, and you can really feel how disappointed and frustrated she was that things did not go her way throughout the season. While America was brought into the right side of the house in the beginning, it was clear that she was at the bottom of that alliance and really wasn't trusted by them. The issue is, she had no relationships with the other side of the house on a personal or strategic level either, so she was put on limbo and made it through because there were bigger targets in the house. Getting closer to Corey definitely helped her position in the game, as he gave her a lot of information that she wasn't privy to, and she was one of the few people who helped him realize that he was not as in with the three of the house, or the three side of the house, as he thought. While she did get him to flip during the Izzy vote and finally convinced Cameron about what was happening, she did not have the power to pull off the flip herself. When it did happen, she and Corey just took a backseat for the next several weeks and let the game play around them, whereas she was blindsided when things went poorly for the pair. America started lashing out, and there really was no path for her. She was not good in competitions, she wasn't good socially, and while she has strategic acumen, there was a lack of respect there, and she had no influence with her, and I don't know if she would improve on another season.
At 135th is Jack from Big Brother 21.
For some reason, I thought he would be a bit higher on my list before actually rewatching the season, but I thought less of him as a player, not less as a person, since I can't really think worse in that element. Jack was running the house with the Grateful Alliance, and he did have a strong hold amongst the house. But the issue is, everyone knew it, and it became more clear to me that he was really used as a shield instead of influencing everyone by his own allies, and he used a lot of threatening slash intimidating factors to keep control of people. Jack did not speak much to people from the other side of the house, which is bad socially, and they all planned on targeting him, where even people on his own side were thinking about targeting him, which I think that was the case with Nick before he won his HOH. Jack contributed in his alliance breaking up when he benefited hugely from not only just his alliance, but specifically Jackson and Chrissy staying together, and he went home right afterwards. Jack was better in competitions than I remember, but he was a mixed bag socially and was not strong strategically, so here he is.
At 134th is Haley from Big Brother 20.
She is someone that is one of the more competent members of her alliance, just because she does have a social game, which she, unfortunately for her, didn't use to her advantage, and was not a complete dodo when it comes to strategy. Both sides of the house liked her, but she stuck with the Falte side, and eventually lost her connections with the other side. So it showed a naivete pertaining her game. Haley had a lot of opportunities to change things with her alliance, like stopping the Swanky back door. She would unfortunately just let things happen, and she's someone who would have benefited her alliance more and herself had she been a leader and had better game for all of them to thrive, but she just isn't a natural leader. Then there was her moment of spilling that she was the hacker out of guilt, which accomplished absolutely nothing, and then helping Faisal turn on Scotty. Haley definitely was competent enough in competition at times, and she has room to grow strategically and socially, so I can't see her improving on another run, since she was very young when she did this season, but I don't have too much faith in her, hence her being on the lower end of this.
At 133rd is Felicia from Big Brother 25.
Most people did not expect Felicia to make it as far as she did in the season, but they did not expect her to be so involved in the strategy and gameplay of the season, though I do think that it's mainly because there are a lot of older people on the season. She got in good with the Bye Bye Bitches and the Professor's Alliance, and the house did like her, but she did make off moves, like backdooring Kissam on her HOH, which she admits later on in the season was a mistake, running her mouth about information that people should not have, and she was gross at times, which rubbed people the wrong way. There were weeks where she was put on the block, and she was going home for most of the week, and she stayed both weeks due to nothing of her own doing. Felicia would sell out her allies at various points in the season in hopes of getting closer with the people in power, and it didn't really work. Felicia was better in competitions than I remembered. She was better socially than expected, though she did burn bridges with various people in the season, and I do think she was more impressive strategically, but she often did not got in her own way. Felicia is just all over the place, which is kind of why she's on the lower end of this tier, as she isn't really bad, but isn't good slash solid either, and I do think that this season was her best case scenario, as I do see her being booted earlier on a lot of other seasons.
At 132nd is Alex from Big Brother 19.
She's a very frustrating person to talk about as a player. In the beginning, she was not in a good position since she was with a group of people who are on the out of the house, and she would have went home in week 1 had she not won the veto. After that, I do think that it is impressive that she was able to get into the majority alliance after that, and thought that she worked that in an impressive way, or that's what I thought. Afterwards, Alex just blindly believed Paul shut down any thought Jason or Kevin had, which would have benefited all of them and their games, and she was really poor strategically. Socially, she was a mixed bag from what I remembered, and was very good in competitions, but she was only really good saving grace. Alex made bad move after bad move because she wanted to lose the season so she could come back as a returning player, and we saw how that went out for her. Alex in general did not have the right priorities and that she knew a lot more than she really did. So despite some good qualities, she really held herself back from being an upper tier player with her faults.
At 131st is Aaron from Big Brother 15.
It disgusts me that she's even this high, though she's really on the lower end of the mediocre tier. Erin was horrible in the beginning pertaining to her social game, as she was the catalyst of Winegate, kept on trashing and whining about the others, and sulked about her position in the game. Once she got over that though, she kissed butt to the people who were in power, and it caused her to get into the power alliance, which is something that Caitlyn and Gina Marie failed to do. After getting this power, she let herself get manipulated and gave away all of her power to nominate who her allies wanted to nominate, while complaining to everyone about it. Erin was good in competitions, as she won 4 HOHs despite getting 8th place, so that put her up here. Despite all of her foul behavior, it did seem like her social game improved, so I can't say she was horrible the entire way. All that is why she is in this tier and not lower, though I really wanted to put her lower.
130th is Kiara from Big Brother 3.
Her genie was all over the place, and she is probably one of the biggest examples of being a mediocre player. She does have a social game where she's able to bond with many people, and will more often than not always get herself into the majority alliance on any given season. She was definitely playing the game and being strategic with her choices, but she is also the type that lets personal things get in the way of both her social and strategic game, where everyone realized how two-faced she became. After trying to boot Lisa and turned off most of the house, and in a way to save face, she threw another ally, Josh, under the bus, which it wasn't a good move on her part, and nominated her showman, who almost went home. She did almost stay in her final week due to the bond she had, but she did little campaigning and just ranted about how rigged things got. Good in competitions, competent enough strategically and socially, but gets in her own way.
At 129th is Bunky from Big Brother 2.
He is someone who I still kind of don't know how I feel about as a player. He knew when to kiss butt, though he hated doing it, but I don't think that he was trying to float. Monkey was a part of the top alliance, but he never had any actual influence in what was going on, which he and Kent eventually realized, but were stuck when Nicole and Hardy flipped on them. He was close in some of his final competitions, and did have a decent read here and there, but I don't think a lot of the cast respected how little backbone he had and how much of a kiss-ass he was, but he did start to grow a backbone in the season, just a bit too late. I don't know how he would have done on a later season, where it is more competitive, faster paced, and you have to be a lot more adaptable, which aren't his strong suits, but he has enough traits to always do decently in a season.
At 128th is Mark from Big Brother 19.
I think Mark is someone who could have shown to be a better player if he was on another season or another dynamic that was more flexible. Of course, he was in the big alliance with Cody, only for the latter to completely blow it up, so he flipped with everyone else. Mark did kiss up to Paul like the rest of the house, but there were several moments where he showed some signs of self-interest and wanted to make his own allies and moves, which is more than what a lot of people did on this season. Unfortunately for him, he did come off as shady when Cody and Jessica came back, and he tried to float, which he outright admitted, but was not successful at it. He got very emotional at several points in the season, and while he was close to making the necessary moves, it didn't all come together, and he was a bit too passive and awkward at times as well. Mark is a decent enough competitor, decent enough strategy wise, and decent enough socially, so he is here on this tier and on this placement. Though if he were to return, I could see him potentially becoming a solid player or just remaining the same.
And the final person in the subgroup at 127th is Jackie from Big Brother 17.
There really isn't a lot for me to say about Jackie. One of the reasons is that she was generally very under-edited on the show, and from the feeds, she was not doing a whole lot. But when we did see her on the show, or paid attention to her on the feeds, she definitely came off as a more capable player compared to almost everyone else in her alliance, as she was starting to put things together regarding the dynamics. I also think that due to her lack of knowledge on Big Brother in general, she couldn't put it all together, and she was not the most confident in her skill set. Socially, I think she was okay. Strategically, I think she was coming into her own, but wasn't fully there. She was also okay competitively. Her being taken out before she got the chance to really rise as a player or really do anything is significant, or do anything significant, is why she is where she is.
So this next group of people are just the middle of the mid. Like they're probably roughly around the middle of the rankings when I think about it, and they're in the middle of the mediocre tier. So that's all there is to it. The first person in the subgroup at 126th is Eric from Big Brother 3.
For someone who was a fourth boot, though there was no pre-jury at this point, I think he played one of the better games. He was a part of the majority alliance that formed and was a respected person in that alliance, where he did his best to keep everyone together and just supported Roddy mainly. He was pretty solid in competitions from what I remembered, and is a relatively standard player, where you form an alliance, ride with it, and be in a position of power. He lost the HOH competition to Jerry, where it was the only way he was in danger that week, and was supposed to stay, but Danielle, Jason, and Marcellus flipped the house where he ended up going over Lisa. While he's not really impressive strategically, he isn't unimpressive, and is just a very on-the-level player who would probably do better on other seasons.
At 125th is Robert from Big Brother 4.
He isn't actually bad or anything, but I don't think Robert is really good or solid in much of anything. He came into the house at a disadvantage due to being an ex, but quickly bonded with Justin and G, which is good. He did not utilize Erica whatsoever in the house until he had absolutely no one else during his last 2 weeks or so in the house, and he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way with his sexist comments, fidgety personality, and other tics. Robert was a complete non-threat in the eyes of everyone else, which helped him last the longest, but even despite that, they wanted to boot him before G just due to his social flaws. He's solid enough in competitions, but was really poor strategically from what I can remember, and wasn't strong socially. Didn't do much to be an early target, but only became a threat at the very last quarter, and relied on the strengths of his allies instead of being a strong player on his own, or having a high ceiling as a player.
At 124th is Nick from Big Brother 21.
He is someone who is definitely a mixed bag in my opinion, which shows in his trajectory throughout the season. Nick was a part of the Grateful Alliance, which was running things in the first 2 weeks, but they got annoyed with him and were planning on turning on him, but he won HOH. He ignored Nicole's warnings about his own alliance, and they ended up flipping on him that same week. Despite that, and a few of his allies going home, he ended up back in a good position, which he had little to do with, but he recognized it and tried to use it towards his advantage. But his martyr mentality got in the way, and people caught onto what he was doing. Nick is pretty good in competitions from what I remember, had some sense of strategy, and knew what he needed to do, but the execution is the issue, and he was able to build strong bonds with people, but his messiness got in the way of that, and his actions do piss a lot of people off, so he's all over the place, but I didn't find it fitting to put him in the tier above or below this one.
At 123rd is Marcellus from Big Brother 3 and 7.
There's definitely a lot of solid traits to Marcellus as a player, but there are elements that severely hold him back as a player for me. I do think, for the most part, he has some good instincts, especially pertaining other people, where he can tell their agendas pretty quickly, no matter what they're trying to pull, which we see on both seasons pertaining Danielle, Roddy, Kiara, Chilltown, Janelle, so on and so forth. Socially, he is all over the place, as he can make several bonds with people, and strong bonds as well, but he tends to play martyr, and once people don't see things in the way he sees them, he turns on them and gets very sanctimonious. This causes for him to get very emotional, which always ends up fogging his gameplay, and I think this was one of the reasons why he made the move he made that sent him home on Big Brother 3. On his first season, the format supported this type of gameplay, but he couldn't keep up with the changing format, and how people saw the game differently from him, which was apparent on Big Brother 7, and everyone saw him as incredibly bitter and wanted very little to do with him. He is pretty good at competitions, which is a plus, but Marcellus is too emotional and snobbish at times to really thrive as a player.
At 122 is Yvette from Big Brother 6.
Yvette was definitely playing the game from the beginning, as she was often strategizing with Eric, though she mentioned wanting to boot the women and working with the guys. When she was brought into the friendship, her game became all about them, where she volunteered to be on the block several times, made moves that would benefit the team, and give up any sort of self-interest she should have throughout the season that she should have had. I do think her instincts were pretty strong at times, where she knew April and Jennifer weren't trustworthy, was right about Kaiser and Janelle as players, and knew who she could beat, as well as who she couldn't beat. Whatever potential she had as a player went out the window because of her emotions and letting it lead most of her decisions throughout the season, where it caused people outside of and inside of her alliance to get annoyed with her, despite being able to make some bonds with people. In general, it was her lack of emotional intelligence that did her in at the end, which is why she is in this tier.
At 121 is Bo from Big Brother 6.
I remember having very little to say about Bo as a game player, since he got such a poor edit on the show. I think he was one of the better social players in the season, since he was one of the few from the friendship who was able to have decent enough relationships with the house and knew how to lay under the radar for most of the season. He really didn't make much mistakes at all throughout the season, but he never showed any solid gameplay or any high potential that would put him higher than mediocre. Out of everyone in this era, he is probably the most baseline player in the era.
At 120th is Christine from Big Brother 16.
It's crazy because I never imagined that she would be this high on the tier ranking when I rewatched her season, but I guess she isn't that high if we are really looking at all 7 tiers. Christine was in the Bomb Squad Alliance by accident via Devin going rogue, so she could have been like all the other women if he didn't do that. But Christine was one of the few who was actively engaged in the game, as she got close to Nicole and was also close to Hayden in the beginning, where she was trying to balance both of her alliances. At the same time, she became more and more subservient to the Detonators Alliance, knowing that she was at the bottom of her alliance, despite having that information and knowing it, and I do give her props for actually having enough self-awareness to realize that Christine never actively did anything to change it, like improving her relationships with people in her alliance, or really using the Nicole's to make a move against her alliance that would have helped her agency in the game. Christine's social game was pretty poor, and she was okay in the other elements, so that's why she is in this tier, since I only see her doing similarly or worse on other seasons.
At 119th is Monica from Big Brother 2.
There are points where we saw Monica start to pick up the game as she was a part of the top alliance, and she had the untouchables with Hardy and Krista, but that ended up fizzling, and she didn't seize the opportunity to take control of the game. Monica was able to have some good reads on the house guests and their motivations pretty well, but nothing was really done with this information for most of the season. She was able to get along with most of the other house guests and knew that she had to be under the radar since she would be a target quickly if she was not quieter. Monica was able to win the Final Four HOH and made the power move, though it was the only obvious move at that point in time. I don't know how well Monica would do if she was on a faster, more strategic season, since she had a hard time implementing strategies and she wasn't good in emotions, and I do think she was very laser focused on Nicole, where it blinded her gameplay at times.
At 118th is Jason from Big Brother 19.
He is another person who is just very frustrating for me to talk about when it comes to his skills as a gamer. The main reason why I'm frustrated when thinking of him is because Jason had the potential to at least be a solid player. Out of everyone on the cast, he had one of the best social games out of everyone on the season, but he never really used it to his advantage, where he could have been safe on all ends and used his influence to really benefit his own game. But he was always kowtow to Alex and then be gutted to always make the move that Paul wanted to make, or just follow Paul, which was to Jason's detriment, and his allies were very aware of this, or all of them but Alex, in that cult. I will say that Jason was very lucky to not be booted first, since he would have been nominated if it wasn't for Cody going rogue. Jason is great in competitions, had a solid enough social game, and had room to grow strategically, but his lack of confidence and general passivity knocked him to be in the mediocre tier.
At 117th is John from Big Brother 17.
I never got the reason why people hyped him up so much, especially as a player, since from what I saw, there was really nothing there. In the beginning of the season, he was mainly close with Becky and Steve, and had the need to want to work with Clay and Shelly, though it was clear that they were just taking advantage of and using him, especially in those early weeks. While I do give him props for seeing through Vanessa, I also think that was something that a lot of the cast was also coming to grips with on their own, so I don't know if that's really a special trait with him. From what I can recall, John is just an agreeable presence where people feel comfortable enough with him despite him not really being a social person. He ended up going the first time because most of the opposition was booted, but he did get in close enough with Vanessa, so when he returned, they had a working relationship. But a lot of that was done because they knew a returnee competition was coming. John is very good at competitions and was okay in the other two areas, but there's nothing here that indicates that he is an upper tier player.
At 116th is James from BB17 and BB18.
For someone who is a returnee and did quite well on both of his appearances, I really don't have a whole lot to say about James, and it's because he's really stagnant. I will say that I do think he ran his first HOH on BB17 pretty well, as he set up an alliance and sent someone home that most people in the house didn't really care about. The issue is, the alliance he put together was erratic and dysfunctional at best and pretty stupid at worst. So they continuously lost people after his HOH reign, and he really didn't know what was happening in the house. He almost went home in the third week and stayed due to nothing of his own doing, and it took James winning his second HOH where his alliance finally started getting things correct, for at least a bit. James would break his deal to Clearly to split them up, which he did to Frank and Bridget in the following season, so consistency there. Sent home Shelley in an emotional move over a t-shirt when Vanessa going would have benefited him in his alliance, and he was kept around due to his relationships with the Oz twins and due to being a non-threat, but was booted when the rest of the house just was in an alliance and there was no one else. In BB18, he was pretty much the same player, though his main alliance was more stable here than in BB17, and he shut down all the blind sides, so he would not piss people off. Though in this season, you could clearly tell that he is more focused on trying to win AFP than really play the game to the best of his ability. At the same time, people started losing respect for him this season because he always made the safe move, was seen as a rat, and really just did what people told him to do, so he wouldn't even be a jury threat at the end. James is someone who really doesn't get strategy. I can't say he's good in competitions, since he only does well in endurance competitions, and has a competent enough social game, so I think he performs pretty similarly in every season.
At 115th is Jordan from BB11 and BB13.
She's someone who I feel like is going to be extremely consistent no matter what season she is on. Jordan is never someone who's going to be much of a strategist and is taken very far in the seasons because she's extremely unintimidating and unthreatening, so people see booting her as a waste of an HOH. In Big Brother 11, she did try to save Brayden, but took a more passive approach for the rest of the season and became a pawn when her allies were booted early on. The coup d'etat didn't save her, since she was not close to going home around that point in the future, but it did put herself and Jeff in a power position that might not have happened without it. Jordan won a few competitions and was able to know to take out Kevin while sitting against Natalie, who was more hated. While she was an underdog on her first season, her game didn't change at all in her second season, as she was in a vet alliance the entire season, and it was hers and Jeff's social games that caused them to gain those newbie numbers. Jordan was checked out in the season and mainly played so Jeff could win, and she also wanted to be booted over him in Big Brother 11, so it shows that she doesn't really have the instinct and the willpower, but she was also taken far because she was unthreatening and could have won BB13 because of the vets. Despite that, I don't think she's very good socially, since she mainly tends to stick with her side and group of people while feeling entitled. I think she's since a bad player, but not really good, so her skill sets has her in the mediocre tier.
At 114th is Chelsea from BB9.
I remember during the season that there wasn't much to discuss about her as a player. From what I could tell, she was aligned with the likes of Sharon and Joshua from the beginning, but she did get into that nasty fight with Amanda that brought a bit too much attention to herself. It seemed like James was the one that was obsessed with Operation Condor, while she was the one that insisted on Matt and Natalie getting booted, but she didn't get her way. Of course, Chelsea got into a showmance with James, which was ultimately her downfall, since they would nominate her beside him, and with her being the weaker competitor, she would get booted. Chelsea was on the outs with the majority of the house from the beginning, and they didn't really like her attitude, and I forgot to mention that she would have went home week 4 had she not won the veto, since she had little ties when they went to the individual phase. Not really a bad player, but not a good player overall, and it's just okay in competitions.
At 113th is Ryan from BB9.
A part of me wanted to put Ryan higher, since he was negatively affected by the twist, because Allison was such a horrible partner, and the target on them, especially after Jen left, was mainly due to her. At the same time, he had a huge advantage with his real-life girlfriend being in the game and them having different partners, so that could have been an alliance there. The thing is, they completely blew that opportunity. Ryan was relatively well-liked in the beginning of the season, but things started to change once he actually gained power, since people saw him as wishy-washy, especially his first HOH with the whole match situation, and they saw him as a follower. Ryan won a decent amount of competitions, so he was good in that element and was only a member to Team Christ, but he ended up playing for Adam's game, as he handled the final 3 rounds extremely poorly, and he never really had his own agency. In addition to that, he was evicted and was given the chance to come back, where it turned into a solo eviction between one of himself and Allison, so I docked him for that. Overall, he's just a relatively mad player, but I see him making it to jury on almost any season he is on and has a chance to make it to the end game. So here he is.
At 112th is Russell from BB11.
He is someone who could be a solid player or even a good player, but he got in his own way. Russell was actually very observant about the cast, as he saw through Lydia's strategy, knew that Brandon was a problem, knew that Jeff was not loyal, and that Ronnie was also untrustworthy. He encouraged Jesse to send home Brandon first, and their alliance started dominating the pre-jury phase, which he helped due to winning a few competitions. At the same time, his personality rubbed people the wrong way, especially his paranoia and volatility, which made his alliance distrust him a lot, to the point where they chose Ronnie over him, and Chima, his own ally, actively working to send him home. Russell would have been the first juror if it wasn't for the coup d'etat to save him, so I did dog him for that. And while he made that relationship with Jeff beforehand, he was at the bottom of the other side, and was sent home by Jeff, who did not trust him. I think if Russell toned down the paranoia and the fighting, he would be a much better player, as he can be strategic and can win competitions, but gets in his own way and makes it very easy for people to mistrust him.
At 111 is Sharon from BB9.
People talking about Sharon being this underrated, robbed, great player, and I never really saw. And that was only reiterated once I completed rewatching the season. It was unfortunate that she was booted because of her ex's actions, but she was lucky to have come back in the first place, when many people don't get that opportunity. Sharon's entire strategy in the season was to lay low and to let the chaos happen around her, which is an effective strategy and clearly worked for her. Sharon did have some good reads at times, but there are other times where she kind of just let Josh make the moves for them when she should have been more active, and she was more than willing to take the bullet for him many times throughout the season. After she and her alliance blew it, Sharon was nominated as a pawn for a majority of the season, but she had a good social game while coming off as unthreatening, while letting her chaotic allies self-sabotage themselves. I think Sharon just needs to be more active, choose better allies, and not just play from self-defense, and I would feel better about her as a player, but I do see her making it pretty far on most seasons.
At 110 is Michelle from BB10.
I think the thing with Michelle is that she really wanted to be a part of the Covenant Alliance deep down, hence her getting along with them at first, but got mad when they rejected her in the third week, and kind of let that derail her game, and caused her to be a bit tunnel-visioned. She was always seen as the strongest female competitor from the very beginning, and she chose to align with Jesse, Memphis, and Angie, but people were rubbed the wrong way by them, and she did not handle the loss in power well at all. Michelle was able to win HOH and boots Libra, the one person who was targeting her out of the cast, and while she kind of laid under the radar afterwards, Michelle was also being a compulsive liar and consistently siding with the wrong people on the wrong things, so it caused her to be backstabbed by Dan. Michelle was good in competitions and was all over the place socially, as a lot of people liked her, though some got annoyed with her volatility and violence by the end, and I do think she was decent strategically. If she played less personally and didn't let herself get so tunnel vision, I will put her in a higher tier, and I think she would do well, or this well, on most seasons.
And the final person in the subgroup at 109 is Chima from BB11.
She was an interesting person to look at, especially since she's the only person that has been expelled, but lasted a long enough time for us to analyze and have a good feeling on her scale as a player. Chima's social game almost caused her to be booted first, since the other side did not like her at all, but she luckily had her alliance that was loyal to her. One thing I will say is that she managed to put herself in a powerful position in the Jesse alliance, as she was equally his number 2 with Natalie. Her connections with Kevin and, to a lesser extent, Lydia was what gave them the numbers, and she had a lot of say in that alliance. Things took a downturn when the Russell fight happened, where she let Michelle trick her, and there was sexual tension gone wrong, where she was too tunnel visioned on getting Russell out of the house, and when that plan was thwarted by the coup, she could not overcome it. I think her social game is all over the place. Her strategy is okay, and she did win a comp. She has some skills, but I can't say she is good or bad.
So this next subgroup of people are ones who are definitely mediocre, but they either tend to overplay or they misread a lot of situations. So the first person in this tier at 108 is Brittany from BB24.
I cannot believe Brittany is this high on the list, compared to the people from her era of Big Brother. Anyways, she was a part of the Girls Girls Alliance, but they soon kicked her out of it due to her selling Emir out and just in general being very annoying. She did get close to Michael and got closer to Taylor throughout the season, and she was in a pretty poor position before the leftovers came to be, which did put her in a position of power. At the same time, she was at the bottom of that alliance as well, which she did recognize, but she never put in any active work to improve her position within the alliance and to make stronger relationships with people in and out of the alliance. Of course, there was the whole Cal mess, and while she did warn Michael about how he needed to make a big move, he ignored her strategic advice and she started leaking a bunch of information slash planting seeds, which failed. Often. Brittany's paranoia got her in a lot of trouble, especially later on in the season, and she let it blind her, like trying to vote out Taylor and then pissing Monty off in the last 2 weeks of the house. She was not the best in competitions, she wasn't good socially throughout the season, and I do think she had good moments strategically, but her paranoia got the best of her, and she actively played for second place and for Michael to win the entire season. So, yeah, I'm definitely docking her for that. I see it being booted earlier on most seasons, since accountability is not there for her to improve as a player, and she has a lot of flaws that she seemingly doesn't.
At 107 is Joseph from BB24.
My opinion on him as a player went down after rewatching the season, and I didn't think highly of him as a player during my initial rewatch. He was very close to being the replacement nominee target in the first week because he refused to speak game to people and didn't have many alliances with people. The ones he was in an alliance with was either fake or they all saw him as expendable. Things turned around for him when the leftover alliance was formed, and he played a good secondary role in making that happen and helping get Amira out. He was in a powerful, safe alliance that would have carried him far, and his social relationships with the house guests in general rarely grew. Instead of letting his social game carry him throughout the season, he decided to pretend to be double agent, which only worsened his position within his alliance, and he gave them all of his ammunition, where double agents tend to keep certain things to himself and place both sides against one another, which he didn't do. And he was blind to his alliance being ready to cut him, while also volunteering to be the replacement nominee on Taylor's HOH, where he most likely goes home. He clearly did this since he wanted to cover his butt with the other side of the house, but it was pointless since they were going to find out about the alliance anyways, and he wasn't actively using any of this information to his advantage. While the split house twist caused him to go home, I think his time was running out very soon anyways. He wasn't good at competitions, he improved socially where he became pretty solid in that element, and was a mess at best strategically, and I don't see him improving as a player.
At 106 is Kevin from BB11 and BB22.
He is someone whose game I ended up lowering on after the rewatch. It seemed like he was only really close to Shima and Lydia, and while the alliance with the former brought him into the Jesse side of the house, he was at the bottom of that alliance, and it seemed like Lydia had the better relationships with the other side of the house. Before that obviously went kaput. He did work on his relationships and intentionally laid under the radar, and didn't end up using the veto on Lydia on Shima's HOH, as she was safe, but sometimes it's best to just use the veto on your ally. The reason why I ended up lowering on Kevin is that I didn't realize how lucky he was with the coup d'etat, since it was able to better his position in a way that the dynamics was not leading up to otherwise, as he was able to vote out Jesse, and it's a good move, or it's good that he realized that he needed to take that shot at that time. He was on the chopping block sooner than later, and the twist changed that. He was able to work closely with Natalie in the second half of the season due to that, and they were able to kind of play Jeff. At the same time, I questioned his choice in wanting to take Jordan to the end over Natalie, and it showed that the awareness isn't completely there. I think Kevin gets the strategy, social, and competitiveness, since he did do well in a lot of the competitions before he actually started winning them, but I think he had a blind spot against certain archetypes, and had some slightly off reads at several times in the season, while getting lucky with the coup.
Due to how people perceived him during BB11, many people were excited to see him come back, since it has been a decade since he last played and really wasn't connected to the alumni in general. Kevin came into the house and was immediately nominated because many people did not know who he was, and it was clear that Kevin was a lot more emotional this season, and I think he let it affect his gameplay overall. He spent 2 weeks talking in a well-run circle with Nicole A about their poor reads, and then he got closer to the likes of Devon, Bailey, and David, who not only did that group not really get along, but they never really knew what was going on in the house. He was consistently pawned during the season, and there was really no path for him in the game, despite him lasting about 2 months into the season. I think that Kevin in this season was close to how he would have been in BB11 without the coup, as he does struggle to fit in with most groups and is very insecure, which blinds him, and was poor strategically in the season while being weaker in competitions. So, yeah, it definitely bumped him down a lot on my rankings.
At 105 is Ian from BB14 and BB22.
He had a lot of chances and things outside of his control that helped him get as far as he did. Boogie needed to save him with the immunity, where he was going to be on the block otherwise in the first week, and could have easily been voted out in the first week. And then there was the double veto, which he ended up finding in that box, and it was one of the reasons why he was not sent home in 8th place. Ian was an outsider during the first few weeks of the season, since he was not Boogie's closest player, and he was not a part of the Quack Pack yet, or in that grouping, but he did have a relationship with Brittany that brought him into that alliance, and Mike gave him enough information where he was able to get Boogie and Frank targeted, which I don't think was the best move for him, especially at that time. From the final 8 and 7 onwards, he had to win himself into safety, and he didn't even realize that he was being targeted, where he also made it through the final 4 and was shocked where he stayed over Shane, which was the only time in the jury phase where he wasn't immune. While Ian is good at competitions, and he did improve exponentially socially in the season, he was out of his depth strategically and was not aware of the house dynamics as much as he thought. So here he is, since he does have some good qualities to him.
Like Kevin, people were excited to see how Ian would do, since it had been almost a decade since he last played and he did a lot of growing up to do, as he lived throughout most of his 20s and between seasons. A lot of people mistrusted/distrusted Ian from the very beginning, and the only people he really was aligned to was Nicole, while there was a fake Final Four made with the two of them, Danielle and Cody. Ian did not know what was going on in the house, and even when he was given information from the wall yellers, nothing really came together for him. Ian thought that he was better than the other people who were not in the main alliance in the house, where he absolutely needed them, especially since he didn't have many relationships with people in the committee alliance as a backup. He wanted to do the same thing he did in BB14 with laying low in the first half and beasting in the second half, but the entire cast knew that was his strategy and gameplay, and the dynamics in the season were much tighter, so there was no wiggle room for Ian to sneak in there. To me, it shows that he's not adaptable, still struggles socially, is worse off strategy-wise or strategically, and isn't as strong in competitions, but it's probably still his strongest suit, leading him to be a mediocre player when you look at all of the data.
At 104 is Becky from BB17.
There were a lot of people in BB17 who were kind of just there, and while Becky kind of fit into that, she didn't really belong on either alliance or side of the house. This not only made her easy to nominate whenever a pawn was needed, but it also means that they both wanted her as numbers. I will say that Becky was aware of this and was somewhat trying to play both sides and to lay low during the first half of the season, as she just observed everyone. At the same time, this flip-floppiness just made her come off as shady, especially when she tried to help Clay and Shelly during James's second HOH, and Vanessa used this against her when Becky attempted to send Vanessa home during her HOH. By that point in time, Becky did choose a side, but it was a bit too late, and the side she chose was also just a lot weaker, so it is not shocking that Becky went home soon after her HOH failed. Strategically, I do think she is solid, though she struggles with executing it, and she was in the middle socially, and was solid enough competitively, so I can see her doing better in other seasons, or performing very similarly to how she performed here.
And the final one in this weird grouping at 103rd is Clay from BB17.
What's frustrating about Clay is that he could have very well been a solid player, and he was well on his way to being one as the season was playing out. He was one of the few people in the house who have relationships with people on both sides of the house, and they all thought that he was working with them, even though he caused some drama with Devon, was influential in Jeff being booted, and even getting into it with Audrey later on. So it does show that Clay does have a fuse and is a hothead. He had a decent strategic lens and a decent read on what was happening in the house, though Shelley definitely helped him with that, but he was putting his work and his influence, and that was why the boot order went the way it did. The issue with Clay is that he was not the most self-interested, and he completely gave up when he was nominated. And what makes it even worse is that there was easily room for him to stay, and there was easily a path for him to make sure that happened. Because of his relationship with the goblins, he could have pivoted to them or used them for votes, but he immediately told everyone to vote him out, and his own side realized his relationships with the other side, which is why they wanted him gone. If Clay is focused and self-interested, I think he could have been an upper tier player, but he didn't have that. In another scenario, I could actually see him doing a lot better. But based on what we have in his one season, him being at the top end of mediocre makes sense.
So, the final group in this mediocre tier are people who are close to being an upper tier player, but they're just missing a component that would cause them to be up there, and they just don't have that special it factor that would bump them up there. And the first person in the spot at 102nd is Liz from BB17.
I am kind of shocked that she's in this high end on the mediocre tier, since I don't know if I think highly of her as a player overall. Liz had a chip on her shoulder since she had to contain herself since she wanted Julia to enter as a player. She was on the outs for the first week or two, and her twin secret was exposed, but she was then brought into the Sixth Sense alliance where she and Julia were pretty much used as numbers. Whenever she did have power, she made the obvious move, which is fine, but it isn't super notable. It became clear that she was being led by Austin and Vanessa on a strategic point of view, and while she can be social, she was naturally more reserved than Julia as well, though she was very good competitively, which says a lot since she couldn't even compete in half of the competitions during the first 5 weeks. And while she did make some moves, the fact that she wasn't even really aware of them and couldn't explain herself in the finale shows to me that she lacked self-awareness, and I don't know how well she would do without Julia being there or in another season in general. So I'm kind of just all over the place with her, but she has enough decent qualities for her to be where she is.
Just missing the top 100 at 101st is Turner from BB24.
He was another person that I found unimpressive during the season and continued finding him unimpressive during the rewatch. Turner was in a bad position at the beginning of the season as he rejected alliances with Brittany and Michael to their faces while gluing himself to Pooch, who was in a poor position and was in a fake alliance with a few of the guys. He was out of the loop and would have been the next target had he not won the Week 3 HOH, where he wanted to boot Taylor, which would have done nothing for his game as they were both outsiders, but he had to be convinced by the other guys to boot Amira once the leftovers became in alliance. Turner was in a good position while that alliance was in power, and it was clear that he needed a leader to follow. It was first Pooch, then it became Kyle once the former was booted, and then when Kyle was booted, it became Monty, who Turner followed for the rest of the season. It became clear that Turner had no idea what he was doing and would do whatever the last person he spoke to wanted him to do, which we saw with Kyle during his second HOH before Kyle's race scandal came into play, and Monty had to convince Turner to send home Michael on his final HOH and convinced him to boot Alyssa over Taylor, knowing that it was a bad move for Turner. Due to his passivity and lack of agency, Turner was seen as someone who had no moves, and he had no respect in the jury house, especially with him voting out Alyssa, who was better for his endgame over Taylor. He was good in competitions, got better socially, though I don't know if I would say it was good, and is weak strategically, but I don't know if he has what it takes to grow as a player to be in the higher tiers.
Just making it to the top 100 is Cliff from BB21.
Like Liz, I am shocked that he is this high on the list, since I don't think very highly of him as a player. And he also has the element of being evicted more than once in a season. Cliff was on the outs for the first few weeks of the season, and it was why Nick thought it would be so easy to nominate him as a pawn, but Cliff did end up going home in the third week. And while it was partially because they knew he had a chance of coming back, Cliff also ruined his spot by blabbing loudly to the feedsters, where he was not going to be targeted earlier on. He pretty much kind of remained the same when he came back and sat on the outlines until like the 2/3 portion of the season, where he was aligned with Jackson and Holly and did everything he could to not only not take a shot against Holly and Jackson, but try taking Jackson to the end, to the point of attempting to turn the showmans against one another, which was just bad. Cliff seems like he knows what to do, but kind of just comes off as a bit too passive. Is better competitively than I thought, but I don't know how well he would do in other seasons, especially on a social standpoint. So I could see him having a similar enough fate that he did during his first round, or he just kind of slides his way to the middle of the season.
At 99th is Hayden from BB16.
He is someone that shocked me when I rewatched his season, especially since it's not like he got much of an edit on the actual episodes. It seemed like he was not included in the Bach Squad alliance just by happenstance, though he had good relationships with many people in the house. For a lot of the game, he just stuck with Christine and Nicole's strategy or stuck with them strategically, and kind of had a follow the leader mentality for most of his time in the season. It did seem like he was starting to wake up on a strategic lens, where he realized that Frankie and Zach needed to go, and was starting to put the pieces together, recutting in alliance. But like Jackie, he was swiftly booted before he could really do anything. But I do have a relatively higher hopes on him as a player due to his relatively solid social skills and potential to grow strategically while being okay in competitions, but I simply don't have enough information for me to put him in that tier. So here he is.
At 98th is Dick from BB8 and BB13, if you can barely count that.
Of course, we all know about Evil Dick getting help from America's player because America wanted to keep the Donatos safe, and that was also helped by the edit that they got on the show. Evil Dick was doing well socially for the first few weeks of the season and found himself in a majority alliance very quickly, which he rode for a while, but things went downhill once he made the move to boot Nick, which he said he regretted, and targeted Eric way too soon, especially when he and Danielle were at the bottom of their alliance. In general, the move failed and backfired, causing him to be at the bottom of the house, and while he won the veto, he used it to save his daughter, and would have been voted out without America's player. Strategy was Dick's strong suit, as he was able to get things done and saw through the motivations of the other house guests, but his attacks on people were not strategy like how the show tried to paint it out to be, and he could win a decent amount of competitions. With Big Brother 13, he was instrumental in setting up the Veterans Alliance and adding in some of the newbies, but his removal caused us to not see how he would do, so he is here.
At 97th is Jeff from BB11 and BB13.
I remember mentioning in my Big Brother 13 tier ranking video that I wasn't sure if his improvement as a player was mainly due to him actively improving his skills and his errors, or the format of the season, and I definitely think it's the latter now that I've had some time to think about it. Jeff sided with the minority alliance in the beginning of Big Brother 11, and he was immune in some of those weeks because the athletes won a power, so they couldn't go after him even if they wanted to. Luckily for him, the other side started imploding on themselves, and he was able to make amends with Russell. And of course, he was given the coup d'etat, which was able to dismantle the structure of the house and make it into his favor. But as we will see on both seasons, Jeff does not handle being in power well and doesn't make the best choices. He makes a promise to someone, wins the veto on his HOH, backstabs someone that he shouldn't have because it makes him the biggest target in the house, and then he's booted right after his HOH reign ended. On Big Brother 13, he was able to be in a power position due to the Veteran Alliance and making connections with the likes of newbies that are Shelly and Adam, and went on his way to make sure the house liked him and to not build a target on himself and Jordan, compared to Brendan and Rachel. Despite the change in position in his 2 seasons, he played very similarly, and I feel like he's an upper mediocre tier.
At 96th is Judd from BB15.
While I didn't think he was a great player before rewatching the season, I was expecting him to be a better player than he ended up being. Judd apparently had an alliance with Miranda and Andy, in addition to being on good terms with people on that side of the house, whereas even the people on the other side of the house liked him as well. It seemed like his social game could have carried him very far, but that didn't end up happening. He won HOH when I don't think he should have, though he apparently created some lie that booted Caitlyn out of the house, and people started coming up with these speculations about him, and the social game started falling off. He was blindsided at the double eviction, and then came back to the game, which I docked him for, only to be at the bottom of another alliance willfully. It seems like when he has to strategize, he tends to struggle and doesn't have the best discernment. He won a few competitions in the season, and while I rarely see him going early, I don't know if he has the willpower or the skill to be a better.
At 95th is Derek X from BB23.
For someone who knew absolutely nothing about Big Brother before entering the season, he got onto the game very quickly, which is a good trait in a Big Brother player. He did start pretty poorly, since he spent a majority of his time with Travis on the first week, and he was going to be backdoored in the first week, before he won the veto. After that, and essentially choosing Kind over Travis, things started improving for him since he started making a lot of important relationships and was able to relax quite a bit, though he continued winning competitions where he didn't need to win them, which would eventually be his undoing. Derek found himself in the Royal Flush Alliance, where a lot of his other teammates were isolated, and he was the one who broke it up, since he wanted to backdoor his biggest competitive threat in Christian, where I don't know if this was the best move, since he pissed off all the kings, and it just caused him to be the standout competitor, who would need to be backdoored, which is exactly what happened. You can definitely say that the cookout hindered his game, since Hannah and Tiffany was probably going to be more loyal to him than them without that factor, but I do think he was way too naive and overconfident about his position, which we saw when he did not purchase a twist during the week that he actively needed it. I can't say that he is strong strategically, but his social and competitive skills has him on the higher end of this tier, and I could easily see him improving a lot if he were to return or if he was on another season.
At 94th is Claire from BB23.
I remember a lot of people having high expectations of Claire, since she was a super fan, though that was more of Survivor, but she knew a lot about Big Brother as well, and I will say that she was doing fine enough in the beginning. She was of course close to Tiffany, had good relationships with Kenneth and Sarah Beth at the time, and was overall a pleasant person who laid low during the first few weeks. Luckily for her, the slaughterhouse fell apart immediately, since that group was thinking of her as a target, and she was brought into the Royal Flush Alliance, where she was able to build good relationships with Alyssa and Christian as well. We saw some signs early on of Claire being a bit too passive, despite her knowing what moves needed to be made, but it never really appeared until later on in the season, even though she did have close relationships with people like Kyland and Hannah, or at least at certain point in the season. She was a target during Kylan's second HOH in early jury, and there were a lot of people who did want her out to weaken Tiffany, and she used her secret HOH power to make the move that Tiffany already made, though she knew that was not the move that she herself needed to make, and was not more aggressive in getting Xavier out. Ultimately, Tiffany had to be the one to take her out due to the cookout. Claire was very poor in competitions and was competent enough strategically and socially, but she was self-aware, and without the cookout and being accountable, and with her being an extremely accountable person, I could see her doing a lot better on other seasons, though the passivity is something that might be something she struggles with improving on.
At 93rd is Brett from BB20.
I think he's someone who, yet again, can be a solid player under the right circumstances, but from what I saw on this season, he just did not display that on BB20. Brett was a part of the Level 6 Alliance, and while he was not at the top of the Alliance, he wasn't at the bottom of it either, because he was level-headed and not paranoid, like Winston and Rachel were, which is why he was able to stay against them both on the block, and why people saw more worth in him, but it was also why he was seen as a threat as well. The both times that he did stay on the block, it had nothing to do with anything he did, and he did nothing to ease his tickets from the other side of the house, which I do fault him for. I didn't notice it initially, but on the rewatch, it was clear that his bro-centric mentality affected his game, where he never seriously aligned with any of the women, and I think Angela and Casey also kind of felt that distance. He pretended to be a rat regarding the other side, but it never really contributed to anything, and he didn't change his position from the bottom of his alliance when the jury portion started, so him getting 6th place isn't shocking. He's middle of the road strategically, competitively, and socially, but isn't as messy as many of the others in this tier that are below him.
At 92nd is Alyssa from BB23.
She is a very weird and an interesting one to talk about when it comes to the game. Alyssa was nominated because she was assumed to be in a showmatch with Christian, which wasn't even a thing at that time yet. But she was able to get Frenchie on her side and did go to work to make sure that she was safe, so she handled the block well. Alyssa was able to build strong relationships with people like Xavier and Christian, and was also close enough to Tiffany and Claire earlier on in the season, where the Whale Flush Alliance put her in a really good position. But her team in the Kings was too threatening, and it became the fake out due to the cookout, where it would have been the real alliance in any other season. After the Christian boot took place, Alyssa fought to make sure that she was in a decent enough position where she was not targeted. But after that, she ended up heavily clinging onto Xavier and really took her foot off the gas, since she isolated herself with him for the next few weeks and was pretty much a sitting duck. In her final week, she did win the veto to save herself, and we did see her getting closer to a lot of the other cookout members, so she turned it back on when she realized that she was in danger, which is a skill that I've noticed with her throughout the season. Alyssa was okay competitively, as she was close in a bunch of competitions, but only won 2 vetoes, had solid strategic moments when she was active, and was very social when she was active. But clearly, the issue with her is that she ranges from being active to inactive too much. I think Alyssa can be very cutthroat, and I think the cookout was the biggest handicap of her, especially compared to the other non-cookout members, where I think she probably does better on a lot of seasons.
At 91st is Josh from BB19.
Due to the circumstances of Josh's win, I think it's very hard for me and other people in general just to talk about him as a player, and it's why I didn't know where to put him for a while. His game was bad at first, since he was rubbing the house guests the wrong way at first, and he for sure would have been targeted had he not gotten the safety apple in that first week. Luckily for him, he built relationships with Paul and Christmas even before Paul started caring for Josh, and when everyone else was willing to send him home on the fourth week, Paul and Christmas convinced them to keep him. Josh had these moments of thinking individually, like wanting to target Elena instead of Jessica on his HOH, but his execution of it was always poor, and he would always just cater to what Paul and Christmas wanted. He was a decent enough competitor and was pretty sloppy socially as well as strategically, which is why Josh is placed here, especially since he won because Paul lost. I could see him being an earlier boot on another season, but I could also see him growing as a player due to all of his reality TV experience, though he could just play the same and annoy people socially, or he could really make these strong bonds with a lot of other people. So I think him returning would be very interesting to see where he ends up.
At 90th is Taylor from BB24.
Alrighty, I made it very clear about what I feel about her as a player. I don't think she's a good player, and I think a lot of what people say about her game is revisionist history, solely because she won. Taylor came into the house and she rubbed people the wrong way, where some of it was due to preconceived notions, definitely, and some of it was due to her weird way of conversing at times, but it ended up with her being on her way out of the house if it wasn't for Paloma quitting and Twist of the Week protecting her. Even after that, she was the secondary target and didn't realize it, but stayed due to others playing around her. Turner was about to send her home the third week before she was pulled into Leftovers Alliance as a number, and she was safe for the majority of the season after that. After this, she mainly just hung out with Joseph, Michael, and Brittany within that alliance, didn't have much say about anything that was going on, and her reads were just consistently off. Her first HOH was horrendous because she was so scatterbrained, influenced by Joseph, and was trying to make good TV, over promising where she couldn't even keep up with those promises, and then Joseph put her in a bad position before he left. After the Calmus happened, she and Monty got a lot closer strategically as well as romantically, and there was the Michael thing where she had a part of that move, but she wasn't the one who convinced Turner to send him home when Michael went home. There's not much to say gameplay wise because she tried to keep Brittany on her HOH and failed at doing that, just like she did with Indy, and Taylor needed to be taken to the end, and whenever she tried to have agency/control over the game, she never got what she wanted. I think she's a mixed bag socially, as she did improve, but I still think she has a lot of holes in this element, was pretty poor strategically, and is decent in competitions. In general, I think she had a lot of luck and outside factors that gave her the win, and I don't know if she can improve on her faults to really be an upper tier player.
At 89th is Hannah from BB23.
I think a lot of people wanted to prop her up due to her association with Tiffany, and while I don't think Hannah is a bad player, I don't really think she's a good player either. Before she was really included in the Cookout Alliance, Hannah did not have much relationships with people and was outside of the major structures and dynamics that were being formed during the early portion of the season. She came off like a know-it-all to a lot of people, and her reads were really poor before Tiffany really took her under her wing, brought Hannah into the Cookout Alliance seriously, and caught her up on the dynamics of the gang. She did convince Christian to not target her during his HOH, and she did help Tiffany with a lot of the plans for the cookout in the season. She did improve her social game, and we did see her win some competitions later on in the season, proving that she was a mental threat in competitions. At the same time, she really had no agency for herself, as she tossed Derek to the side way too early and was more than willing to go to the end with the cookout, not even thinking of the path that she would win with that alliance. And knowing that she would lose, and I think she was the only person who would take Tiffany to the end. Even Claire planned on cutting Tiffany before the final two. So Hannah ended up getting booted 5th, which is well deserved. Despite her mediocre run on the season, I do think that she could actually perform a lot better on another season, since she has more life experience and is a lot more involved in the BB alumni and covering the show and understanding it in a different way, hence her being at the top of this tier, pretty much.
At 88th is Danielle from BB8, BB13, and BB22.
I didn't know where Danielle would end up when I started ranking her and how I would feel about her. Danielle was able to get into a majority alliance earlier on in the season, and the house did feel bad for her, but there was a shift in how they viewed her, and I think it was due to her relationship with Nick while having a boyfriend. Right after he was booted, she tried to target someone in her own alliance and did it in the most sloppy way matter, and that failed because she didn't even have the numbers to do so, and some alleged diary room interference to get the others to keep him over KO. Allegedly. It was good that she made up with Jen, but she threw that away as soon as she could, and she would have been the first juror if her father hadn't saved her with the veto. And she was the one that would have been backdoored if the producers allowed Eric to use the veto in the final 7. I like that Danielle was always willing to make moves, wanted to make moves, and was very self-interested, but she needed to be saved a few times, was heavily reliant on her competition wins, and her social game left a lot to be desired. In a lot of ways, Danielle played the same and differently in her second season, BB13. I do think she improved her social game, as she got close with many of the newbies in the season, and even the vets, especially Rachel and Brendan initially, before she turned on them, and she got closer to Shelley and Porsche as the season went on. Danielle was in a great position within the house, and could have cruised on it, but blew it up by making a move too early regarding turning on the veterans, and needed a comp run of herself and Kalia for the next few HHs, and as soon as they lost, she went home. She has a lot of the ingredients, good at comps, understands strategy, and can be social, but it's all so messy, and it never comes together very well, hence her being low on this tier.
After 9 years, becoming a wife and mother, there was some curiosity as to how Danielle would play entering her third season, especially since the game and meta has changed since her era. She entered the season being very close to Nicole and was able to bond with Cody to the point where they are virtually in the same alliances together. Danielle did not want to flip on her alliance too soon, which was the main fault in her last game, but the issue with her game this season is that she was still doing the unnecessarily messy gameplay and planting dry seeds, where people mistrusted her the same as they did in BB13, and also mistrusted her from very early on in the season. And what made it even worse is that she was at the bottom of her alliance and didn't really realize it until it was way too late. So we watched her play for 7th place the entire season. She overestimated her relationship with Cody as well as her entire alliance, while not doing anything with the outsiders until around day 1's boot, but her alliance saw through her game play. Danielle lost her competitive ability, her social ability was borderline poor, and her strategic ability was just messy. Danielle always knows what to do, but her pacing is off and she's just too sloppy. So it's just another example of her always being close to being an upper tier player, but never really grasping onto it in the way that she needs to in order to thrive.
And the final person in this tier at 87th is Christmas from BB19 and BB22.
Despite her playing in 2 seasons and making it to the end game in both of them, I don't know how much I'm actually going to say about her. Someone with her stats should be in one of the 3 upper tier spots, but there are some huge holes in Christmas's gameplay that prevent it. On both seasons, she was way too much of a team player, not really recognizing that you can be in an alliance and also play your own game, but she put everything in the team, which causes for her to lack her own path or agency in the game. I do think her breaking her foot derailed her gameplay in her first season, and she really had no choice but to rely on Paul, especially since he was the main one campaigning for her to stay, but she was just lucky that she was one of the few who were allowed to make it to the end game on the season. She repeated the strategy on her second season, but Tyler was her Paul, though their relationship was a bit more on equal footing, and she did have her own relationships with people like her future husband Memphis and Enzo. The issue with Christmas is that she didn't build much of a relationship with the man in charge of her alliance, i.e., Cody, and she really didn't make much of an effort to improve her position within her own alliance until it was too late. But she didn't do that in BB19, so it was an improvement with her making a move that needed to be made, like evicting Nicole in the triple. Another issue with Christmas is that her personality just rubs people the wrong way after a while, despite her putting a good face socially in the first few weeks, which happened on both seasons, and it's why she almost always ends up struggling to win a jury vote, despite her making it to the endgame on both seasons. If Christmas got over those huge flaws, she could be one of the better players and make it to those 3 upper tiers, but outside of that, she is okay competitively, inconsistent socially, and okay strategically.
So the first group of people in the subgroup in the solid tier are people who could arguably be moved into the mediocre tier if someone brings up a good enough argument to me. And the first person in this group and tier overall at 86 is Jesse from Big Brother 10 and Big Brother 11.
He played a bad game in Big Brother 10, as he got into an argument on the first night and then needed to win the veto in order to save himself, but he found himself in a good position by the end of the week with that 8 alliance. He then won the HOH the next week, and while he remained loyal, people did not like the attitude of himself and his alliance, the other 3 people, in Angie, Michelle, and Memphis, which caused him to be on the block for his final 2 weeks, and while it seemed like he was going to get himself out of that bad spot, he picked a fight with 2 of the pivotal votes that sent him home. In the next season, there's a lot of improvements, and he did realize that he needed to come down and be more of a uniting force, and also telling his allies to come down, since it brought a lot more unnecessary attention on them. Jesse was actually able to have an alliance that won competitions this time, and he was one of the main strategic forces of the group, with sending Brayden and Casey home, trying to keep his alliance together and seeing a few steps ahead. When you look at his 2 seasons, there was always social potential there, since people had meltdowns on both times he was evicted, and he was taken out by a twist that wasn't earned in BB11, when he would have made it further. At the same time, a part of me does wonder if he had this power and influence because he was the sole vet in that season. He can win competitions, grew strategically and socially, and was able to gain respect in the second season, so I think he's a bit above mediocre if I combine his 2 seasons overall.
At 85th is Matt from Big Brother 9.
I am really shocked that he is here, but I do think that he has the elements of a solid player. Of course, his gameplay started out very sloppy because a pair of his allies revealed that they had a partner in the house, and his other pair of allies decided to nominate them, and he and Natalie made the poor choice with the veto that week and not saving his allies. In addition to that, he and Natalie were very close to going home in the second week. After that, he was actually in a very good position and was in the middle of the house, and then the backdoor plan of him failed, though it had very little to do with anything he did. What would become Team Christ started to form, and when he was nominated, he was actually able to get more votes than he was supposed to, making it a tie vote, and his entire alliance wanted him to stay. So I don't think he's a bad campaigner. I didn't feel like he's mediocre because he was actually pretty good socially throughout the season and had the concept of game on a strategic level while not really being bad at competitions. The issue is, he's just too messy of a player, but I have a feeling that he would do better on a lot of other seasons, and he was also screwed by the returning player twist and how it was specifically set up, where they only knew that one of the options was the recently evicted house guest in James, where he would have made it further without that happening or literally anyone else returning to the game.
At 84th is Sheila from Big Brother 9.
She's another one that I was shocked that ended up being here, especially with how rough her journey was in the beginning. Sheila's behavior almost caused herself and Adam to be booted in the power couple phase, and they were always alternate targets in the first few weeks. Her only real ally was Alicine, who was a huge liability, and she even backed up off her. Things turned around for Sheila when she saw how the James, Chelsea, Sharon, and Joshua side of the house viewed her and the others, especially in the conversation she had with Chelsea, so she stopped Ryan from backdooring Matt and encouraged what would become Team Christ to form. It completely changed the game, and while there were emotional means behind it, Sheila was the only one who made a move so big. She and Adam got closer as allies, and she became an integral member of the alliance, but started to get outplayed at the end. I do think her social game improved as the season went on, and she definitely is one of the better strategic players of the season, which says a lot, but she wasn't good in competitions and it's just a bit too messy. From what she showed, she is a bit better than mediocre, which is why she's on the lower end of the solid tier.
At 83rd is Amber from Big Brother 8.
One of the reasons why people don't know much about or talk about her game is because she was given a very comedic edit, where we were laughing at her emotions and antics in the house, based on what production showed. People forget to mention or realize that she had a great social game in the beginning, where everyone recognized that she was a better player than Carol and was in multiple alliances, but they kept her because they liked her so much more. She was a part of the Late Night Jamboree alliance that was running the game and was in the swing position during the Kale and Eric vote, but she remained loyal to her alliance, and she wasn't even a target after that or the immediate target after that by the Donatos and the other side. Of course, Amber ended up going home after she was blindsided in the Dustin vote and could not readjust to the new dynamics of the house. But her last 4 weeks of the house only played out the way they did because of America's player, which screwed her more than once since Dustin wouldn't have gone home and the veto would have been used on her if Eric had any agency. At the same time, people did get annoyed with her and she had the martyr, good people mentality, which isn't good, but I think she's a solid player who would perform well enough on most seasons.
At 82nd is Dustin from Big Brother 8.
A lot of the points I made about Amber applies to him as well, pertaining America's players completely screwing up his game, and he wouldn't have went home had Eric had actual agency. Despite Joe airing out his personal laundry on the first night, he was able to recover quickly and found himself in the late night Jamboree Alliance, which controlled the first half of the season. Many of the house guests went to him for advice, and he was powerful in his alliance, but things started to change when he won HOH as he got a huge case of HOH-itis, which caused people to trust him less by the end of it, but it wasn't why he ended up going home. He was the one that caused Amber to stay in check about not booting Eric and the diary room, allegedly, since he's still a number, and he made the dumb move of nominating himself for eviction. He was competent at strategy, though he has a huge issue with overconfidence and comes off as untrustworthy, but I think he does well on most seasons and got screwed over due to twist, so it bumped him a bit.
At 81st is Nokomis from Big Brother 5 and 7.
Her game and journey was somewhat hard to conceptualize overall, since she has one good game and one poor game, which is a theme for a lot of the returnees from this era. In BB5, she did have trouble fitting in at first, but was eventually able to blend herself in and was able to position herself where the other side wanted to use her for a vote, while she got herself in an alliance with the other side as well. Once she gained momentum, she was able to win 3 HOHs and helped direct the season in her direction and benefit, to the point where she became one of the biggest threats left to win. In Big Brother 7, she had some of the same issues with not fitting in, but she was snipped extremely early. While she found her people on her first season, there were still social holes there since she didn't speak to the other side much at all throughout the season after the first 2 or so weeks, and she didn't manage the jury well, and her social issues became a huge problem in her second season. She was still second in her final HOH comp in BB7, so I think she could have won some comps had she lasted longer. In general, Nokomis is the type of player where they can only do well in a certain season or a certain vibe of a season that has similar vibe to the one that was in Big Brother 5.
At 80th is Reagan from Big Brother 12.
He came in with a set strategy from the beginning, with laying low for a majority of the season, letting the poor players take one another out, killing the drama, being a peacemaker, and building relationships. Unlike many other people, Reagan was able to execute his strategy down pat, and in a way, I think it worked out too well. While he made relationships with a lot of people, a majority of them were with the women, who were booted relatively early in the season. And then there's Matt and Brittany, who are all prioritizing other people over him. But because he was so blinded by Brenshaw, and he didn't have any close relationships with most of the brigade members, he was boxed in a corner by the time his season was ending, and while he figured out the alliance, he didn't have much to do. I do think that he understands strategy, and is better at competitions than people remember. He has a lot of work to do for me to consider him a good or even a great player, but he is a solid player.
At 79th is Michael from Big Brother 24.
I honestly never expected Michael to be this high on the list, since I don't think highly of the Big Brother 24 cast in general, and that's the case specifically with Michael. He wanted to play a floater-like social game, but he never put in the effort to be able to play like that. He stuck with Brittany and to a lesser extent Taylor and Kyle throughout the entire season, didn't build relationships with many people, but was put into some early alliances due to his quote-unquote innocent luck, and he went out of his way to win a bunch of competitions that he didn't need to win. He was the target in week 1, so he needed it for that week. Michael was in the leftover alliance, which put him in a good position, but he didn't build relationships with a lot of them. Whenever he won HOH, he in general made the safe move, which isn't a bad thing, but it became a problem in his final HOH, where one of Monty or Turner needed to go for his game, but he wasted it on Terrence. And then there was him weaponizing Cal's race scandal for gameplay and not owning up to it. He knows what to do for the game, is brilliant at competitions, one of the best, if not the best, in that category, and is kind of meh socially, but executing his strategies is where he is mixed on, so he's on the lower end of the solid tier overall.
And at 78th, and the final person in the subgroup is Justin from Big Brother 4.
I never would have thought that he would end up placing higher than Allison, but in general, I do think he has the skills to be a competent Big Brother player overall. He is one of the most consistent competitors pertaining to competitions ever, as he was in like the top 2 or 3 in every competition he competed in during the season, is able to have a solid enough social game where everyone likes and respects him, and he was competent strategically. He was disadvantaged due to being an ex, and he was the main target for the other side, but was able to make it decently far due to his side winning HOHs and making some solid relationships with people. I think his big issue is that he has no self-interest whatsoever, or he had no self-interest whatsoever, as he gave up the moment he was in danger, while he also let Dana go way too easily, where it benefited him to keep Dana over June, but he thought about his allies instead, and he didn't push harder for Nathan to stay when it benefited him exponentially, while he didn't campaign when he was on the block whatsoever. In general, he's a bit above mediocre.
So this sub-tier are for the solid players who are just extremely messy in one way or the other, hence them being here. And the first person in this group at 77th is Allison from BB4 and BB7.
I had a feeling she was going to drop once I finished watching her journey on Big Brother, but I didn't expect her to drop this much, where she's lower than a decent amount of her Big Brother 4 house guests. When you really look into it, Allison does have issues socially, where she comes off extremely fake and bitchy, which turns people off. They mentioned that she was extremely emotional as, well, which played a part in her strategic game. She was going to be a pre-juror if Nathan didn't use the veto on her, and she's her first boot on her second season, so the chances of her being a pre-juror more often than not, from the sample that we have been given, is larger than I would like to admit. At the same time, she is one of the most self-interested players in Big Brother history, which is a really good trait. She's always thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead, has no problem working with people she doesn't like, and is good at competitions, which all benefited her a lot. I think she had a lot of good reads during her seasons and utilized her potential well. The issue is that she cannot adapt her gameplay from Big Brother 4 to All Stars, and it kind of makes her flaws more imminent, since her eviction was more self-inflicted compared to the other pre-jurors.
At 76th is Krista from BB2.
She was a huge surprise when I rewatched Big Brother 2, especially since she was known as America's sweetheart, where everyone deserved or thought she was deserving to have the game handed to her due to the circumstances in her real life. She was arguably the only person who was on good terms with both sides of the house from the very beginning, and she definitely used that to her advantage. When she won HOH, she took out someone who has little ties in Autumn, while keeping both sides at bay. Krista did have this weird thing where she lectured people about voting off their friends, but we did see her try to plant seeds with Will to target Hardy and to weaken Nicole, the former being someone she had a final 3 with from the very beginning, but Will sold her out and it caused her downfall. I think Krista would be more comfortable to embrace this side of her if she were on a later season, and while she has good instincts, she never really thrived as well as I think she could. Overall, she's social, strategic, and is good at competitions I can remember.
At 75th is Libra from BB10.
She is also another one who has a lot of the good qualities, but is just a messy player overall. Libra was able to bond with April, Keisha, and Ollie, and was arguably the biggest figure and reason that caused the flip in Brian's game to go upside down, while being a part of the loose 8-person alliance. The thing is, everyone saw what Libra was doing, and the social game was not very good, though I think a lot of this was misogynoir, since people who acted the same way as her on the same season didn't get the same amount of flack. There was the weak push to boot her in week 2 by Steven, and a huge push to boot her in week 3 by the same people who did not want her booted in week 2 and had the power to do so. And when the other side eventually won HOH, she was finally sent home. At the same time, Libra had a lot of power and influence over the moves that were made in the pre-jury, so she is good on the strategic point of view, and by the end of her journey, she was able to make amends with April and Ollie to the point where they did want to keep her. And she was also close to winning many competitions in this season, so I don't think she's bad in that element. She seemed aware of her mistakes, so I can see her improving on them and being a better player if she was on another season or another situation.
At 74th is April from BB10.
I think that April is a similar player to Libra, where her social game is not the best, but she is very strategic in the moves that she made and how she essentially controlled the first half of the season. She was in an alliance of 8, but was closely working with Libra, Keisha, and her showmate Ali, but the issue is, they are also self-interested, or the 3 women at least, and it's very easily to engage into conflict with each of them, so they consistently blew up at one another. They made the first move against the other side of the 8, which was also aided by Keisha, and then April winning HOH. Her game unraveled because she could not manage Keisha and Libra while transparently making her own relationships with Jesse and Michelle that left them hanging. Once the dynamics shifted, April was not able to adapt and was the first one from the other side to be taken out. It is impressive that April was seen as her own player outside of Ali and had her own agency, but her social game needed a bit of work, and she did win in HOH. But I don't know how reliant she is pertaining winning competitions. Overall, I think she showed that she gets the elements of the game and made some moves, but she's a bit too messy for me to put her any higher.
At 73rd is Nathan from BB4.
He is someone that is known for making a really bad move, and while it definitely isn't a good move, especially since the person he vetoed not only wouldn't do it to him, but threw him under the river, and it isolated him from everyone in the house, I also think that it wouldn't be seen as such a bad move if this move happened a few seasons later, where everyone was more accustomed to using the vetoes from Big Brother 5 onwards. Despite that, he did show a lot of good qualities for the game. He is good in competitions, good socially, especially in the beginning of the season, where many people in the house wanted to work with him and were strategically capable, which we saw with the Michelle boot, and how he set up his HOH and position in the house, not only with his alliance, but with people outside of the alliance. During his last few days in the house, he turned things around really well, and they were convinced to keep him at the end, but things outside of his control, like the HOH comp, sent him home. If he was on during the last 2 to 3 weeks of his stay, like he was during his last few days, I think he would have lasted longer, and it shows to me that he has untapped potential to be a good player, or a better player, if he was on another season.
At 72nd is Shelly from BB17.
She's another person that showed that while in the top position of power, Shelly thrives really well as a player in that position, but is also another person that completely crumbles when she is at the bottom or no longer has power. We saw her immediately align with the likes of Devon and Audrey, which immediately fell apart, and she was a part of the reason why that happened. Despite that, she was pretty much offered a spot in the Goblin Alliance and got closer to what would eventually become the Sixth Sense Alliance, and she won power a few times during the pre-jury to take out Devon and Audrey. And the fact that she kept on winning HOHs, or close to winning HOHs, was a strike against her, really, since it was kind of unnecessary and bringing a lot of attention to her. And what was interesting is that despite her making these cold moves and being a part of the boot structure, the Goblin Alliance still trusted her, and her social game remained very good. But when she sided with the Jason boot, because she was paranoid about people voting out Clay had he stayed on the block, things turned for her since she wanted to hide her hands, and people weren't going to let her do that. When she lost power, Shelley completely crumbled, as she just whined, cried, and was very emotional during her final 2 weeks in the house. She stayed the first time partially because Clay kinda quit, and then she would have stayed during her final week had she not made a big deal about James having Clay's sweater. Shelley is good enough in competition strategy and social skills, but isn't flexible and is too emotional.
The final person in the subcategory is Marvin from BB5.
Throughout the season, Marvin never really had a solid ally, so while it is impressive that he was able to navigate like he did without one, his biggest fault was that he was not able to make a solid ally, making him expendable to everyone. He was able to position himself where each side needed him for a vote at some point, like where he was initially close with the horsemen and sided with them to take out some of the women, but when things flipped on them, Marvin flipped with that flip, and he was a heavy orchestrator for what would become the Six Finger Plan. He ended up becoming a floater, though it really wasn't by choice. At the same time, I can't put him higher because he had some confrontational moments, and at times, and does rub people the wrong way with his actions, which was one of the main reasons why he didn't have a solid alliance to begin with. He did make people like him at times due to being funny and being a realist, while everyone knew how smart he was, so while they were threatened by him, they valued him as well.
I do think his decision making, especially at the end with targeting Adria, who had no one, and getting in between Drew and Diane, was not very smart, but overall he showed how solid of a player he is.
So this next subgroup is for people who are clearly still solid players, but they are kind of passengers and are a bit too passive, especially compared to the other people that are higher than them on this tier. The first person in this group at 70th is Erica from BB4 and BB7.
I was expecting Erica to be placed a lot lower, and I did have her a few spots down, but I moved her up into the top 20 after a few evaluations. On her first season, she mainly just stuck to her alliance, was as honest as she could, where in a house that appreciated honesty in that dynamic, it served her well, and while she did have some off reads at times, she did improve as a player and became one of the stronger ones by the season's end, especially with aligning with Robert at the end and planning on taking Elsa to the final two. She changed her strategy successfully in her second season, where many people are not able to and weren't able to switch their strategies in the season, and people in general don't do that in Big Brother overall, and was a lot more cutthroat in the season, but she was also easily manipulated and was emotional. I think on most seasons, she generally makes it far due to being unthreatening, underestimated, and because she is a reliable ally, but she is mainly solid in all categories. She is solid, but not really great in competitions. She has a solid enough social game that causes her to make allies and to not stand out negatively in a social way, but people also get easily annoyed with her, and she's baseline or a bit above baseline strategically, but it makes a competition for a competent player. Like she has all the ingredients, but it doesn't add up into being an upper tier player.
At 69th is Corey from BB25.
Honestly, I never thought that he was going to be this high on the list, and I never even thought that he would make it on this tier when I first started rewatching the season. Corey was isolated during the first few hours of the game, and he was already nominated, but he was able to get in good with Riley, where she saved him, and was good with people from both sides of the house. Corey had quite a bit of alliances and got close to the fields, so he was very well insulated for the first few weeks of the season, while getting rid of his biggest threats like Hisam, when his allies wanted to keep the ladder. It was somewhere after the first month of the season where he became a bit too passive and complacent in his position of the season, but he needed America to wake him up about his position, as well as deteriorating relationship with Jared, or that he didn't realize was deteriorating at the time until this point, which caused that huge blow up. Corey was able to flip the Alliance Empire from the bye-bye bitches, but he sat back for the next several weeks where Matt and Jag took advantage of the empty ceiling and positioning to create their new power structure. While he was close to Jag, he was almost backdoored, was weaponized to target Blue and for her to target him, and he was saved that week due to nothing of his own doing and was booted 2 weeks later, though it was a result of the double veto, though he might have just been nominated under normal circumstances anyways as the replacement. Corey did have a strong social game, and he had a solid grasp on strategy, but he got very passive at various points in the season, and he wasn't strong in competitions. I do think he would be a better player, especially if he was a bit older, and he does have self-awareness working on his side.
At 68th is Will from BB5.
Kind of weird that he's this high on the list when he's the first juror and didn't seem to do a whole lot when he was in the game. He was able to be on decent enough terms with the guys where they can have some conversations with him and did the work so they wouldn't target him while getting extremely close with the woman on the season, to the point where he was a part of the Pinky Swear Alliance. Will was one of the few people who tried to have good relationships with everyone in the house, came up with the Operation Double Date plan, but was outplayed by Jace, had more allies once Lori was booted, and became one of the leading figures of the Pinky Swear Alliance. The issue is, the twins turned on him once Jory started, partially because he couldn't hide his resentment of the twin twist well enough, and while he fought to stay in the house, he was booted in a close vote. It seemed like he was finally gaining some serious momentum, but was nipped when it was starting to happen, and he was also able to make good friends with Marvin too. Socially, I think Will is definitely one of the better players overall, and has a pretty good concept strategically, though I don't remember him doing well in competitions. He's the type that would do well on most seasons, and has some promise.
At 67th is Danielle from BB14.
It's really shocking that she ended up being this high, since I don't think very highly of her as a player. But the thing is that she didn't do a whole lot wrong in the season. Her teammates were booted quickly, and she had to lay low when she was nominated, and started forming some important relationships. After the first few weeks, she and Dan aligned with Brittany and Shane, which was the start of a power alliance that would end up dominating the season. She was the only woman in the season who could win competitions, essentially, and kept up with the guys in that element, so I give her props on that. At the same time, she did make dumb and personal decisions when she won power, like sending Janelle home because she thought Janelle wanted Shane, despite being married, and Danielle wanting to be the quote-unquote main girl, and then there was her choke of using the veto on Dan at the Final Four, causing his showmance to go home, which is not what she wanted. People got annoyed with her as the season went on, but she did have a decent amount of win equity. I am confused about her because I don't know how much of it was her own skills or just Dan aiding her, but the game she played was solid all around.
At 66th is Rachel from BB6.
I didn't expect Rachel to make it this high on the list, even within the tier she is in, but I think that others made more large mistakes or have bigger holes in their games, as well as the skills they displayed. Rachel was able to become the first HOH, nominates the people who didn't speak to her, and targets the person no one really cared about, while having good relationships with everyone else in the house. She maintained this for a few weeks, though some like Maggie and Eric saw her as a threat, but it went away once she joined the Soft Six. Rachel benefited from being the sane, rational, and simplistic person in her alliance, where she wasn't overgaming like Kaiser and James, isn't oblivious like Harley and Sarah, and not pissing people off like Janelle. Most of her strategic reads were correct, and taking the more simplistic approach worked for herself and would have worked for her alliance had they just listened. I think Rachel's big issue is that she was not self-interested enough, where she kind of gave up when she was on the block, and we never saw her live up to her fullest potential, but she was solid from what we did see on the show.
At 65th is McRae from BB15.
He definitely benefited from being a superfan and knew most of the meta elements of the show and the game. McRae ended up winning the first HOH and used it as well as he could as he got into an alliance, built relationships with other people, and nominated people who had no ties. McRae bailed on his alliance to get into the majority when things were not working and worked closely with Amanda and Andy for a majority of the season, and things were going well, until Andy flipped on himself and his alliance, himself being McRae. So McRae is at the bottom of the season for the rest of his time there, where he had to win out. McRae knew when to lay low, and it worked well for him, but there's a point where you need to get out of that and to stop focusing on, quote-unquote, the house, especially at the endgame. A lot of the house guests saw him as an extension of Amanda, and he mainly had shallow relationships with most of the other house guests, and his win equity wasn't as large because of this. I think if he wasn't so passive, he would be a better player, since he's solid strategically and is shockingly good at competitions, where he did well even in a lot of the ones that he didn't end up winning.
At 64th is G from BB4.
This rewatch really shocked me about G's skill set as a player, since I mainly remembered him for his two HOHs, and they are pretty bad HOHs, where they both took place in the manner they did due to G's overconfidence and arrogance, while not seeing the forest in the trees. In general, I think he is a better player than he is given credit for, and he is a better player for sure when he is not in direct power, as he was able to have a sequence alliance with June, where they worked both sides to their advantage, and while he was in the dream team with Justin and Robert, he wasn't seen as the main target or threat like Justin, but wasn't seen as lowly and had a better social game and respect than Robert, so he wasn't in a poor position and was in a good middle ground. He knew how to undermine Justin subtly and was the only one out of his group to play with self-interest, as he threw the Final 7 HOH and convinced Justin to make the wrong move on his behalf on his HOH, while also building good social and strategic bonds with people outside of his alliance.
At 63rd is Natalie from BB11.
She is someone who went through a journey throughout the season. Natalie was in the majority alliance for the first half of the season, and it was her relationship with Chima that gave them the numbers that was needed to win the house. She was always giving her opinions on what moves needed to be made for the alliance, and was very high up in that structure of the house. So when things changed, Natalie's world crumbled. Her two closest allies were out in a bit over a 24-hour time span. She was consistently being nominated, and while she was aligned with Lydia and Kevin, she was not close to them and had to learn how to work with them. She and Kevin had to come from the bottom and really worked to get Jeff and Jordan to trust them, where they backstabbed Jeff and Jordan the next week and they started regaining power. At the same time, Natalie started showing how selfish she was, which turned off people in and out of the house, where she lost Jesse's vote and Kevin was going to cut her at the final three. Socially, Natalie just rubbed people the wrong way, and she didn't have high jury equity, while also just having too much ego. But we saw her play from the top and bottom well, which is very well for a Big Brother player to do, so I think she does well on most seasons.
At 62nd is Porsche from BB13.
I really don't know how I feel about putting her this high, but a lot of people in this tier have a lot of good qualities, but it's just very messy, so I guess Porsche kinda does belong here. She was in danger the first week and was very close to going home, but her idea of herself and Keith getting closer to the veterans was a good idea, and it's that support of the veterans that caused her to stay, though I'm sure Kalia and Shelley voted for her to stay due to nothing of Porsche's own doing, but mainly Keith self-sabotaging himself. She was out of the loop for the first half of the season and was almost sent home during Kalia's first HOH, since that is what Shelley was pitching. I do give her credit for pivoting from Rachel and onto Kalia and Danielle when they were winning power, and when Rachel was becoming a liability. But she needed to pivot to build more relationships with people throughout the season, since there were a lot of people that mentioned that she didn't have a relationship with them, and Jordev were the biggest voices of this. Things were going up for her once Kalia booted Jeff, and she won HOH to target Rachel, though I think she should have targeted Jordan during that round. But she did end up making up with Rachel, which was good, and only lost to a vote with Rachel in the final two. People tend to forget that Porsche placed second in most of the competitions she competed in, and she wasn't even allowed to compete for a few weeks, and then she started winning them at around the end. At the same time, I do think she's not the most consistent strategically or socially, but she showed more flexibility than a lot of people realized, and a lot of house guests can execute themselves, or they're not able to do so, so I give her props for that.
And the final person in this category at 61st is Jamaica from BB8.
I think it is very easy for people to forget about the game she played in the season, especially because of the edit she got, mainly focusing on her religion, but if you look deeply enough, her game is clear. It's clear to me that Jamaica wanted to play a loyal and honest game, which did work out for her. She was in a good position within the Late Night Jamboree Alliance as they ran the first half of the season, where she did contribute a lot to the strategy of the alliance and had some of the best reads in that alliance. But you saw some of the flaws to her game even early on, where she was essentially pressured by Jen to play in the veto for her because she picked her ball, though the alliance already planned to backdoor Nick, so I guess it was fine. And then she gave up her ability to play in the next 5 HOHs when she was never in actual danger anyways, so she didn't even need to win that veto. This was partially why she was taken to the Final Four, but she also had several twists that screwed up her game, where Dustin was blindsided due to it, putting herself and Amber at the bottom, and then Danielle was not allowed to be backdoored because the producers didn't want Eric to use the veto, where Amber would have stayed otherwise, and it would have put Jessica and Eric in a better position with herself, meaning that Jamaica was in a better position. And even despite that, she was arguably the biggest jury threat out of the endgamers, and especially out of the people in the Final Four. So she was very good socially and solid strategically, but could not win competitions, was not self-interested, and a bit too naive and trusting at times. Too trusting, I mean.
So the next group of people in this tier are ones who are willing to make a lot of cutthroat and big moves. And because of their gameplay, while it does them well for a lot of their run, it eventually comes back to get them and they eventually have some sort of downfall or just can't pull off the win. Hence them missing that special sauce that causes them to not be in either of the top 2 players and can be a bit messy. So the first person in this tier at 60th is Kalia from BB13.
Out of most of the newbies, Kalia wanted to lay low and be an observer, so she would be able to make big moves later on in the game, and I think she did that for the most part. Kalia was one of the 2 votes who sided with the veterans against Keith during the first vote, as he essentially destroyed their relationship before it happened, so she was in the middle. Things went awry for her due to Danielle, and Kalia was thrown right in the middle of it. She and Danielle needed to win the next 3 HOHs for them to be safe, and to be able to gain some additional allies like Porsche, and of course I have to address how Kalia completely let The twist screwed up her mind pertaining to her HOH, where she sent out a non-threat in Lawan home and kept all of her enemies in the house. She also almost went home during the Danielle boot, but she won HOH and made the biggest move in the season by booting Jeff, and having Shelly and Push on their side. Things were looking up for her, but the newest twist came back. So the newbie revolution never took off, and she was booted soon afterwards. I think Clea has the gist for strategy when she isn't getting paranoid and emotional, but her social game is a bit all over the place, though some of it was due to the misogynoir, in my opinion, and she's good at competitions, as she won 2 HOHs and did well in all of the endurance competitions, even though she didn't win. She would do better on a cast that's more diverse, but she held her own on a season that was heavily stacked against her.
At 59th is Keisha from BB10 and BB22.
I was not expecting her to be this high when I made the list, and I honestly didn't even know if she would get into the solid tier, much less the good tier. She was able to align herself with April and Libra in the beginning and was a part of the 8 alliance, which lasted about 2 weeks. It did seem like she had better relationships with people who were not in the majority alliance, like Steve, and even someone like Angie approached her to work with the other side, so I think she was doing fine socially, which is something that April nor Libra had. Keisha won HOH and decided to flip the house by ending the 8 and getting Jury and Rennie on her side, but I don't know how strategic and intentional the choice was. We saw her flip the house once again with keeping Memphis over Jesse, and Libra ended up getting all the blame. I do think she starts faltering off in the second half of the season as she became more passive and complacent, and while she had good read and instinct, like her knowing that she was going home without anyone saying anything, she cannot overcome the duo of Dan and Memphis, even ignoring Rennie's warnings. She is good at competitions, her instincts are sharp and helps with strategy, and she has a pretty good social game, while learning the game as she went on. At the same time, I do think she is way too emotional at times and confrontational. Based on this season, I think she would be a sharp player who can do damage, know when to make the right moves, and really become better.
What is there to really say about her second season? She was an alternate who managed to make it on last minute and really just sat there during the week that she was there. I doubted her campaigning skills in BB10 just based on the fact that the people she was dominated against were such easy targets, and it was solidified here, where she really did nothing of note in that regard when she was against Kevin. It also didn't help that she was close to outsiders in Kaysar and Janelle, but people not knowing her also played a part in her early boot. I think she still has some of the strengths from BB10, but being so distant from Big Brother and the alumni did not help her, and a poor performance here had me ducking her for sure.
At 58th is Natalie from BB18.
Entering the season, no one really thought much of Natalie and what she could do as a player. She was definitely not in the majority alliance, as she was with the anti-veteran newbies for the first few weeks, but she did have a better social game and was getting closer to people who were not in her alliance, which is why she was spared from being targeted earlier on in the season. There was the Spy Girl alliance, which went to crap once Bridget accidentally sent Bronte home on her HOH, but she mainly focused on getting closer to James and staying under the radar, where that carried her throughout the first half of the season. Of course, she is most noted for making the Zakiya flip happen to stop Polly in his tracks, as she was the main person who connected for a while that he was running the season. She got closer to Michelle, which was definitely a good move, and it seemed like she would really take the rest of the season by the horns. The issue started happening with her HOH, where she made the move that she thought America would like with protecting Nicole and Corey, whom she never really had much of a relationship with throughout the season, and turning on Paul and Victor. Not only did a second battle back happen, but the two pairs got together to get rid of herself, Michelle, and to a lesser extent, James, especially as she revealed right at the end of her HOH reign that she wanted Victor to stay, despite her being in an alliance with Corey. She was too passive during the Michelle week, and then when she did campaign for herself in her final week, it just sunk her even more. I think she's good enough strategically when she isn't placating to America, solid enough socially, though a lot of people thought she was fake, and is competent enough competitively, so I could see her repeating or improving on another season.
At 57th is Natalie from Big Brother 9.
I think she's someone who's very underrated as a player, but I get why she is, since Natalie is extremely sloppy. She aligned with Alex, Amanda, Parker, Jen, and was obviously partners with Matt, and they had power in the first week, but they completely blew it. causing Parker and Jen to go home by not using the veto, and she was very close to going home in the second week. It did seem like she was trying to play all sides in the beginning, which wasn't the most successful, but she was the only one willing to do this, and actively trying to build relationships with everyone, which I do think it worked, as I think her doing this is why the other side approached her with the Met backdoor side plan on Ryan's HOH, and she sold them out, which was a good move on her end, and started the downfall of the other side. Of course, she got played with James's HOH about back being protected when they made that deal, but she was the leader of Team Christ and led them in essentially all their decisions, where she got Adam to target the showmans and was the really strategic one in the alliance, while also winning the HOH in the final 7. She did start playing both sides again in the final 6, which is good, but she was just too sloppy with how she did it, so the entire house turned against her, since they also realized how much of a threat she was. I think Natalie is solid strategically and good in competitions, but she was messy socially, and I think that was her biggest flaw, but I think she would shock people if she came back.
At 56th is Helen from Big Brother 15.
Before rewatching this season, I didn't know where Helen would end up, as a lot of people mentioned how overrated she was, and I don't know if I agree or disagree with that. Helen did have a good social game, especially in the beginning of the season, where most of the house did like her, and she was one of the main people that worked to flip the house against Nick and the moving company, and did this while she was nominated, and was never in danger of going home that week. She won HOH afterwards and took out Jeremy, which is a solid move for her, and then aligned with Andy and Miranda, while also being heavily aligned with Alyssa. The issue with her is that she cut off her social legs, where she desperately needed people like Howard, Jesse, and Candace to be able to boot her big threats, and so she could regain agency and put herself in the best position. She kept on saying it's too soon, and her game also got exposed during the Jesse boot week, and right when she wanted to make a move against Miranda and started mistrusting Andy was when she went home. I think Helen is good socially, though she could have been a bit better, and I think she was solid strategically, but if she wasn't so passive and a bit more aggressive and knowing when to take shots, I think she would be a much better player. I don't think she's good at competitions, despite her winning an HOH, since she wasn't really close to winning any of the other competitions from what I remember.
At 55th is Michelle from BB11.
She's a funny one, since Michelle was kind of a loner for most of the game, but she did have loose connections to the Jeff and Jordan side of the house, though they never trusted her too much when they should have. But it is somewhat her fault as to why they didn't trust her. Michelle flipped on her own team to boot Chima, but she was able to repair that relationship, and the Jesse side started working with her, so she was kind of in the middle of repairing things and was in the middle of the house, though she was the backup target in the 3rd week and was apparently going to be the target in the 6th week had the coup not happened. But it was Lydia saying that, so who knows how much validity that had. Michelle was also able to be a major cause for Russell and Chima turning against one another, and that really dismantled the Jesse side of the house, where her HOH also sent Chima home, but not in normal means. She was able to make amends with Russell and work with him throughout the middle weeks of the season, though it caused her own allies in Jeff and Jordan to mistrust her, and then she had to win out from that point onwards, which she could not do. I think Michelle is pretty sharp and astute strategically, and was good competitively, but the social game needed some serious work, since there were people who actively hated her, like Natalie, Kevin, and even Lydia, but she was actually a jury threat, so it showed that she had some equity when it was all coming to a close.
At 54th is Monty from BB24.
Monty is definitely a weird one to talk about, now that I am really thinking about it. He was very well positioned at the beginning of the season, as he was with the post-pack alliance that was running things, and he had a lot of good relationships with the guys, but how he handled the Taylor/Paloma situation was a sign of some of his sloppier gameplay. Despite that, he continued with his good position, though the alliance showed some cracks, so he and Kyle ended up flipping from that alliance and started the leftovers, though he himself was not a huge reason as to why this ended up happening. After his HOH, where he did get out Nicole, something about his position changed, and a bunch of people were targeting him around this point. But because he laid back for a few weeks, that target, especially with the people in his alliance, shifted towards Joseph. After that, Monty was about to be sent home before the cow mess saved his butt, and he took over Cal's position of running Turner, essentially, where he had Turner and Taylor at his end gang. He was the one who booted Michael or had that happen, and started winning the endgame competitions, where he controlled the endgame, but he made a poor decision in the final three of booting Turner over Taylor. I think Monty is pretty solid strategically and socially, though people did mention that he was kind of like a politician when it comes to the social element, but he gets very passive at times and does not have the most awareness, while being solid in competitions as well. In general, he's just solid. Nothing better and nothing worse.
At 53rd is Polly Calafiore from Big Brother 18.
I remember during the season, there was some discussion that was very serious about whether he was a better player than his younger brother. While it seems ridiculous to think about that now, since we do know the answer to it, I do think he is more of a natural leader than Cody is. He was pretty close to going home in the first week, and despite not being a part of the 8 Alliance, Polly found a way to not only integrate into the Alliance, where a lot of people in his position could not do, but he changed the dynamics and became the leader that everyone relied on. He had several relationships and several alliances throughout most of the time in the season, and showed some flexibility with those alliances. What is noticeable is that Polly tends to get very emotional when he sees someone turning on or coming after him or rejecting him. The vengeance he has kind of blinds his game, and he tends to make the wrong moves in conjunction to it, and when everyone compared notes about him and his gameplay, he completely fell apart. Polly was good socially until he wasn't in his final few weeks, he was good with strategy until he let his emotions get in the way, and he's great in competitions. I think from what we saw here, he isn't mediocre, and he's great at the top, but not good at the bottom. So I think him being at the bottom of solid is pretty fitting.
At 52nd is Kyle from BB24.
It is extremely frustrating to have Cal this high on the list, since I find a lot of his gameplay to have nefarious reasons and rationale, even some of his earlier moves that aren't really discussed much. Cal made a lot of relationships with people in the house, where he was put in a lot of the alliances, as he was a part of the Pulse Pack crew, had good relationships with most of the guys in the house, and even had relationships with Michael and Brittany early on, which was pivotal in the formation of the Leftovers. While he was rubbed the wrong way about Nicole and Amira during the second week and them getting pooched out, I am wondering if he was rubbed the wrong way partially due to their complexion, as he showed continued uncomfortability regarding that in other situations with other people throughout the season. Despite being in a very good position with the Leftovers Alliance, he got annoyed with some of his allies for wanting to target Alyssa, though he was the one who directed them to do it in the first place. He created a PLC alliance in his head, which did not exist, and they were all targeting one another. And while he pulled a great move off during the Die Fest week and making a new alliance, the ickiness behind it was too much, and it bit him in the butt when Michael and Brittany weaponized it, since he made it clear that he was not going to work with it with them anymore. Cal showed a lot of great social skills and has a natural adaptability regarding strategy, as well as strategic insights to really be a good player, and he was okay in competitions. But the stuff above caused a massive fall for him, and while he did apologize, it came off as performative, and I don't know if he would truly improve as a player and his faults on another season.
And the final person in this subgroup and just barely making the top 50 at 51st is Amanda from BB15.
For someone who was not a fan of the show before starting Big Brother 15, Amanda was very impressive. She was essentially the one coaching Superfan McRae on how to run his HOH and gave him a lot of good advice. I also think Amanda was the main one who decided to weaponize the MVP twist via Alyssa to control the third nominee, and was the catalyst for why the moving company dismantled very early on. She was able to let her influence take over and run through the house very quickly, and had a hand in most of the evictions that took place in the season. The issue for her is that people saw how much power she had, and whenever people wanted to take a shot at that side, she was going to be that shot. People were charmed by Amanda at first, but she cannot hold back her personality, and a tyrannical side of her peeped out more and more whenever things didn't go her way. So people got more annoyed with her as the season went on, and she cannot handle it when things didn't go her way. Amanda was also poor in competitions, though she did get better at them by the tail end of her journey, stopping her only backdoor. When she is focusing on strategy, she is great. She always stayed a few steps ahead and was almost able to save herself from being evicted. I think Amanda has a lot of good traits for the game, but her anger, emotions, and control issues are huge flaws that I don't know if she could overcome, even if she was on another season or situation. The second to last group of people in this tier are ones who I consider to be very well rounded, but they are essentially missing something that I can't really put my finger around in the most immediate way. And at 50th is Spencer from BB15.
It's weird that he is this high, especially when you look at the trajectory of his journey in the season. He was in the moving company, and while he was well situated in the alliance, the issue with him is that his alliance was not a strong alliance. Props to Spencer for knowing that his alliance was going down, so he flipped from them and then came clean about the alliance when it was officially over immediately to the other house guests. While he did try to make a power move to target Amanda at around the middle point of the season, he was out of the power for a majority of the season afterwards and was nominated as a pawn for a lot of those weeks in the season, but I think he played fine from the block. He built some good relationships with people and is relatively palatable enough for the house, which is why he stayed around. I do think that he was in a good position within the Exterminators when it was formed, as he and Andy essentially controlled the alliance. He did win some competitions, so while I don't think he's necessarily good at them overall, he is mediocre in that element, and I do think he has a pretty good strategic mind while having a solid enough social game. I feel like he does well on a lot of seasons, and I think he thrives if he's in a more solid structure, but he played well for being outside of the structure and at the bottom from the very early on in the season to the end. And he was outside of the power structure, outside of the very beginning and the very end of the season.
At 49th is April from BB6.
Another person who is relatively underrated, but I think April has all the skills to be a borderline good player, and definitely the skills to be an upper middle tier player. She was one of the few in her alliance who consistently spoke with the Sovereign Six, and while they didn't necessarily trust her, they felt more comfortable with her over many of her allies, and it was why she was not targeted by the side of the house for a majority of the season. She and Jennifer were definitely more self-interested than the others in her alliance and laid low for the first several weeks of the season, while also having good relationships in her alliance. Of course, when the Yvette pitch went wrong and Jennifer decided to send home Kaser, her position was definitely weakened and it brought a lot of unwarranted attention to her, but it seemed like she was able to mend things pretty quickly. When she won HOH, we saw her strengthening her relationships not only with her alliance, but the South, as she was seen as the safer who kept the South safe while also being the one who sent James home once and for all, while undermining Yvette. She was the final one nominated in the season due to the good social work she did, and was the only one who spoke to Janelle about the game in the Final Four. I think she's pretty adaptable and played a good game, or a good enough game, where she can win in the dynamics of the season, and I think she would do better on a different season.
At 48th is Shane from BB14.
He is someone who seemingly has all the pieces together, or should have all the pieces together. He is great in competitions, but isn't really that reliant on them, and is a really social player, which would be a combination that causes him to do well on pretty much any season. I do have to mention that he would have went home in week 2 and was a target entering week 3, but he won the veto and the following HOH, but he was in that poor position because Willie was expelled and someone else had to go home. After a rough beginning, he and Brittany aligned with Danielle and Dan, where they essentially dominated the entire season. Shane was talked into targeting Frank by his alliance, but his HOH was essentially nulled, and then HOH again to split up Boogie and Frank. After all of that, he mainly just stuck with his alliance, so he somewhat made a deal with Joe. My main issue with Shane is that he was always talked into making a move by his alliance instead of going what he wants and building agency for himself, and it was a consistent issue with him throughout the season, as Brittany almost always told him what to do. And then when Danielle asked him if he would be fine going on the block during the Final Four and to veto Dan for no reason, he agreed to it, and then he was shocked that he was booted. Shane needs to be more sharp and firm in his agency and strategy, and I think he could be a top-tier player, but it's too huge of a weakness for me to ignore, so he's on the upper end of the solid tier.
At 47th is Matt from BB25.
He is someone who absolutely knew nothing about the show before going into the house, and that was definitely clear in the beginning. Certain terminology he did not get, he grouped up with a lot of the younger people in the house, he did not hide who he was working with whatsoever, and it did build a target on him, but he was lucky that people did not listen to his song. As soon as it was clear that his alliance was going downhill, we did see him integrate with the Professor's alliance by getting close to Sari and making those connections with other people, where he was essentially included in their alliance and all their fake alliances, and he ended up replacing the likes of Hassam, Red, Bowie Jane, and even Corey. in those relationships and alliances. Matt really developed good social bonds with most of the people in the house and was able to save his ally Jag with a twist and not have people be mad at him for it, and consistently sold people out to the people in power so they can have trust with him and so others can be weakened. The flip that happened with the Issy boot was perfect for his and Jag's game, and it was perfect for them to steamroll the rest of the season, and it was mainly his connections that caused people to want to work with them, and directed what happened in the last part of the season, where he helped Jag with a lot of the moves. The issue with Matt is that he really fumbled the bag during his HOH, letting Jag and Boy Jane outplay him with booting Suri, knowing that it would weaken him, and he really could not explain himself at the end of the season or in the goodbye messages, which indicates that he might not have been very intentional with his moves. I could see him making it far on most seasons, but I don't think he would improve strategically, hence him only being in this tier.
At 46th is Casey from BB20.
I never thought the most of Casey as a player, and despite her placement on this ranking, I think my opinion of her as a player got worse after the rewatch. She was a part of the level 6 alliance and just relied on it throughout the season, and in the first half of the season, she did a good job of not making herself a target, but she really had little influence in the moves that were made. 1. Tyler was doing all the legwork in the first half, and 2. Casey was not the most strong strategically and didn't know a whole lot about what was actually happening. She was just laying back for about the first 6 or so weeks, but was nominated in the 7th week twice and was able to win the power that week, which was able to cause someone from Haley's own alliance to go home, and she nominated Rockstar. Without this, there is a decent chance that Casey is gone as the second juror. Or it would have been Angela, which would have affected her game either way. From this point onwards, I believe Casey won at least one competition a week for the rest of the season, though she never used any of the vetoes she won, and her HOHs were always very simplistic moves. Something tells me that Casey was not the most aware of what was actually happening based on her jury answers, and she played a very simplistic game, but she never needed to not play simplistically. Her social game was kind of whole E, as she didn't have much relationships with the other side of the house, and her strategic skills are mid at best, but I think her non-threatening nature overcompensates both of those skills, and that's why I don't ever really see her being an early boot on most seasons, as well as her being good competitively. She's the type of person who does well on most seasons.
At 45th is Angela from BB20.
Unlike Casey, who went down on after the rewatch, I went up on Angela as a player. Right from the beginning of the season, she was aligned with level 6 and really just laid back for the first half of the season, as Tyler did the legwork for the Alliance, so there's really no need for her to do much of anything. I have to address that she was one of the main targets for the other side during the pre-jury portion of the season, so that was pretty concerning, and she did nothing to build relationships with them throughout that portion of the season. Things turned around for her once she won HOH in the jury portion, where she was convinced by Tyler to target Bailey, the only person who she had somewhat of a relationship with from that side, as she initially wanted Scotty out, and how she handled this HOH, as well as the following one with booting Faisal, just had the others dislike her even more for how she handled it, as she wanted to be very cold and badass in her moves, but would hide in her HOH room for days after the move was done. Angela did start winning a lot of competitions after this and became a tight trio with Casey and Tyler, where they steamrolled everyone. She had more strategic input compared to Casey, so she helped Tyler with this throughout the last part of the season, especially as he started to let go and took his foot off the gas. The issue with Angela is she most likely doesn't win against anyone she wanted to take to the end, and it was known to people, and despite that, Tyler didn't want to go to the end with her. I think she could grow strategically and is good at competitions, but the social is where she really struggles, and she is aware of it, so that's a plus.
At 44th is James from BB6 and BB7.
He was someone who was never considered a bad or a mediocre player, but was always too sloppy for me to consider him a good or a great player, especially based on his Big Brother 6 game. Now that I went through his 2 seasons, all he wanted was a loyal alliance. He was loyal to Eric and wanted to work with him until Eric threw him under the bus. He was excited about the Sovereign 6 until Howie nominated himself and Sarah, where he planned to be loyal to them. He was excited about working with Season 6 again in Big Brother 7, and he was loyal to them, but they screwed him over with their decisions. And he wanted to go to the end with the Legion of Doom, but Chotan cut him at the end. Despite all that, James has the tendency to play both sides, where him needlessly swearing in the Bible to Yvette about Harry and Rachel was what got him in the poor position to begin with, and he put both sides against one another well for the rest of the season. He was able to properly manage all sides when he was in Big Brother 7, and he had Season 6 and the Legion of Doom in his back pocket, and early in the game, he had good relationships with people like Jace and Diane. Rich's alliance was jealous about his position, and will took him out because James had alliances with most of the house. James was always really good socially, and improved that on All-Stars, remained good in competitions while knowing when not to win in Big Brother 7, while improving strategically. I honestly think he could do well on more recent seasons, due to all the above, but he's just missing that slight ingredient that would cause him to be in the quote-unquote good tier.
The final person in this subgroup at 43rd is Holly from BB21.
It's weird since I don't really know how I feel about her as a player fully, though her edit on the season really doesn't help her in this regard. She was immediately included in the Grateful Alliance since she was seen as a strong woman and really managed her relationships with everyone in that alliance well, while she was not antagonistic to people not in her alliance, so they liked her well enough too. She really was doing well socially for the first half of the season, and even when things were about to go out of control on her HOH, with people wanting to boot Catherine due to their connection, she worked really hard to make sure nothing changed with her HOH, though nominating Catherine so the latter can get more TV time was very dumb to begin with. Even after this, Holly still had good relationships with her former allies and wanted them to get back together, but Jackson ruined it. She was put into the final four alliance with Jackson, Nicole, and Cliff, which she really had nothing to do with, and her relationships with them were a lot weaker than Jackson's in comparison. Holly kind of just let him take the reins for the rest of the season, and was very notable to the other house guests. She threw the final four HOH because her allies wanted her to be vulnerable for eviction, and she had nothing to do with why she stayed in the final five, where she was very close to going home. I do think Holly was intentional with playing under the radar and letting her social game play for itself, but things got out of her grasp. I don't see her being an early boot on most seasons, and I do think she has many positive skills to thrive as a BB player.
So the final group of the solid tier are for people who I almost put into the good tier, and there may be an argument or two that would cause me to want to put them up there, but ultimately I didn't. And the first person in this sub-tier at 42nd is Lisa from BB3.
Her reputation over the years is a very interesting one to me, where people initially thought she was a very poor player, and many people kind of overestimated her skills to claim she is some borderline mastermind, but I'm right in the middle. Lisa is naturally a very social, friendly person, which is always a good trait to have in Big Brother, and was shockingly self-aware. She knew that her heart is very big, so she played with it and let it guide her instincts, which we saw where she didn't trust Josh despite him being an ally for her. I think she set up her first HOH really well, where she got in a majority alliance and nominated people that the house didn't care for. She continued building relationships throughout the next few weeks, but got a wake-up call when she was on the block and her own allies were plotting to send her home. Luckily for her, she built better relationships with the outsiders than Eric did and was able to flip to the other side while not pissing off her original allies. Danielle started taking Lisa under her wing, and she taught Lisa way too much by the end. I think Lisa is a player who learns more and more as they go, can pivot well, and is one that can adapt. And while she isn't great strategically, she's solid in that element and in competitions while being great socially. Just a very likable player who is easily underestimated.
At 41st is Adam from BB9.
A lot of people discredit his win and gameplay due to what he spent the prize money on, and I don't think that's really fair because we're talking about the game. Adam was definitely sloppy in the beginning, since his turbulence with Sheila almost caused them to go home due to the power player twist, and a lot of the arguing tended to make Sheila look worse in the eyes of the house, and he kinda came off looking better. Adam kinda just relied on relaxing, not pissing anyone off, and working on building relationships for the first half of the season, which did end up working for him. He was brought into the Team Christ Alliance, and they dominated the rest of the season, where he was at the top of the food chain, and he was able to play Natalie and Ryan, the two other players who were higher on the totem pole, making sure that he was the best positioned person in the house and the alliance. Adam is good at competitions and is good socially, but he got messy strategically at times, especially with his second HOH. A part of me wonders if he would perform similarly if he was on another cast that isn't as wild as Big Brother 9, and if his personality would annoy the hell out of other people, hence him being here.
At 40th is Jackson from BB21.
In some ways, Jackson did surprise me after rewatching the season. He seemed more level headed and more strategically aware, especially compared to Jack, which I never really noticed while watching the season live. He was putting in more work with the outsiders throughout those early weeks, especially Nicole, which is also something that I didn't notice initially, and didn't seem to see things in one way. And I think all that played a part as to why he ended up staying over Jack. Despite that, Jackson still used a lot of aggression and intimidation with his gameplay, was not the best at speaking to people, and was not the best at compromising. His conflict with Christie is really something that could have been settled, but he really let it fester to the point where it blew up the six, and him telling Jack about Catherine and Holly almost caused their games to be completely fucked over. With Catherine going home and Holly having a failed HOH, and he did nothing to rectify that situation. There is a point of time where it seemed like he and Holly could get back in with their old alliance again, but he could not fake it long enough, and he was just as well as Holly started winning a bunch of competitions. So, he decided to align with Nicole and Cliff, where they all took it to the endgame. He single-handedly gaslit Nicole and Cliff to boot Tommy over Holly during his HOH, and was able to convince Holly to throw out the final 4 HOH, so he could win it to not be vulnerable, and he was always thinking with self-interest, which is a good thing. Jackson is great in competitions, though he had to rely on them too much, is a mixed bag socially, and is pretty competent strategically, but I don't know if he can really rise to be a better player, since his self-awareness isn't there, and his personality is also just his biggest flaw.
At 39th is Xavier from BB23.
We have our first black winner in the main US show, and it kinda seemed telegraphed for him specifically. There were 6 people of African descent for the first time ever, and with the civil rights Black Lives Matter movement happening, they all agreed to work together. He was tied in with his alliance, specifically Christian and Alyssa, and was able to get into the War Flush Alliance, where they did run most of the pre-jury of the season, though he was really taken aback with Christian being booted right at the end of that period of the season. Once the jury portion of the season started, a lot of people outside of the cookout was targeting him because they saw him as such a threat and a winner, and it really was the cookout that was why he was able to make it through the early jury. For weeks, he kind of just isolated himself with Alyssa, and they stuck with the plan that Tiffany created with the parachute stuff. What I will say about Xavier is that he managed his relationships with his alliance very well, to the point where most of them wanted to take him to the end, and use people, quote unquote, not being the good representative as to why some people should be targeted, and there are all people who are targeting him essentially in the alliance. While I think he had a solid strategy, there were some moments where he was truly out of the loop compared to others, and I do think he was pretty strong socially and competitively, to the point where he's kind of just the textbook good player who makes it far and would be an ideal winner. I don't know if he could repeat a performance like this on other seasons, especially on a season that isn't catered to him, due to fitting quote unquote respectability politics the most out of all the black slash mixed with black house guests on his season.
At 38th is Steve from BB17.
There are obviously going to be a lot of comparisons to Ian, and I think some of them are somewhat accurate. Steve also had a lot of social awkwardness that did affect his ability to socialize throughout the season, though I don't think he came off weird to the house guests, which wasn't really the case with Ian. He was a pawn during the first part of the season, and while he was closer to the Sixth Sense side of the house, but wasn't really in their core, he became more a part of the alliance with the Scamper Squad, which really took off around the time where clearly we're getting booted. Steve was obsessed with getting out Becky for a while, who didn't even have him on her radar, so that wasn't the best thing in the world. Steve also threw some competitions from what I remember, which caused him to create the path he needed in order to win the season, as he was the one who cut Vanessa. I will say that Steve is very self-aware, which is a really good trait in Big Brother, and he was aware of his strengths and weaknesses. He is pretty good in competitions, though he doesn't need to rely on them. He's pretty solid strategically, and is pretty mixed as a social player. Well, there's definitely a chance he could be in Ian 2.0, meaning how Ian performed in All Stars 2, or some of the other early boots in his archetype. I think he has what it takes to avoid that path.
And the final person, not only just in this subgroup but in this tier overall, is Kylan from BB23.
It is crazy that he is so high compared to people in his era, though I do think that it's mainly because I think the Big Brother 24 and Big Brother 25 casts are extremely weak on a strategic gameplay point of view, so it definitely benefited him. Kylan was a part of the Slaughterhouse Alliance, so was Xavier, which I forgot to mention in Xavier's section, though he did end up getting nominated in the first week. But he is able to get Derek X to veto him off the block and choose him over Travis. He did win the next HOH, where he was able to control the direction and structure of the rest of the season, booted Frenchie, and was able to get all of his closest people to align into the Royal Flush Alliance, which was very good for him. Of course, he was a part of the cookout and was the second most important person in the alliance, as he had a lot of influence that caused the alliance to be protected, as he was the one who convinced Derek X to target Christian, the person Cannon was the least close to in the Royal Flush Alliance and dismantling the Royal Flush Alliance, and was able to convince Sarah Beth to take out Derek X, who was closer to Tiffany and Hannah, weakening them, so he got rid of two of the best competitors in the house that weren't the closest to him compared to some of the others, though he and Derek X had a close relationship, but it just wasn't as close to some of the others. Kylan has the entire package, as he is great in competitions, is solid socially, and is good strategically. But he would be better and probably in the good tier if he was not so egocentric and kind of arrogant. Kylan believes in taking the quote unquote best people to the end and thinks that everyone else has that mentality. So when people do not exhibit that, he gets condescending and speaks to people poorly, which rubs them the wrong way. I honestly don't see him improving on his faults at all, just based on how he acts in and outside of the house. So he has a ceiling pertaining his skill set and gameplay potential.
So the first of two subgroups in this tier is people who I consider to be good players, hence them being in this tier, but still flawed. And the first person in this group at 36 is Matt from BB12.
What is interesting about Matt is that I feel like he has all the skills to be a potentially great player. Socially, he was very good in the house, as he had some of the most connections out of anyone in the house, which was one of the reasons why his alliance turned on him. He had a grasp for strategy and can win competitions. Despite being very skilled, it never really came together in the way that you would think it would. Matt was the anchor of the brigade and was the leader of the alliance, while also being the one who won them the competitions in the first few weeks, as he won in week 3 and week 5. At the same time, he had the tendency to overplay, like suggesting to be nominated in the second week, and then telling everyone that he was shocked when all that was just very unnecessary, and then wanting to target Kathy. When he had the chance to put himself in the best spot possible, and when he was told he was going home, he used the diamond power of veto on himself to boot Kathy and continued throwing loyal allies under the bus, like Reagan. Also, lying about his wife having a disease, which is very unnecessary. While I do think he would do well on any season, due to some of the first things I've stated, he's just too sloppy for me, hence him being at around the bottom of this tier.
At 35th is Maggie from BB6.
Many people probably thought it would be a given that she makes it into the top 10 of this list. It was most definitely was not that way for me, and it's why she barely made it into the top 10. I do think Maggie had pretty good reads for the most part, and was always thinking ahead, especially compared to the cast, who led with their emotions most of the time, or had no ability to read people well. She was put in the position where she was close to going home in the third week, and it was the opposite alliance who kept her, where she was fine with going home over Eric, and I always mentioned that she should have used this to her advantage to kind of play the middle between both sides, or just to not have the softs target her like they did. Once she made it through, she strengthened the friendship and convinced them to play for the group and not for themselves, which really only benefited her. Of course, there was the move where she was able to convince Howie to nominate his own allies. After that, she somewhat remained under the radar, though she was always our target, but never got personal or nasty with the others, and she deserves props for managing her alliance with all those big personalities who would have most likely targeted one another without her being there. She isn't high up because I generally think her social game with her non-allies were extremely poor. She barely won against Yvette, and I do think her type of gameplay only thrives in a select amount of seasons, so it isn't very repeatable. And she doesn't have the social game, like a Derek or whomever else, that would have this be a repeatable strategy.
At 34th is Diane from BB5 and BB7.
So she just missed out on the top 10, especially with her poor performance on All Stars and some of her messiness on Big Brother 5, but I was expecting her to be lower before this rewatch. Diane took onto the game extremely quickly, as she was the main person who gathered the troops as to what would eventually become the Pinky Swear Alliance, while bonding with people not in her alliance on her side, like Drew and even the first boot in Mike. She did get into fights with Scott, Jace, and Holly early on that built a target on her, and she was kind of loose-lipped about the sides of the house. But she was able to get Drew to turn on his alliance and to target Holly, which took power away from the Four Horsemen alliance and gave her alliance more power, where she would win the HOH that broke up that alliance, where she targeted Jace and Scott. Once that was dealt with and Natalie entered the house as a player, Diane was in the prime position where she and Drew were in the middle of the house, controlled who went home. But Diane got too blinded by Drew, and it ended up costing her the game while having poor drawing management. And we saw it in Big Brother 7 where she was severely handicapped due to all the preseason mess, having Gardner yell at her, in addition to some personal issues in her life. Despite the Souths winning all of the comps when she was in the house, and Janelle's obsession with her, Diane was able to build good bonds with people, and she still showed some strategic potential. Despite her early boot, I still think she's one of the good players of the era, and showed a lot of skills suited well for Big Brother.
At 33rd is JC from BB20.
He is a person that I, in general, just doesn't like to talk about in general, but as a player, I do find him to be relatively interesting. JC, like Enzo and a few others in the seasons in his era, were attached to an alliance without actually being in the alliance, but he is able to infiltrate into it very well. Outside of Tyler, JC really put in most of the work to trick the other alliance and to carry the level 6 alliance, where most of the actual members of the people who were in the alliance weren't putting in most or much work at all. JC kept on giving information to level 6 from the other side and kept on tricking the Hive Alliance about the votes for the first half of the season, since they thought he voted with him, though he didn't week after week. JC was also the main person who convinced Faisal to completely destroy his alliance by targeting Scotty. All this would have been good had JC actually been a floater and used the other side to take out some of the level 6 members that he wasn't close with, and created a path where he would have the most agency. He was kind of playing for Tyler to win, and ironically, he would have beaten Tyler. And by the time he wanted to target the likes of Angela and Casey, he didn't have the numbers to do so. But if he handled things properly, he would have had the numbers to take them out and be better positioned. Strategically, I think he's impressive, and the same socially, but I also think it's very cast specific, which is why he's on the lower end of this tier, but he is weak in competitions.
At 32nd is Hardy from BB2.
I was not expecting him to make it to the top 10 players of this era, especially since he was really in the first season of this game, where there's no template, and he helped create the template, but he was able to remain high compared to the people who played after him. Hardy was very good socially in the first few weeks, where the guys liked him, the girls felt comfortable with him, where he was seen as honest, respectable, and heroic, and even when Chilltown was thinking about targeting him, they didn't have the numbers to do so, and he started winning competitions to take them out. What people tend to forget about Hardy is that he was always thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead of the others, and that skill really benefited him, since he knew when to flip on top, when to create alliances, when to ditch alliances, and was able to work with his former enemy well. Of course, he got confrontational several times in the season, and was very emotional throughout the season, where they saw him as hypocritical. Even after he was evicted, he was plotting so Will could not nullify his vote, so he pretended to be angry at Nicole, so his vote for her to win would count. I think on most seasons, his game gets him to the very end, and is more repeatable than Will's BB2 game, and I think he does better with the power of veto, quicker pacing, and all the other twists, as well as the lack of morality placed on those later seasons, so I think he could adapt very well. Despite that, he is too flawed with how he handles betrayals, and his meltdowns for me to put him any higher, and he is a bit too reliant on competitions for my liking.
At 31st is Suri from BB25.
Seeing Suri in the Big Brother house was a sight to behold, as we watched her work live and using the antics that she used on Survivor, but it's different watching an edited product that completed months earlier, knowing the results, and seeing her work live 24/7, and the result of the season is not completed yet was so mouth-watering. People knew she was a legend in Survivor, but no one targeted her, though Suri had her son in the house, which would soon be a disadvantage. Everyone in the house loved her and wanted to work with her, which gave Suri a lot of options, even though she created the Professors and the Bye Bye Bitches alliances. Having a lot of these options caused her to make a lot of fake alliances where I don't even remember most of the names, where she could barely keep up with any of them, and it caused her to boot loyal allies like Hisam and Red, which were not good moves, which she recognized in hindsight, and it all eventually caught up with her, mainly due to the messiness of her son and slightly Izzy. Suri lost all of her allies, or her closest allies, and power structure around the middle of the season, and had to go under the radar in the second half of the season, while building some of her connections with people like Matt, and even kissing up to some of the others. A part of her was most definitely checked out, but she was playing well enough from the bottom of the season, and she was surviving as people wanted her and Felicia's votes throughout several votes, and they had alliances offered to them. Despite this, Suri was booted at the end game since she cannot win a single competition, though she came close a few times. I think Suri is solid strategically, though she's self-read since she's not used to the pacing of Big Brother, and brilliant socially, one of the best ever, but competitions were her weak point, and oddly enough, I can see her repeating a similar path if she's on another BB season, since she's just that good and knows how to seem unthreatening.
At 30th is Roddy from BB3.
People compare him to Hardy, and I do think they have a lot of similarities based on the archetype they fit in, but also on how they play the game. Roddy also uses charm and charisma to win over many of the house socially and got himself into a strong alliance early on in the season, where they had a lot of control in the beginning, where he was the main reasons why Lori and Tanya went home, swinging those votes, while winning the HOH that sent Amy home. I will say that he thought ahead once he made the deal with Jerry on his HOH, so when Jerry won the next HOH, he was safe and Jerry targeted Lisa and Eric. Unlike Hardy, we actually do see Roddy play from the bottom, and he plays the bottom very well, or he plays from the bottom very well. He gets the votes to stay before he's nominated alongside Josh, and is able to make it through the Kiara vote by getting close to Marcellus and Amy, while he essentially gaslit Jason to not nominate him in the next round. The issue with Roddy is that he fails to own his gameplay, and kind of lacks self-awareness, and while it works on Big Brother 3, I don't see this working in future seasons, where the game is more hectic, the juries are sequestered, and the morality element is gone in later seasons. And he needs to be honest, where later juries appreciate that more. Great socially, good socially, and okay at competitions, and I was not expecting him to remain this high after I got through all the other seasons.
At 29th is Nicole from BB2.
A lot of people tend to forget how quickly Nicole picked up on the game, since while she left a very poor first impression, she immediately realized her mistake and knew that she had to win people over, so she got started on making relationships with many of the house guests, which ended up causing her to stay that first week. After that, she even had a decent relationship with Chilltown, as they were hoping she would be a vote for them to stay, so it kind of put her in the middle for the next few weeks. She ended up aligning with Hardy, and they essentially controlled most of the season. Pissed people off when they flipped on top. She threw the competition so she wouldn't be the one to have to take out Kent, had Will in her back pocket, and really ran the season. The issue is, people did not like her attitude in the season and thought she was a bitch, but she knew that and planned to take her best chance of winning in the final two with Hardy. Nicole is good at competitions while being aware of when to throw them, great strategically, and has her social moments. But I do think, like Hardy, she would do better on later seasons, where it is quicker paced and people are more used to cutthroat gameplay, and she was one of the people who created the blueprint and the template for how to play Big Brother.
At 28th is Brittany from BB12 and BB14.
Clearly, I thought Brittany had a mediocre run during her first season, since she mainly played personally by obsessing over Branchall and getting lost for the forest in the trees as the season went on, despite getting warnings from people like Kristen and Reagan about the bigger picture. She was great in competitions during her first seasons, as she won an HOH and quite a few vetoes while performing well in other competitions, and she had a great skill of self-preservation, where she kissed butt and put down her pride when she needed to, and always making sure that she is safe. So I think her flaw in this season was that while she was great in the short term, she wasn't great in long-term planning. She was able to blend in with the house socially, where she had bonds with a lot of people in the house, and drifted over to Lane and Reagan after Monet was booted early, so she's adaptable in a social setting, and even Brenchel tried befriending her several times, even when it was clear that she wasn't on their side. There were definitely some improvements on Big Brother 14, as she really put her social skills to work and was able to use them to put her in a powerful position and alliance with Shane, Danielle, and Dan throughout the season. I have to mention that she was in a poor position at first due to not being a good coach, but it was her relationship with Ian that caused him to give them a lot of information, especially about Frank and Buggy, and she essentially told Shane what moves he needed to make whenever he was in power. But in both seasons, she ended up being betrayed and had blinders for certain people that caused her to be booted through an unforeseen move, and a bunch of unforeseen circumstances is what caused her to be booted in Big Brother 14. I think Brittany would be a better player if she cut down on the unnecessary cattiness as well.
At 27th is Lane from BB12.
Honestly, I was very shocked with how I felt about Lane as a player ending the season, since I didn't feel that way about him during my prior watches of the season. Lane is brought into the Brigade Alliance because he fit the archetype that they really want to work with, and he spent a majority of the first half of the game just being a good, supportive ally, and making other relationships with people in the house. I will say that Lane is not much of a strategist, and while he was an active member of an alliance, he just supported what they wanted, which caused him to not overplay, which is a good trait to have. People perceive him as a floater, though of course the people using that were using the wrong definition, and I'm clearly referring to Brendan, since Lane wasn't floating, but he was just really safe. What caused me to bump him up is that he was the only person in the alliance, outside of Hayden, who was actively planning on turning on the brigade, since he knew that he would beat Brittany at the end and would have trouble beating his other allies, and he was one of the two people who are self-interested, which is a very good trait, and it's something that Enzo lacks, and I don't see him overplaying like Matt did. Lane wasn't really good in competitions, despite just winning an HOH in the final 5. I think he is competent in the strategy element and is very good socially, where I don't ever see a case where he goes before mid-jury on any season.
At 26th is Memphis from BB10 and BB22.
He is a very interesting one, since I think he has a lot of the skills to do well in Big Brother in general. He is strategic and approaches the game like a business trip / business opportunity, and he made it known to people, which also put a target on his back at first. He was always looking out for himself and making the optimal moves that he needed to make, which is a good thing. Memphis was close to Jesse in the beginning, or from the beginning, and the Brian move saved him from potentially going first, but he managed to get himself in the 8th alliance. He, Jesse, Michelle, and Angie found themselves at the bottom quickly, but he actually built some relationships with people like Dan, Keisha, which is why he was able to stay over Jesse, as Dan would have saved him even without America's player. After this, Memphis started winning competitions, making deals with people like Jerry so he can take himself and Dan to the end, and the Renegades dominated the second half of the season. The main issue with Memphis is that he came off as too impersonal to the other house guests, and he took Dan to the end, where he came off like Dan's sidekick, so he was the first person to lose a jury vote unanimously. He can make bonds with people, though he's just very selective about it, and we know that he can strategize and compete, but he just doesn't have what it takes to be in the upper tier.
I have mentioned this with a few of the other returnees from Big Brother 22, but I was somewhat interested in seeing how he would handle the game, since things changed so much since he last played. Now that I'm actually thinking about it, not a whole lot's really changed with Memphis, as he formed an uber-tight alliance from the beginning that he wanted to stick with, was procentric as well, which is overlooked by many people, and came off like a smarmy business salesman the entire season. That just ended up kind of working in his advantage during the season, since the game became more meta. Memphis did try to build more relationships, which is an improvement compared to Big Brother 10, but he still had an odd way of dealing with people, so his social game was still inconsistent. Memphis was a bit better in competitions than in his first season, which says a lot since he wasn't bad in that there. He actually did have a chance at winning in the end, so his jury chances went up. Memphis is pretty strategic, though he got way too obsessed with targeting David, is always playing in his self-interest, which is something that was kind of lacking this season, though his social game is still spotty, but he has shown consistency in his skills and placement, so here he is.
At 25th is Christy from BB21.
It's really crazy that I have her so high on this list, since I do think Christy is flawed as well, but I think she mainly got higher because of the others' flaws grew more and more. as I was rearranging the list. Chrissy did win the first HOH and was able to build a structure around her and also had solid relationships with people from the other side. I didn't like how she randomly nominated Ovi without telling her allies and getting paranoid over Nick backdooring her when that was never even a consideration in his mind. I will say that she did play a part in the disintegration of the six, though I do blame Jackson a lot more for that. What really bolted her up on the list is how she played from the bottom, where she was dead in her rights to get evicted during Jackson's HOH, but she was able to turn it around and convince the house to boot Annalise over her, and the way she did was just so intricate and impressive. She was able to be scrappy from the bottom and play well from the top, though she definitely had a huge hole with her paranoia, and her social game became inconsistent after a while and just not being good at competitions. I give credit to people who can play from the top and the bottom, which is why she is here, and she still had that respect where she could easily win a jury vote. And I do think she could repeat this performance in another season or a situation, which is very important.
The final person in this subgroup at 24th is Enzo from BB12 and BB22.
From what we saw in the season, Enzo is definitely a good player who is aware of his strengths and weaknesses, though coming to the realization of the latter was somewhat humiliating for the most part. Enzo knew that he needed to get into an alliance and was the main person who helped form the brigade, but he was the only person that didn't really contribute to the parachute atmosphere of the alliance, as he didn't have a side piece, quote unquote. I think this was one of the reasons why he was so focused on the alliance, since while he had good social relationships with everyone in the house, and they weren't targeting him, you can tell that he got jealous of his allies at times because he didn't have those game relationships with people not in the alliance. At around the midpoint of the season, he and Hayden kind of became partners as they recruited Brendan on their side after Rachel left, and the two decided to turn on Matt, which benefited the both of them. While he made all the moves to get to the end, he did not end up setting himself up to be in the best position to win, and also was not a good competitor. I don't ever see him going early on a season, but I don't know if he has the instincts that would cause him to pull a win, as he overestimated his control and ability in this season.
Entering his second season, while I thought he would play pretty similarly, I thought that a lot of people who had a gap between seasons, and I ended up being proven the exact opposite. I wanted to see how he would improve his gameplay, and I think he did that based on the competitions where he performed much better here than he did on his first season. At the same time, he pretty much did the same gameplay this season, where he mainly stuck with his bromances, especially with Cody. Enzo got himself into a big alliance, is able to woo people socially, but doesn't use those social relationships to influence the actual game, and was essentially playing for second place the entire time. Enzo is decent in competitions, is competent enough strategically, and is good socially, but I just don't think he has the self-interest to be a better player or to even want to improve. So here he is, and he's probably lower than a lot of people have him on their list, but it's my list, so here he is.
So the second and final subgroup in this tier are players who I think are very diverse and are very sharp in their skill set, but they just aren't a GOAT, hence them not making it on the great tier list. And the first person in the subgroup at 23rd is Jessica from BB8.
She was a huge surprise for me when I started rewatching the season. While I always thought she was a solid player, she was better than I remembered by the time I finished watching the season. We saw her not care at all to work with Carol, and her enemy ended up going home immediately, but we didn't see much of her on the edit for the next few weeks. Jessica was a part of the Late Night Jamboree Alliance, and they were running the season, but she didn't have bad relationships with the people on the other side of the house, unlike some of her other allies. When Danielle won her first HOH, Jessica was in the middle of the house, since the other side wanted her vote for the Eric boot, and Jessica told her alliance the plan, which caused them to throw it before the veto was even played. So Eric ends up staying, and she wins HOH, where she is intended on targeting Danielle, who she sees as her biggest threat. But Dick saved his daughter, and America's player ended up having her showmance keep him in the house. She is in a new alliance with the Donatos and Eric, which does keep them safe during Danielle's second HOH, and she ends up nominating Amber and Zach, where she is planning on backdooring Danielle, but we know that production did not allow Eric to use the veto to make that happen. She knew that the Donatos were after them, and knew that it was better for herself to work with Amber and Jamaica, hence her maintaining her relationships with them, even after blindsiding them. And she was also evicted due to the AFP twist, so she was screwed over in that element, and she would have done better without it in the season.
Jessica is a lot sharper strategically than given credit for, is good at competitions, and great socially, which is why I can see her doing well in most seasons, or just as well.
At 22nd is Tommy from Big Brother 21.
He is another one that I feel very weirdly about having this high on the list, but like Christy, he benefited from the others having more blatant flaws. When it comes to the social game, Tommy has one of the best I have ever seen in Big Brother, where he of course got along very well with everyone in his alliance, but he got along well with everyone who was not in his alliance either, and no one was targeting him for most of the season. Due to this, he was one of the safest people for a very long time. I think he is pretty sound strategically, where it is in his best interest for his alliance to stay together and not to be the outright leader of it, while maintaining relationships with everyone in the group as well as the outsiders. The issue with Tommy is that he's not really adaptable, since even when it was clear that the six was over, he tried keeping them together, even when he won HOH a few weeks later, but it was pointless. When he was officially on the outs, Tommy did work on his relationships and used those to his advantage, which was good, and he did fight really hard on his final week, where he did convince them to keep him at some point before the whole Jackson miss. Tommy was better in competitions than I remembered, and what has him higher on the list is that he's someone that I see making it to the end game as a threat almost every single time, and he's someone who would avoid being targeted on most seasons that he's on, so that's a really impressive trait.
Barely missing the top 20 at 21st is Corey from BB18.
I'm honestly really annoyed that he's in this tier, especially since he's one of the most boring people that I have ever watched on Big Brother. Corey reminds me a lot of Shane, but he at least has some agency and strategic inkling, so it's why they are in different tiers. He almost went home due to the day 1 to 2 twist, but he was one of the few newbies who immediately knew that kissing up to the veterans was a smart move, which definitely worked out for him, as he was a part of the major alliances happening at the time. He did nothing to convince Bridget to not target him on her HOH, and there was some talk of him potentially getting booted the following week, where he was nominated, before he won that veto. From what I remembered, he just kind of aided Polly without getting most of the smoke, but I do think things improved for him when Polly left. He and Nicole really worked well to weave between everyone else in the house, and he was the one who had to encourage her to make some tough moves, like cutting Victor and attempting to cut Paul. He is competent enough socially, solid strategically, and solid enough in competitions, where I see him doing well on most seasons, and he was close to winning this season.
At 20th is Karen from BB5.
She's someone whose reputation has improved a lot over the last few years as a player, and I think a lot of it is warranted, but I don't think she should be in the top tier, as some would probably place her if they made their own lists. Karen is someone who mastered the under-the-radar gameplay, as she made sure to be on decent to good terms with everyone in the house, even the four horsemen, who she hated, and we would see her drop little tidbits to people, which would eventually grow. She managed to get herself into an alliance that she rode the entire season, and knew that the twins would become a problem sooner than the others realized it. Karen also built good relationships with Drew and took advantage of that, where she threw Diane under the bus about the Marvin thing, which caused her to be nominated, and she was one of the few people who were nice to the twins when they were getting evicted. She was the only one in the house who understood jury management, and it was cool seeing her break down her strategy with how she had to blend in with every single person in the house to be a chameleon. She's definitely not good at competitions and can be passive at times, but she is socially and strategically.
At 19th is Austin from BB17.
He is someone that somewhat surprised and somewhat didn't surprise me when I rewatched the season. I remember Jace being targeted early on due to his obnoxious personality, but people never really associated that with Austin, to the point that he was able to move on relatively quickly. Of course, the Sixth Sense Alliance was created, and he was one of the main people that pushed for Jeff to go, which benefited him more than anyone else. Austin did get sloppy during the late pre-jury portion of the season by telling Jason about the twin twist to build trust with him, and it just turned into a mess where he was almost backdoored by Vanessa. After that mess happened, he did adjust better as the season went on, as he started building relations with James, Meg, and all of them, so he and his trio would not be targeted, and was really leading things for Liz and Julia, while helping Vanessa. I think the issue with Austin is that he was very obviously a threat, and while he knew Vanessa was an issue, he never took the move to get rid of her, even when he had the opportunity to do so, where she eventually took him out. I think he has the social skills, strategic skills, and is kind of mediocre in competitions, and while I think he is the full package, he's just not as impressive as the others above him, but I can see him making it far on most seasons, so here he is.
At 18th is Tyler from Big Brother 20 and Big Brother 22.
Something tells me I have him a bit lower than a lot of other people. Oh my goodness, where do I even start with Tyler? His journey really is all over the place, but when he did start his journey, people thought that he would be arguably the best BB player, and if I was just going off his BB20 performance, he would be a lot higher. He showed so many skills in the first few weeks: the ability to balance both sides, even though he was never really aligned with the other side, masterful manipulation and social skills, the strategic ability to think 10 steps ahead, and was great in competitions. The way he weaved so many webs and dodged so many bullets for so many weeks in a row was something not even Dan and Will did in the earlier weeks in their seasons. Despite all this greatness that he showed, something changed with him during the jury portion of BB20. Once he got into that fight with Bailey, which was the first time he really got any backlash over some of his moves in the game, a part of her just started shutting down, and never really recovered even on his following season. While he was still well positioned within the Alliance, and especially being the center of his Alliance, his social game started declining as he spent more time with Casey and Angela, and took his foot off the gas, to the point where he let the person that he could easily beat in Angela go out without much of a fight, when he should have been fighting to keep her. Of course, he loses that season, but he returns on a second season where we do see a lot of similarities in how he played the game, especially at the start of both seasons. Most of the house really liked him, and he was able to get into the majority alliance, and he made several deals with people throughout this period. But just like his first season, he burnt out here, but he did it a lot earlier, all because he missed Angela and had a really codependent relationship with her, where he wanted to quit before sequestered. He then decided to weaponize BLM so he could quit before sequester, and while he did somewhat recover, his relationships really floundered, and he was stuck in the bottom of his alliance, and he could never really catch up to the game, despite trying to with booting Nicole over David. I just think that despite having some great skill sets to really be one of the best, he suffers from severe burnout, and it's a repeated pattern at this point, so we can't just ignore it and act like it's a one-time thing, instead of it just being a consistent thing with how he plays the game.
At 17th is Frankie from Big Brother 16.
It's interesting to have him and Tommy pretty much right by one another, though now that I'm thinking about it, Frankie is kind of the more cutthroat and adaptable version of a Tommy, so I guess it makes sense. I was surprised and not surprised at how I felt about him as a player after rewatching his season. I was surprised by him because there are moments where I felt like he was too naive, like him underestimating how much danger he was at certain points in the season, and mainly overestimating his relationship with Derek. I was not shocked with seeing how self-interested he was, and he was always considering what was the best move for him. He was ready to sell anyone out when he realized that he was in danger or when he can take advantage of something or a situation. Frankie was able to get into the big alliance immediately and was one of the more strategic people in the alliance, as he was always thinking about what move they needed to make, and he was very open with making the moves that he needed to make, which kind of built a target on him eventually. Frankie was great in competitions, to the point where it became noticeable to people. He had a good social game, though it wore off a bit because how overtly threatening he is, and he can keep up with the strategy. Frankie had a good chance of winning had the Wee-Wen twins not screwed him over, and the thing with Frankie is that I think he could repeat this performance on many other seasons, and I don't think he would be seen as an immediate threat on future seasons.
At 16th is Drew from Big Brother 5.
I really did not want to put Drew this high, but I had no choice after reevaluating everyone from the era and looking at the straight up facts. He got into the Four Horsemen Alliance and was the only one who actually had a good social game, since he was able to get aligned with the Pinky Swear Alliance and they never targeted him, despite knowing that he was aligned with the other guys. He ended up playing the middle when he won the HOH and took out Holly, though I don't think this was his intention at first, and was able to move on from the Alliance once they went down after Scott's eviction. A lot of it was due to his relationship with Diane, but his personality was just different than the other guys, but this ended up putting him right in the middle from the jury portion onwards, especially since he and Diane had the alliance with the twins. He made a really good move in taking Will out at the start of jury, since it gave him a lot more agency and ended up working those relationships, and then Diane went out of her way to turn on her alliance to get to the end with him, and he ended up cutting her at the end to get the win. Drew is great at competitions, pretty great socially, and is solid to gut strategically, where he is able to make the cutthroat moves needed, and I'm positive he does well on damn near every season. At the same time, I don't think he is as intentional with many of his moves, and I think a lot of his good social game was partially due to his good looks, which is why he isn't in the top tier. At 15th is Shelly from Big Brother 13.
I'm sure that before the season started, most people didn't expect Shelly to be a power player, with her being in the middle of the newbies and the veterans for the first week, but siding with the veterans by the end of the week since they were less chaotic, and obviously they're more known as players, meaning they know how the game works. Shelly was close to Adam out of the newbies, and then her relationships with Jeff and Jordan really put her in a good position with the veterans, as she had a lot of the information within the house and passed it around to whomever she wanted, whenever and wherever she felt like it. Shelly kissed butt to whomever was in power and made a bunch of fake deals with people, and while it kept her safe with everyone, people did see what she was doing. It started to backfire at around the 6th week, since Porsche calls her out on her gameplay, and this was due to the information Rachel gave her, so Shelly goes at it with Rachel. She then decides to flip against Jeff and Jordan, since they were the biggest threats, and she wants to go to the end, so she sides with Kalia, Porsche, who she hated, and Danielle, to boot Jeff and Jordan. Her plan would have continued to work as the other veterans left, but due to the duo's twist being brought back and them giving Rachel the same competition that she won previously, screwed Shelly. Shelly showed the shrewdness, adaptability, and had some good social skills, though she was more emotional than I remembered, and obviously her competitions, or being competitive in that element, was her weaker suit.
At 14th is Tiffany from Big Brother 23.
It is not a surprise that I rank Tiffany the highest in the current era, but I do think it says something, since the highest person in this era is nowhere near as close to the highest people in the other three eras. Anyways, Tiffany was making social connections everywhere from the very beginning of the season, and was very observant with what was happening in the house strategically and all the dynamics that were taking place. The cookouts came to be very early on in the season, and it was initially an agreement for the people of African descent to protect one another until jury, and for Tiffany's came, that should have stayed that way. She was conflicted about whether she should stick with this alliance or stick with people like Claire, Derek X, and the other world flushers, essentially. She essentially used the brigade strategy of each of them having a parachute, where they could control all the votes, and then the parachutes would be booted over the cookout members. Tiffany started struggling since she really wanted to keep people like Christian and Derek X around, but it would piss off her alliance, especially Azza and Derek F, which was a consistent thing throughout the season as she just didn't have good relationships with them, and it caused people to see her as selfish, where she was starting to lose agency as the season went on. While she played for the alliance to go to the end, she did try to keep all of her side pieces, and her not throwing the final 8 really sealed her fate, as she had to boot Claire once Alyssa vetoed herself, knowing that she herself would go home at 6. I think Tiffany has a great social game, and is good at the strategic elements, though the competitions was mostly her weakest suit, though she wasn't as weak in competitions as I thought she was going to be. I think the moral dilemma really got to her, and it affected her a lot, as I do think she would have played better had the element of what was happening in real life with black people was not a factor. Weirdly enough, I don't think she would be targeted on another season, or at least not early on, since she has a way of seeming very trustworthy and unthreatening, and getting involved more in the alumni especially too.
At 13th is Eric from Big Brother 8.
As we all know, he is the only player in Big Brother history who essentially had no agency of his own game, due to being forced to make the moves America wanted from him. We see him work on his social game in the beginning of the season, as he had relationships with pretty much everyone in the house, though he was in the late night Jamboree crew. Due to having to make moves that America wanted, he had to push for Kale to be targeted, and had to vote her out twice, which was not what he wanted. This caused the banner to be flown over the HOH competition, which exposed his game, and then the Donatos started targeting him, which was caused by that. While he did have the votes to stay, a lot of his messiness prior, like how he trashed Amber to Dick, was used against him, and it put him in even more danger than he already was. After that, Jessica went to the HOH, told by America to target Dustin, which he does not want that whatsoever, so he makes an alliance with himself, Jessica, and the Donatos, which controls the next few weeks. He and Jessica knew that a move needed to be made against the Donatos on our second HOH, and he wins the veto, but production does not allow him to use the veto. With that move, his hands are tied, and he went out like right afterwards. What he did without having
true agency was very impressive, as he was able to move with America's request to move the game, and he really did have the social and strategic influence. But I do think that America helped keep him in line regarding his pacing, since he also got into some messy situations where, if he had full agency, I don't know if he would have been able to get out of them.
And the final person in not only just the subgroup, but this tier overall at 12th is Nicole F. from BB16, BB18, and BB22.
It really is not fun to talk about someone who has been on 3 seasons in a single era. Nicole, in her first season, played a mediocre at best game, since while she did make some strong social connections in her season, and was pretty good in competitions, she was just way too passive and was not aware of the dynamics happening in the house. It was clear to me that she wanted to lay back for the first half of the season and then build her alliances and moves from there afterwards, but it caused her to be on the outs of the dynamics in this season since things were so rigid and tight regarding the dynamics, and she ended up booting people that she needed in the house. But once she started to make her alliances and moves, like the alliance with Haley, Derek, and Cody, it was just too late. And while she did have good reads on Derek when she returned, and I am docking her for returning, it sealed her fate once again. It did seem like Nicole learned from her mistakes from her first season pertaining gameplay and how she came back in her second season in BB18. Nicole made sure that she was involved in the dynamics of the house on the strategic point of view, or a strategic point of view, though I'm sure her being a returnee definitely had a lot to do with it in a mixed season. But she had the 8 alliance as well as the Fatal 5 alliance, while also being close to the guys in her alliance as well. The thing with Nicole is that she did not have good relationships with people not in her alliance, and she came off as more male identified, so she ended up isolating a lot of the women throughout the season. Things did improve for her around 2/3 through the season, where she and Corey were able to weave and plot between the other duos in the house and helped turn the other groups against one another while taking out her personal threats in people like Michelle. Her strategic game improved in the season, and she was okay in competitions, and while she was not the best socially, she made sure that she's respected, which is important in a jury vote. And then there's her third season in BB22, where she implemented a lot of the strategies she used in her second season, getting involved in the major alliances of the season, making sure that she is not seen as a threat amongst people in the cast, and always thinking a few moves ahead compared to most people. I think the issue here is that Nicole was insistent on taking Cody to the end, even though she loses to him, and while there were moments of self-interest, like making other side alliances and duos, I can't really say she grew from BB18. But Nicole is in general pretty cold, strategic, and is able to win competitions, though I think that element of hers did decrease over the seasons. She is easily underestimated, but has proven time and time again that she can hold her own.
There aren't any sub tiers to this list, so I'm just going to list the 11 based on the order. And the first person in this tier at 11th is Jason from BB3.
I initially had him as second and above the 2 other people, but then I thought about it really hard. I compared him and Drew a lot in my BB5 Game Player tier ranking, and with that in mind, it makes sense for me to put him right after Drew on this list. Jason was not in the majority alliance in the beginning of the season, but he did get approached by Josh and had connections to Roddy, Kiara, and Eric in the beginning, so they relied on him for votes, and he was a subsidiary. While that was happening, he formed a final 2 with Danielle, where they planned on playing both sides, since he was closer to the Roddy side, and she was closer with the Marcellus side. So he essentially laid low for the first 4 or so weeks, and Roddy and Kiara approached him to vote out Lisa, and he didn't, which caused them to be mad at him, but they essentially became powerless from that point onwards. Jason got close to the Marcellus, Amy, and Lisa side of the house, and was able to target the one person who he felt like was targeting him in Jerry, while not doing what Danielle wanted on his HOH. But like Drew, I don't think he held back from nominating Roddy due to being able to play in the middle, but because he was gaslit and outplayed. Jason was then able to make up for this with being the tiebreaker vote for sending Marcellus home, so he showed that he's able to make the hard choices. Jason is great socially, good strategically, with being able to learn as he goes, and is good competitively, so he has the skills to do well in any season, but I don't know if he would have done as well without Danielle, and isn't as intentional, but didn't have to rely on his looks like Drew did.
At 10th is Paul from BB18 and BB19.
For someone who never watched the show beforehand, Paul is extremely impressive in his first season. Paul did start out very poorly due to being aligned with the anti-veteran newbies, especially with Victor and Jose being very disliked. But despite that, Paul was able to work his social game and to get in the good graces of people in power, especially Polly, and really had to use his social game to work from the bottom of the house. Paul was able to reintegrate with the dynamics, and due to that, it caused Victor to be used as his shield, though Paul was more loyal to Polly at this point. We saw him be a part of the infamous flip during the early jury portion of the season, and then joined the other newbies and James, only for him and Victor to be turned on, and then he had to fight from the bottom again, where Paul did play pretty sloppily at times. After forming a relationship with Nicole and Corey again, they were able to work together, trick Victor into targeting Natalie, and was able to stay over Victor. Paul had to win out over the last few competitions of the season, though taking James and not owning the gameplay to people like Natalie and Devon was fatal. There's definitely some sloppiness in the way Paul handled things during BB18, but came in a very tight grip, or he had a very tight grip on the house from jump in BB19, though it was partially due to being the sole veteran. Paul was able to create a cult structure from very early on in the season, was given 3 weeks of immunity due to being a veteran, and was able to easily get into the entire house's head and to get them to turn on Cody and Jessica. Paul pretty much controlled every move from start to finish and single-handedly decided who made it far and who didn't in the season. Paul was still great competitively this season, just like last season, was still strategically sound, even better here, and people in the house loved him. But things started turning around in the jury, like picking a fight with Mark during the latter's last night in the house, and not owning the gameplay to Jason and Alex while slitting their throats, and Paul lost again. Paul is one of the most skilled BB players ever, and is very multifaceted, but the inability to own things and still not really studying or watching the show bites him in the butt, where I don't know if Paul can actually learn from prior mistakes.
At 9th is June from BB4.
While I knew she was a good player before this rewatch, I really grew a lot of respect for her game during this rewatch. June came in knowing that she would have to be quieter and knew that she had to be extremely observant and flexible. She got herself in the alliance of 8 and was closer to the Dana, Nathan, and Allison section of the alliance where it seemed like they had more control and was the first one to really utilize her X as she got into an alliance with G and they helped one another throughout the season. She did flip with Dana on the latter's HOH, and she was better positioned within the Stooges than Dana was, which was one of the reasons why she stayed the week after when she was nominated against Dana. She started playing hard in the next week, where she and G stopped Nathan and Justin from uniting so they could take cuts to both of them, and June ended up getting close in relationships with Jack and Erica, so she was always on good terms with everyone, and also made her final 2 with Allison. The two of them really pit both sides against one another, while she wasn't the one that was pissing everyone off like Allison was. June knew that she was at the bottom of all of her alliances, and they would not last long, so she had to pivot, and was a lot more respected than Allison. I think June knows how to adapt, and she can play the game without getting as nasty, though she had to win against Allison only, but she was aware of that. I think she could do the same strategy and be extremely underestimated, especially since she can keep track of her lies. Great strategically, good socially, and solid competitively, while being aware of her strengths and weaknesses.
At 8th is Vanessa from BB17.
A lot of people predicted that she would do well in the preseason, but when the feeds turned on, she was a complete mess, and it caused people to doubt their initial judgment or viewpoint of her. Vanessa pretty much stayed out of things for the first 2 weeks of the season, though she did solidify the Sixth Sense alliance and was the main one who used the twin twist to pull Julia into their alliance. Once she won power, Vanessa really controlled the season and never really let go of the grip she and her alliance had of it. Vanessa always thought a bunch of steps ahead and would always use that to make her arguments for people, which made them feel more secure with her, since her arguments and strategic insight overrode her weaker social game in comparison. After running the game for a month and kind of hiding her deviousness behind her emotions and meltdowns, Vanessa got targeted in the mid-game, but a few people survived not only a backdoor but being the main target as a replacement nominee, where she used the other side's emotions and Becky's flakiness against her. Vanessa soon regained power by getting John on her side, and Steve worked closer to her to target the Oz twins, and she was one final HOH competition away from winning. Vanessa is great strategically and competitively, to the point where she relied a bit too much on it at times, but her social game needs a lot of work, though it isn't bad. The thing I have with Vanessa is that I don't know if she can really repeat this performance on another season or situation.
At 7th is Andy from BB15.
I think that Andy is the best player of his archetype, or that's what I'm thinking right as I'm continuing with this rewatch of Big Brother up to this point, which could end once I complete all of the seasons, and my opinion can change about that. Anyways, Andy was not empowered during the first week, but he was building a lot of relationships with people while laying low during the first several weeks. Andy flipped the house at the end of the second week. I'll correct it. He was a part of flipping the house at the second week and found himself in the majority alliance, but he was not on the bad side of the other side of the house, so he was safe on all levels. Andy would leave all of his stuff in the rooms of the house so he can pick things up and to use that as an excuse to get involved in any conversation that's happening. He was the main one who stopped all of the flips on Amanda in the middle portion of the season since she was such a huge shield for him, and Andy ended up winning the HOH where everyone thought that he was good with them, so he just took out the common target and Jesse to not piss anyone off. He started the downfall of Helen by telling Miranda that she was after them and stopped giving Helen information, and he then did the same thing with Miranda 2 weeks later. Setting Alyssa up for his vote in the double was a masterclass, and then forming the Exterminated Alliance, where he just dominated strategically, socially, and competitively. I think Andy would do well, or about just as well, in most seasons if he were to return, or if he was randomly thrown in there, since some people generally do underestimate him, and he doesn't stand out in the crowd, while being extremely self-aware. But why he is here and not higher on this tier is I don't know if he would be able to be as flexible if he was on a more tight-knit structure, or a season with a more tight-knit structure.
At 6th is Hayden from BB12.
He fit in the same archetype as a Drew and arguably even a Jason, but I think what has him ahead of the others is that he is more consistent with his strategy, choices, and isn't as wishy-washy as the other two are, or easily influenced in comparison. Hayden was able to win the first HOH and made good moves in targeting the isolated Shermans and the person that everyone knew was the saboteur, and also was a part of the Brigade Alliance. He was able to have Kristen, who also helped him with people who was not in the Alliance for the next few weeks, and the only reason why his spot got somewhat blown up was because Andrew went crazy on Kristen, and it had nothing to do with him. After Kristen goes, Hayden gets more focused again, gets closer with Lane, and especially Enzo, to the point where they become a duo, pull Brendan on the side when Rachel is booted, and really kicks his gear up a notch. He plants the seeds against Matt, recognizing that he's the bigger threat, and due to tightening his relationships with his other allies, it was Hayden's game to win once Matt was booted. He was great in competitions, which we saw him dominate during the endgame, was strong socially, even despite the mess with Kristen, and has a sharp strategic mind. He seems to be the most well-rounded player of his archetype up to this point in Big Brother history, and his archetype generally tends to do very well in Big Brother more often than not, so I could easily see him repeating this run.
At 5th is Danielle from BB3 and BB7.
Yes, I was thinking about putting her at 4th place, but looking over everything about her 2 games, I just couldn't do it. She adapted to the game extremely quickly in Big Brother 3, and what I like about her on both seasons is that she's aware that when you aren't approached in the first few days, or the first week, it means you're at the bottom of the house, and you have to do something quickly to change that. She did this by making a final 2 with Jason and getting close to the Marcellus, Jerry, Amy side of the house, where the two of them played both sides, and was able to get close with the women in Kiara and Lisa, who are on the other side as well. Danielle waited until week 4 to make her power move of overthrowing Ruddy by booting Eric, since she was aware that she wouldn't have the numbers to do so if she waited 2 weeks or so to take the shot. After this, she controlled the next several votes and had the house at the palm of her hands. Unfortunately for her, she took people to the end that she was guaranteed to lose against and didn't manage the jury well with her diary rooms. On Big Brother 7, she came in to improve her game and to learn from her mistakes with how to manage people, and I think she was successful with that, despite the sloppy start. She got close with everyone in the house and kissed the butts of Season 6 when they were in power, but was determined to win the HOH that would flip the game. She was able to pull James from his alliance and to make him her Jason, while working with Will and Mike to control the mid-game, and had Erica as a close ally, while being good with Chicken George as well, but ultimately got played once James was snaked. And while she targeted Chilton after this, she was ultimately beaten by them. She even had good relationships with a lot of the early boots in the season as well. Danielle is great socially, great strategically, and is kind of solid at competitions, but she improved on her flaws, changed her strategy, and actually proved how adaptable she was and is on both seasons.
At 4th is Cody from
BB16, and BB22.
I'm sure many are not surprised with how high he is, and I kind of had no choice. Cody immediately came into BB16 and was one of the most liked people on the season. The guys wanted to be friends with him, and the girls wanted to hook up with him, and that's always something that's going to work in Cody's favor, no matter what season he's on. He was brought into the Bomb Squad and later the Detonators Alliance and used flirting as a strategy, though I think he booted some of the women a bit too early. He had one of the best social games in the season, was more competent strategically than most of his allies, though he still needed a lot of guidance from Derek, and was a strong competitor throughout the season. My thing with Cody is that he would always want to make a certain move or to have his own agency, but was always talked into doing something else, so it had me a lot lower on him as a player in that season. And then there is, of course, the infamous move where he single-handedly gave Derek the game by booting Victoria, where he would have won against her. To most people, it was clear that Cody was going to thrive in BB22. Since his season was a recent one, he had the skills to do well on damn near any and every season. He had some pre-game connections and has pretty privilege, let's be real. When Cody won the first HOH, he was able to set up the structure and hierarchy, which remained throughout the entire season. I will say that Cody benefited from his side winning every single HOH, since if someone else from the other side won one of those early ones, he would have been nominated for sure. But he went through the season without ever being nominated, outplayed everyone strategically, and was easily able to make it to the end. He is great competitively, good socially, and is good strategically, at least in this season. I really don't see a scenario where he ever goes early, and I do have doubts about him potentially turning in his or becoming like his brother once things don't go his way, but Cody was never really in those positions throughout his BB journey, and if he is on another season, I could really see him avoiding being in that position in general, so that's why I'm kind of where I am with him. But Cody's clearly one of the best players of not only this era, but of all time, and to see where he would line up is going to be interesting.
The bronze prize of third goes to Derek from BB16.
To no one's surprise, Derek is at the top of this list. Derek came in with a plan where he was going to act, appear, and look younger to fit in with the younger house guests and to blend in, which works out pretty well. He lay low for the first few weeks, though he was brought into the Bomb Squad alliance, but came off like the savior to the house, even the outsiders, when he sent home Devon, and whatever suspicions they had about the alliance went out with Devon. Derek worked on his relationships with everyone in the house, continued calling the shots throughout the season, but appealed to his allies' egos and made them feel like they are calling the shots, so they would never really suspect Derek. He continued running things the entire season, and he didn't fall in the trap of not being seen as too unthreatening to the point where he couldn't win a jury vote. Derek was not the best in competitions, as I also think he threw some, but he could hold his own in them and was great socially and strategically. There's always the doubt about if he could repeat this performance or perform similarly if he was on another season or situation, since he mainly uses skills as a cop to be unthreatening here, and now everyone knows about it. He knows this, which is why I'm sure he will never return, and the one time where things might not go his way, he did freak out a bit. But he played this game masterfully, which is why he is at the top here, or at least for this era. Alrighty, so that is my ranking of the players who were in the modern era of Big Brother from BB16 to BB22. And I feel like there's definitely an interesting bench here. I see a lot of mediocre players and a lot of bad players, and very few in any of the other categories. It'll be interesting to combine who I have here with the other two eras to combine them into one large list. And then, of course, there's going to be the final era, which is the diversity of the postmodern era of BB23, BB24, and BB25. But I might wait to do that list until BB26 comes out, but I really don't know about that. So as to what I'm planning on doing next, I've been trying to upload some BB20 videos, and it's been a pain in the you-know-what, which I predicted was going to be the case beforehand. So expect the BB24 review video to be up within the next 24 hours. Since I'm almost finished watching it, I just have to record it. If not, it should be up by tomorrow or Monday at the very least, and then I'll get to BB25, which shall be an interesting journey. And I'm thinking about making my BB Can players tier ranking overall list to put that out since BB Can 12 will be out very soon. So you can follow me on Twitter at Lala_Annie. Subscribe here, click the like buttons, and I'll be back with other content soon. Thank you all for supporting me on this very long but very rewarding journey, and I'll be back with other stuff soon. Bye!
The silver prize of second goes to Will from BB2 and BB7.
I'm sure this was not surprising whatsoever, even despite me not being the highest on this game in Big Brother 2. He came on his first season being arrogant as hell, really rubbing people the wrong way socially, where he was the target from that side of the house, and that didn't really change for the first 3 or so weeks. Shannon volunteered herself to be voted out, which was the only reason why he was able to make it through that week, but as soon as that happened, improved exponentially. Will worked on his relationships with Nicole and Hardy, which put him in a better position with the house, campaigned for Mike, got closer to Krista, though his plan to turn Nicole against Hardy ended up backfiring, since it cost for the two of them to target Krista. He continued planting seeds around the entire house, and his biggest strategy was creating narratives in the diary room, where he called the others out for being hypocritical about dishonesty, where he was more honest in comparison. This ended up giving him the win, but I was worried that this wasn't repeatable. While Will did keep some of his prior strategy, like throwing competitions, he became really more aggressive with his gameplay this season, where he was the mastermind, planting seeds to the Sovereign Six and the others about one another, making deals to be safe, while also using his businesses and bribery to keep himself and Mike safe. He was able to weaponize and manipulate Janelle while getting into an alliance with James and Danielle, where they continued pitting Janelle and Danielle against one another by giving each of them veto wins when the other was HOH. He adapted to the faster pace and the power of veto while being stronger socially and strategically in the season, while also being open to winning competitions if needed, where he was willing to win the final 6 and final 5 vetoes. And first place goes to Dan from Big Brother 10 and Big Brother 14. This really should not surprise anyone, as Dan came in with a sweet strategy of coming in to appear as a weaker, meek competitor so people would leave him alone. While he got into an alliance with Brian and Ollie, it immediately blew up, and he continued with his rep of throwing competitions, while building relationships with everyone in the house, where he worked on getting in the house's good side, where a lot of them relied on him as an ally and a vote to flip against others. Of course, there was the flip vote where he kept Memphis due to America, though he would have kept Memphis anyways if it was just his own choice, and was given a brand new alliance, where he was in the best position within that group and within the house. His side of the house started dominating during the second half of the season, then actually decided to win a bunch of competitions from week 6 onwards, and once the outsiders were gone, the way the alliance was structured had an onion effect, which is why he and Memphis were able to go to the end, and he won over Memphis due to having the better social game and not playing him strategically while having much better jury management. In Big Brother 14, he repeats his initial strategy of throwing competitions to appear weaker, and did build relationships, but since he was a coach, he had to spend a lot of time working on Danielle, teaching her and essentially manipulating her. Once he came in as a player, he continued with the alliance that would become the Quack Pack, and they did dominate until Frank won the HOH in the early jury after the double, where Dan had to come up with a scheme that would cause him to escape certain eviction. After that, he played a very selfish game where he cut Frank after swearing on the Bible, and then making the move of having Danielle veto him, without telling her that he was going to boot Shane, which was his only obstacle to getting to the final 2. Dan was always very self-interested and is good at competitions, while throwing many of them in his 2 seasons. And while his social game was good in his first season, it was very sloppy in his second season, though that could also be attributed to the anti-returnee bias that was happening in that season. We have seen Dan adapt to his situation several times in 2 seasons, and he's just extremely well-rounded.
Okay, that was physically draining. Not only to physically make the video, put the clips in, take the pictures, do the recordings, adding the captions or titles or whatever was a lot. I rearranged this list several times, and as you've noticed, there are people who are placed differently here than they were in either their season game player tier rankings or their era game player tier rankings, because I wanted there to be more structure and people who were similar in the way they played the game or their fate to be closer together in whatever tier that they are in. I can't believe I accomplished this, and it was very fun, very rewarding, but very draining. It took me over a year to do this, and I'm glad that I was able to accomplish it. I will probably update this in a few years, and I'm definitely looking forward to whatever other videos that I decide to make. And there's definitely more coming up in the pipeline, not only just on this channel, but on my other channel, which will be in the description box of this video. Thank you all for watching, thank you all for supporting, and I'll be back soon. And hopefully you all take care of yourselves. Bye!